And we are live, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to another edition of the TokuTitanCast. I am your host, Davis Madole, also known as Titan Goji. And today on TokuTitanCast, we are going to rank every single Godzilla movie. That's right, everything from the original Godzilla from 1954 all the way up to Godzilla vs. Kong. However, this will be quite an interesting tier list because it will not be based on one's personal taste. We're all going to argue which films go where on this tier list. So, joining me on this stream, we have Jay St. G from Nerd Cage Live.
You're about to witness the strength of geek knowledge. Tonight, Titan Goji and Nerd Cage Live about to take you to Kaiju College. Jay St. G is here, so you all better acknowledge the man of constant sorrow, coming back more than Tom Cruise in The Edge of Tomorrow. So tonight, join us on the TokuTitanCast as we rank every Godzilla movie. Davis J, Sean, Ryan, Cole, and Big O. This should be a blast. Let's go.
Hey, let's get it. Dude, I'm super stoked. And,
so am I.
we have the Getter Robo hater himself, Cole. Even though he hasn't read or watched it,
it sucks. You compared it to Uprising, so it sucks. Okay, it's garbage. It's booty sauce.
I said Uprising was just a worse version.
No.
Getter
You
Robo.
said no. You said it was Uprising. That's what you specifically said when we watched it. That's on record. It's on the record.
I was propping up Getter Robo, Cole.
No, you were talking down on Getter Robo. That's what you were
No,
doing.
I wasn't. Big O, back me up here. No.
All right, hey guys, how you doing? Yeah, Getter Robo sucks. Last time I checked, all right.
You haven't even read or watched it either.
Hey, I've seen a few little pictures here and there. Just pictures are worth 1,000 words. I can make an opinion.
On my Twitter.
Yeah, my Twitter. Twitter's a very powerful source. All right.
Dude, just trust me.
That was just beautiful.
And we also got once again Ryan Satan.
Hello. I don't agree. I have not read or seen Getter Robo, but I agree with Davis because Cole. I just don't like Cole. I think he's stupid.
Kick him out. Kick him out.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have ourselves a brawl.
We haven't even started yet.
And last but not least, we have this guy Sean from Shots of Japanese Cinema or something. He's like 3'11", 10-year-old too.
I know Godzilla, my old friend.
Oh man. All right, so guys, how are y'all doing tonight?
I feel terrible. I shouldn't be here, but
I'm so doped up on caffeine right now. Like I was waiting all week for this, man. I was doing all my push-ups and sit-ups, getting ready for this. Like, I'm ready because I know I'm going to be doing a lot of battling tonight. So whether if it's the chat or the guys on screen, I'm ready.
Alrighty.
Are you getting Robo?
Yeah. Okay, so we got Paul Tackett in the chat. So yeah,
Yo, hold on. We also got Paul Tackett. I watched Versus. I didn't like it. I'm sorry. He sent me that movie.
High five.
Yeah, he should. No, get Sean out of here. Get him out of here. Get him out of here.
Jay, high five.
Whoops, wrong side. What? No.
I don't like Versus either. I do not like Versus either.
I'm sorry, Sean.
taste.
You didn't. Okay, all right.
my buddy's got.
Also, fuck the turtle episode.
Oh my god.
Sean, we only been on air for like not even 5 minutes. You already dropped an F-bomb.
There goes the monetization right there.
Yeah. Maybe we can
we also got Spiders Prime. We got Ben, Valerie, Daikaiju Guy. Alrighty, it's looking pretty good so far.
Y'all beautiful
Oh.
for being here tonight. Y'all beautiful.
I think Davis will be fine because it was very brief. I think Davis will be fine because I dropped an F-bomb on the Tsukamoto stream pretty early on, and that he didn't get
Sean,
demonetized. For that.
I will not be fine. I am never going to recover from that. I am never going to be able to feed myself. I'm never going to be able to go get through college because.
Thank God you don't record our private conversations. Then, oh boy, then demonetization would just be out the
Davis,
window.
remember, any super chat donations, since there's 6 people here, I get 12%.
Unfortunately,
And I get
90,
90.
30%.
I get everything.
So I want the 12% of the remaining 70%.
I get all of it.
That's too much math right now.
I get all T pluck. T. I can't fucking say it.
Man, you're killing the algorithm. You're Mickey Mouse.
Big O.
That's
You
it. We're
can't
moving
talk
to
either.
Spotify. We got to move to Spotify now.
See this?
That's it.
See this right here? I deserve all the money because I'm the only one here that's actually promoting Godzilla.
You're saying.
What do you mean? I have Godzilla in my name, Sean.
Even
I
though
thought being homeless.
Hey, hold on, man. What's that over there? What's that over there? Come on, I'm promoting too. So
I have a Godzilla poster, some collectibles. Half of my username is Goji. What are you talking about,
Okay.
Sean?
okay, and
Oh,
then up here, oh look at that! Let's all the GVK pops. Hello.
all my Godzilla movies are currently in my shelf, so I lose.
Oh yeah, your drywall shelf. Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah,
Chicken
yeah.
Joe is better than Godzilla, so I'm just saying.
All right, so
Moving on.
once again, all 6 of us, we are going to rank every single Godzilla movie, all 36 of them, in one tier list. So yeah, let's go ahead and get this show on the road. So here it is, an empty tier list. We have the S rank, the A rank, the B rank, the C rank, the D rank, and the booty sauce rank. I thought it was fancier than just having the straight up
Hey,
F rank. Oh, hey, Paul Tackett, thank you very much for $5. He says, Davis, ask Jay what else I sent him besides verses.
I'm grabbing them right
What
now.
else did you get, Jay?
Where the hell did I put them?
Hold on. Let me pull out the calculator.
No.
12% of 5.
Oh, you can't see it.
Yo,
36 Chamber of Shaolin and Heroes of the East.
Okay.
I haven't seen Heroes of These, but the 36 Chamber of Shaolin is freaking amazing. I love
Wu-Tang,
it.
baby.
It's a great one.
But yeah, I didn't
Davis,
like
Davis, you owe me 41 cents now. Just letting you know. From that $5, you owe me.
Davis, I commissioned a Patreon review, so now you owe me all $5. Hand it over. Come on.
Later. All right. But moving on. Okay, so first up, we have the original Godzilla from 1954.
Booty sauce. Totally booty sauce.
Yeah,
Yeah,
booty
booty
sauce.
Yes. We're off to a good
All right.
start.
No,
Okay,
put it where it belongs. Put it where it belongs.
Okay, like in all seriousness, the legacy this film has left behind is pretty unfathomable. I mean, yeah, it has aged a bit in some areas. It's not a perfect film. However, I have too much respect for the film to put in an A tier, so I'm gonna put in an S tier. What about you guys? Are you guys cool with an S tier, or you guys want to argue about it?
You wanna go in order to make it?
Yeah, just go in order. Cole, and drop down.
Yeah, just put that in S. No questions asked. Phenomenal movie. Enough said.
The original Godzilla. Oh, sorry, my bad.
No. Okay, continue.
The original Godzilla is the original Godzilla. Like, Ooh. It's going to automatically hit at least the top 5 of everyone's list. I'm actually shocked when it isn't with a lot of people, not because, oh, I don't agree with it. It's just kind of just this hive mind opinion that it is, and rightfully so. It's kind of basically a masterpiece, even if it isn't perfect.
Alrighty. Yeah, do you have any objections?
No objections.
It's number 1 on my list, man. It's the movie. Even if you're not a Godzilla fan, it's the movie you should watch.
And
All right. Brian, Sean.
No objections. That's a good placement right there.
Alrighty.
This next will be interesting.
What else?
All right.
What else needs to, hang on. I didn't give my 2 cents.
Oh.
Go ahead.
Shit.
What needs to be? It's in my ass rank as well. What else needs to be said about the original Godzilla? It's a masterpiece, and I mean, sure, you could say it's aged in some areas. Like the special effects, you know, are not perfect. There's some pretty shoddy shots, but at the same time, the puppet, but like
The stop motion fire truck.
it was so impressive for the time that you could still. One thing I can say, this movie is beautifully shot. Like some of the imagery in this movie is so haunting even today. And I gotta say, like its message, the message of this film, more than anything, being basically a giant anti-war message, holds up incredibly well. And honestly, there's some amazing performances in this movie. I mean, you got the performance of Momoko Kochi as Emiko, who's a great main character. I'd argue she's more so the main character than Ogata in this movie. Because if I do have one complaint, I love you, Akira Takarada. I love you, stepdad. It kind of is just there for most of the movie. I would say the scene where he does shine is convincing Serizawa, but other than that, he's kind of just there for most of the movie, if you know what I mean. But
Right.
there's a substitute for that because Dr. Serizawa is one of the greatest human characters in the whole franchise, and proof that there are good human characters in the Godzilla franchise. And furthermore, we also have the legendary Takashi Shimura as Dr. Yamane in this movie, who that type of character could have turned into such an obnoxious, typical science character in a monster movie, but no, they actually add something unique to him and like why he wants Godzilla to be alive. And, you know, he wants the destruction to come to an end, but he also wonders, you know, what if we studied this creature, we've never seen this before, and like what could this mean for the future of us as a.
And that trope was carried on so many times in other like Toho films, but G54 did it best. You know, the classic scientist versus the military.
Absolutely, and like I said, you know, I also want to talk about Godzilla, because here's the thing about Godzilla in this movie. If you really look at Godzilla in this movie, Godzilla himself is very much a very animalistic creature, and not to this, you know, humanoid extent. Well, human behavior of the later Showa series, but yet there's so much to Godzilla in this movie, because if there's any movie where I think Godzilla as an idea shines the most, it's in this movie, because in this movie he is a clear, powerful representation of the horrors of war, such as nuclear weaponry. And even though technically there is kind of not a ton of character with him, he does a lot of interesting stuff in this movie, like how he interacts with the environment. Like, I love the first scene when he pops his head over the hill, the people start running away and screaming. He looks down at them and clearly shows annoyance and starts roaring at them. Or the shot when he's destroying Tokyo, and there's that one shot of the clock tower making noise, and he's getting angry at it. Like, I love little details like that. Like, that shows.
Sean, you said 2 cents, not $2.
Yeah, we got 36 movies, bro.
Yeah.
It was well said. It was well said.
That's just a testimony. It's just a testimony to the movie itself.
All right, so Moving on, we got Godzilla raids again.
Booty sauce. Booty sauce. No.
Booty
bottom.
sauce.
D. No. D.
Booty sauce.
D.
No, booty sauce.
D.
Come on, booty
Okay.
sauce.
I have it number 26. 26 on my list, so that's
Come on,
technically
like-
D tier.
Okay, like I don't mind putting in booty sauce, but I don't
I'm not
think
gonna
it's
cry
booty
if it's in
sauce
booty
enough.
sauce. There are worse. Listen, there are worse Godzilla movies out
No.
there. Okay.
Hit in the booty sauce.
No, this movie makes me angry.
Uh,
This is my least favorite. I have to put this in booty sauce. This will make me happy. This will quench my thirst for madness right now. I need this to be in booty sauce.
Look. Raise Again is a inoffensive movie, but kind of in the worst way where it's forgettable.
Okay, so I
Fair
guess I guess the majority vote is booty sauce.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but
Alright.
the Rube Goldberg machine of events with the escaped convicts until the oil refinery explodes. I'm sorry, but I zone out.
It's
Oh
not.
my.
Listen, I acknowledge it's bad. Yes, especially coming off such a terrific 1954 movie. But I'm not going to stand here and say it's the worst one of the. It's D tier because I still feel the MonsterVerse as a whole, G98, the anime trilogy are far worse. That's why I feel like it's D tier. It's yes, it's worst of the Toho, but it's not the worst ever. And that's why I have it D. But I'm not gonna. If you want to put in booty sauce, that's fine. I have it at D. It's number 26 on my list.
No, here's the thing with me and Raise Again. The movie is just, if I could put it in one word, boring. I mean, the pacing in this movie is awful, dude. This
Yeah.
movie moves at a snail's pace, and the effect. I'm sorry, I think the effects are trash in this movie, except for the miniature quality. That's the only thing I can say that's decent looking in this whole movie. I think the suits look like trash. I think the climax of this movie is garbage. I hate how long it goes on for with the planes. It's the same 3 shots over and over again. The fight with Anguirus sucks. I know it's the first. I know it's that's a starting point, but that doesn't make it good. It's still bad. It's really awkwardly shot and really fast. And I hate it. The characters are boring and uninteresting. I don't care about any of them, and I'm glad one of them dies at the end of the movie. So yeah. There we go. Also, the soundtrack is forgettable. I don't care about it. So yeah.
Also, Anguirus serves no point in the movie, by the way.
No,
You
he
can take him
doesn't.
out. Yeah, the movie still plays the same.
I'll say this, and I apologize. I apologize about earlier, Davis.
It's all good.
Give him 3 cents.
short
Give him
and
3
sweet.
cents now.
I hate Race Again. I know it's important because it has technically one of the first monster fights ever, so it is important for the genre. But the characters suck. The pacing sucks. There's nothing for me to latch on to. Even the monsters suck in this movie. Godzilla feels very irrelevant in this movie, minus one throwback to the 54 attack when we get a.
Also, worst Godzilla suit.
Yeah.
Oh, I hate this.
I don't know. 93 does exist, but we'll save that.
I hate this suit. What is up with that suit? Okay, I'll give the suit this. I do like that Nakajima clearly was more comfortable in this suit, so he's able to do more moves. But what is wrong with that? To quote Red Letter Media, oh my god, what's wrong with your face?
Looks like roadkill.
Now, Sean, it's not just the face. One of his arms is actually shorter than the
Oh,
other.
yeah.
Wait. Time out. Are you serious?
I'm trying
Yes,
to recreate
one of
it.
his
I don't
arms is
remember.
shorter than the other.
Yo,
Well,
the
thank
fans
you.
don't hate the movie that much. Just saying.
They're wrong. They're all wrong.
I'm trying to. The weird.
how
thing
dare
going
they
on for
have how dare they have their own
I'm just saying,
opinions?
How
That
dare we
is
have a
orange.
discussion? No, how dare we have a discussion?
I blame Monstrosities. Monstrosities is the one saying it's the worst movie ever made, and I think so many people latched onto it, including you guys. I don't think it's as bad as people make it out to be.
He's trying to gaslight us
bad?
right now.
Yes.
Yeah.
Davis, you're right.
Booty sauce?
It is
There's
booty
more
sauce.
booty sauce out there.
Hang on,
I'm sorry.
Jay.
When I watch this movie, I just smell stink booty ass. This is how it is.
Jay, if you take away its importance to the genre, there's nothing to latch on to. The characters suck, the pacing sucks, The cinematography sucks. The special effects are terrible. Those puppets. Oh my god, those puppets.
Yeah, but someone in the chat pointed out earlier is that this is like probably the most animalistic kaiju fight we ever got in any Godzilla film, and
that's fair.
And it was also cool seeing Osaka get it for the first time. So again, I'm not gonna stand here and say it's good. I'm not defending it because it's not a good movie. I'm just saying it's not booty sauce because there's more booty sauce out there. But I'm not gonna cry about it. If you guys want to put in booty sauce, that's fine. I just think there's worst Godzilla films out there. That's all.
Also, the climax drags.
I gotta say this: 54 did black and white better than Raise Again. All right, 54 had this silverness to it, man.
Yeah.
Like the blacks were dark, the whites were white. It was great. It looked great, like fire shine, and Godzilla shrouded in darkness. And then in Raise Again, it's just gray.
All right, so Davis, what do you got? Because you haven't really chimed in. Davis, what do you got?
Personally, I'd put it in D, but I mean, majority rules.
Yeah.
Sauce, I guess.
Okay, I'm glad you and I are on the same wavelength, Titan Goji. Just saying.
How
Ryan,
dare you disagree?
you've been a little quiet, Ryan.
Yeah, no, I agree with the sentiment. It deserves booty sauce. Like the characters are bad. The pacing is one of my biggest problems with the movie because for an hour and 18-minute movie, one of the shortest in the Godzilla series, it feels like it drags on a lot for a lot of the scenes. Like the one scene where all the robbers are running away. I feel like that scene goes on forever. It's like the atmosphere itself is also something I have an issue with because it feels bleak. Not bleak as in like 54 where it's like, oh my god, it's depressing and whatnot. It just feels boring, a boring atmosphere for me. And
fair enough.
Well, I love Godzilla and I love Anguirus. The suits are cool in concept, but in execution, I feel like they're not the best. Mainly with Anguirus and how his back spikes are kind of like flopping all over the place,
and they fall off.
Yeah, that too.
And again, the Godzilla suit has one arm shorter than the other.
Yeah, it's like when I was doing I remember seeing that Raids Again it wasn't like a year after the 54 was released. It was released like a few months afterwards, and it's like, okay, yeah, no, it definitely shows.
Yeah.
I'll give Raids Again this.
And then we'll move on after Sean.
Yeah, and then we'll move on. I will give Masaru Sato some slack on the score because this wasn't this his very first film score ever?
I believe so.
And I'm not gonna lie, there are some really good tracks. Like, if there's a track in this movie I genuinely like, it's the track that plays when Godzilla and Anguirus are fighting in Osaka, because it is very, very eerie. And
remember, it was 6 months after the original. 6 months, not a year. 6 months.
I know.
That's all.
I'm just filthy. It's rancid. It's smelly, and I don't like it.
One last thing.
I don't like it.
Gigantus the fire monster or Godzilla Raids Again?
Godzilla Raids Again.
Look, I'm just
Raids Again. I can't even finish Gigantus. I can't even finish
My preferred cut is the Gigantus the Fire Monster cut, but the title is Godzilla Raids Again. That's my preferred cut of the movie.
I'm just curious.
Why? Because banana oil, Big O?
No, it's just nah.
In other words, everybody wants a watch party for this movie.
No.
Now it's just be dead silent.
I'm kidding.
The next movie.
Anyway, we got King Kong versus Godzilla. This is a movie that's grown on me in recent years. At first, I thought it was just all right, but still fun. And now I've kind of come to realize that not only is it fun, it's actually pretty good. Thanks to Monstrosity's video where Matt and Patrick Galvin talk about this film, it really made me learn to appreciate it more. I especially love the Champion Festival cut because it really cleans up the pacing by cutting out like 15 minutes of the film. However, this isn't about the Champion Festival cut. This is the film.
Davis, you cut out.
put it in A. What about you guys?
Oh, he's
Okay.
putting it
Yeah. Hey.
yeah, if we're going off Japanese version, yes, it'd be an A. If we're talking about the English version, that'd be more like a C or a D.
I gotta go with B on here. Personally, I think it is a good movie, but it just hasn't clicked with me yet, like it has with a lot of other people. I don't know. I kind of notice it just doesn't leave that much of an impression on me every time I watch it, but I acknowledge that it's still a good movie. I will tell you this though, the American cut is in the bottom pits of the septic tank of booty sauce. All right. That deserves to be down there. All right. That thing is sogging and shit. All right.
Yeah, that's pretty bad.
It's the original King Kong vs. Godzilla. I have one word for it: fun. It's such a fun movie. Like it's colorful, and not only that, it's a great satire for the television boom that was going on in Japan at the time. Which there's a great video on Monstrosity's channel where Patrick Galvin talks about the television satire boom that's in the movie. Also, love the Godzilla suit.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
I got the neck over there. It's great.
And as ugly as the Kong suit is, I do like Kong himself in the movie.
Okay,
Ryan,
so
go ahead. Let Ryan go, and then I'll finish.
yeah.
I can't say too much because it's been a while since I've seen this movie, and I need to get back on that rewatch. But I agree with Dylan. I think B is a good placement for King Kong versus Godzilla. From what I remember, like it's fine, just doesn't really engage with me all that much. But I haven't seen the movie in a while, so I can't entirely say. But if I had to choose, I'd go with B.
This is absolutely an A. I have this ranked number 11 on my list. So it's okay. I will agree that if this was the American cut, booty sauce. But I think the Japanese cut so much better. I think the whole, again, the satire, the fights, and of course, Ifukube's score is fantastic. And I guess I really appreciate it because this is really the first time it felt like a true kaiju wrestling match. And you gotta appreciate all the pain and suffering that those suit actors went through. And it's a good enough story. And by the way, this is miles above the booty sauce that came out this year that was GBK. So
Amen.
just throw that out there that this movie so much better than the recent piece of crap that we got. And it made me, the GVK made me appreciate King Kong 62 way more, and I still have it at number 11, just outside the top 10. That being said, A's where it belongs, and I will fight for it.
Absolutely. I put it in A as well.
Alrighty, moving on to the next film, we have Mothra versus Godzilla. I think this is easily one of the best ones. I honestly, I put it in S tier. Are we cool with S tier?
Yeah.
No!
Yeah.
I would say A,
Whoa,
but that's
who-
mainly because the
Who
third
said
act.
no? Who said
Me.
no?
I said no.
Uh-oh.
Can I go?
I'll go last, but go ahead, guys. Go ahead.
Can I say why I put it in S? Or actually, Davis, you're the host. You go first.
I mean, I think the acting, the scoring, like the characters, the music, and most of the effects are pretty amazing. I'd say it's definitely high caliber Showa era Godzilla. Yeah, there are a couple of shoddy effect shots, but other than that, I think it's a fantastic film all around. And personally, I'd put above the first Godzilla, but that's just me. How do you guys feel?
Well, I wouldn't put it above the original Godzilla, but it's one of the best in the franchise, and definitely one of the high points of the Showa series. I mean, it's got a great story, great human characters. Takarada's on his A game in this movie. The effects are great. Also, a great follow-up to the original Mothra, which is also a great movie. The score is amazing. I can understand the complaints about the third act, but I don't mind it as much because, I do like the final fight. Also, Godzilla in this movie is a force of nature. Like, he is unstoppable in this movie.
All right, Jay? What do you have
All
to
right.
say?
All y'all gotta take your rose-colored glasses off. Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. I had this. It's not bad by any means, but I had this ranked in the B tier. This is number 14 on my list, and here's why. The music. It's the Godzilla theme is on repeat. So many times it's overkill. 2. The final fight. Get the web off of me. Stop it. Get the web off of me. Come on. Godzilla goes out like a wimp. And listen. And the fight with Mothra, Godzilla lands one fire breath. Oh, Mothra's dead. Come on, people.
Actually, I will.
And then his Godzilla's jaw's hanging out like his jaw keeps hanging out. The movie is so overrated. This is the most overrated Godzilla.
Oh man.
Yes, it's got great. Yes, it's got a great human cast. Yes, it's fun. But my God, y'all ranked it so goddamn high. It's come on. It's not that great. I have it.
Yes, it is.
It is.
Here.
And
All right.
Cry about it.
Come at me. Come at me.
I'm going to make a counter argument to the Mothra argument. Mothra was already dying. Mothra was already dying in the movie. They even say she was already dying, so it made sense.
And it makes the final fight way more intense because you have a Godzilla indestructible force of nature shooting an atomic breath, and Mothra is just a frail little moth thing. She gives it her all. She gives it her all. She tries her best. She tries to kick his ass for all time.
Hey, hang on. I'm just looking at the chat real quick.
Chat probably going to
Daikaiju guy says Godzilla ain't gonna win all the time. Zillapunk says I do agree that the fight was crap. Paul Tackett says, Jay, send back my DVD.
It's not bad. It's good, but my God, is it S tier? Hell no. It's just not S tier. I'm sorry. I'm just trying.
It is S tier.
I'm just trying to open your eyes, people. We're not.
I will say this: the movie is an A tier for me because it makes Torahata seem like the bad guy in the movie. All right,
it's fine. I'm not gonna
Torahata's a
get
true
mad.
Sigma male.
by people who disagree with you, Jay. Come up.
I ain't wearing red spectacles. I ain't wearing red spectacles here.
Hey, watch that. Don't say that.
Whoa.
Okay, so I think like a fine median would be A tier, but below King Kong versus Godzilla.
Fair enough. Okay, fair enough. I'm not mad at that. I'm sorry if I ruffle some feathers. That's why I came here to do. Okay, that's why you hired me today, Davis.
Yep.
If this was an echo chamber, a masturbation chamber, this wouldn't be fun, okay?
Whoa, masturbation?
That's what I'm saying. We're not here to
with a good time.
we're not here to stroke each other off. We're here to debate, okay?
Yep.
Cole, you've been very quiet. What do you have to say about?
I wanted Jay to just vent for a minute, so that's why I was really quiet. But this movie's in my top 5. Like, this is probably number 4 in my top 5. But so I love this movie a lot for many different reasons. Sean kind of explained a lot of it. But I would probably, this is S tier for me. But if we're gonna have to put this in A tier, I would put this over King Kong versus Godzilla. That's where
Same.
I mean, everybody already mentioned it, but it's got fantastic. Mostly, what this makes this movie great for me is the human cast. Mostly the human characters, and I really like the story and the themes in the movie. That's what I really, really like. The fights are. I really love when Mothra fights Godzilla in adult form. I will say I'm not as big of a fan of the climax as maybe certain other people. I'm not saying it's bad by any means. I get the thematic purpose. I get the purpose. I get it. And I still like it. I'm not saying it's bad. It's just I just love that first fight so much. It's kind of hard to top it for me after that. But it's super solid still. And I never cared too much about that subplot where those kids were stuck on the island. That was kind of random, I'll admit.
The third act suffers definitely, yeah.
Yeah, but those are more nitpicks. But those aren't. While Jay has a major problem with the Mothra larva beating him, that's more of a. I'm not saying that's where my problem is. It's more just how it's a little sloppily executed on the effects a few times.
Thank you.
Well, I'm mostly like maybe when like the larva kind of like flap on his tail or whatever, and they're like flopping around, it kind of looks stupid. But other than that, though, it's more nitpicks. I mostly have nitpicks with that climax rather than major problems with it. But like I never really cared that Godzilla lost. I thought it made sense with the themes and everything, and I completely get it. And I really like the climax anyway. So like I just have nitpicks with the climax, but that's it.
He lost in King Kong versus Godzilla, people.
I'm just saying this though. Sacred Springs automatically makes this A tier. I'm sorry. It just does that. It does that, man. It does that.
Brian, you got anything to say?
Well, I'm gonna argue right now that it should be an S tier because Jay, you got great points there. The third act isn't isn't the best. I agree with a lot of you, but here's the thing: Kenji Sahara as Jiro Torahata, God tier character, God tier villain.
Oh yeah,
absolutely. I love him so much.
People who disagree with you.
Like the film's got great, but the themes in the movie are absolutely phenomenal. I love how it, the themes agree that I saw when I watched the movie. I love the first fight with Mothra and Godzilla. It's intense. Godzilla overall is just incredible. The soundtrack is just some of Akira Fukube's best.
My favorite.
Which is on repeat way too much.
Like Sacred Springs, though. Sacred Springs is such a beautiful song, as Dylan mentioned. And yeah, no, I think Mothra versus Godzilla is S tier, but if it's A or B, I wouldn't mind too much. But I will say this. If I'm in a discussion with anyone and they ever try to defend Mothra 92 by bringing up this movie, I am officially done with the conversation.
I know what you're talking
about. Mothra 92. I hate Mothra 92. We'll get
Davis, look who's in the chat.
Right.
There's a certain YouTuber.
Blue Nova.
Hey, what's up, Blue Nova?
What's up, Blue
Characters
Nova?
had nothing to do after the villains die. It could have been handled better, but it had a purpose.
There we go. Blue Nova knows what's up.
That's a fair point. That's actually a fair point.
Fair point.
All right,
I still love it. I still love it though.
Yeah. I guess we're cool with Mothra versus Godzilla being above King Kong versus Godzilla in A tier.
Fair. Yeah.
I'm fine with A tier. Not above King Kong, but I'm fine with A tier. That's just me. But that's fine. Moving on.
All right. Next up, we got Ghidorah the three-headed monster. I find this to be a very fun one. Not like one of the greatest Godzilla films, mainly because of the film after Ghidorah, but we'll get to that. But it's not a bad movie by any means. I personally put it in B tier. I don't know about you guys.
Oh, thank God. Okay, because I was kind of thinking B tier. Like, it's good. Don't get me wrong. It's really good. I like the characters. It's just, I kind of find the pacing sloppy. That's the big thing that I have. It kind of slows down at parts, and it kind of gets a little boring.
Yeah,
and I feel like the movie doesn't really get great till the third act, but that's just me personally.
I mean, thankfully, the English and Champion Festival versions do clean up like the editing and pacing, but we're going by the base film here. So
yeah, base Japanese version has some pacing problems that I have, but it's still good. Like, I still really enjoy it. I love the climax. Like, that makes the movie worth it.
Oh yeah. Oh, totally.
And Ghidorah is great in the movie. It's just, I find it just sloppy, the pacing, but it's still a solid movie overall. So that's my real take on it.
All right.
My opinion here is I agree with B tier because I'm sorry, this is an issue I also had with Mothra vs. Godzilla, but it was that moment that after the first fight happens, it just becomes nighttime and then daytime again. And with Ghidorah, that is like maximum by like 11. It's turned to 11 where it's day night constantly. Like you have no idea what's like I think the film implies that Godzilla and Rodan fight throughout an entire day, night, and then day because of the process of the events of how they're edited. Like, it's insane. And but the thing is I do enjoy the story even when it kind of introduces the alien stuff. I think that stuff's really fun. I like Godzilla's turn of a character in this film. I love the interactions with the monsters. I think the special effects are great. Unfortunately, I do feel like Ghidorah suffers in the Japanese cut because due to the editing, he doesn't have that big grand entrance like how the American cut gave him in a sense due to editing. Like the American cut made him feel more satisfying when he showed up and made it feel more like a bigger deal, but in Japanese cut it just kind of happens. I think the Japanese cut is a very solid, good, fun film. I really love it and such. But other than that, I think it is a good B tier. But American cut would have automatically been A, 100%. I love that version of the movie.
My take. I was thinking about A because, like, personally, like, yeah, no, I really like this movie a lot. It's one of my favorites. But I'm recollecting my thoughts on the movie, and no, I think B is a good placement because, like, I love the stuff with Godzilla, Rodan, Mothra, and Ghidorah. I do. Not a big fan of the character stuff, though. I think it's kind of okay. Like, it's not bad, definitely not. But I don't know. It's not as engaging as, you know. Certainly, it's a successor, which we'll get to, or the Mothra versus Godzilla. But overall, like, I think B tier is a good place because, you know, it's the soundtrack's not as good as Mothra versus Godzilla. It's a good movie. Just I wouldn't say it's, you know, it's a lot of things I'm not too keen on.
All right. So I have this ranked number 10, so therefore I have it at the A tier. I'm not going to cry over B, but I had an A tier because, you know what? I love the fact that this is really the first Toho, quote-unquote, Avengers. It wasn't Destroy All Monsters, because this is when Rodan, Mothra, Godzilla came together to fight a bigger threat. I love the fact that we get a Godzilla-Rodan fight, only to get to a Godzilla-Ghidorah fight. And come on, I know this has nothing to do with the quality of the movie, but can we just appreciate that princess? Oh my goodness gracious! I do love the whole assassination plot. That's a lot of fun. They managed to fit in the fairies. The fact they managed to fit so much in, I think it's well paced. I love the payoff at the end. I mean, the more I think about it, I hate the fact that it's, oh no, get the web off of me. But it's the fact that 3 monsters had to team up to win. And no, Godzilla did not become a good guy. He didn't do it to save Earth. He just wanted Ghidorah out of his territory, okay? So I have it, like I said, I have it A tier. It's number 10 on my list. It was the first Godzilla movie I ever bought as a kid. I was 4. I think it's a solid entry. It's not the best. A solid entry. Only to be bested by what would follow, but I'm fine with a B. If you guys are going to bring it to a B, I'm not going to cry about it.
All right, Sean, let's hear it.
This is A tier for me.
Sean, high five.
I love Ghidorah the three-eyed monster. That's why my face was all like this, because it's just like, come on, this movie's so much fun. It's got a fun plot. It's got great monsters in it. Like you mentioned, Jay, it's pretty much the first big monster mash, if you really think about it. I actually love the human characters, and I thought the princess was a great character in this movie.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Come on,
I'm a guy, all right? Come on.
Just by Akiko Wakabayashi, who's awesome. Also, Ghidorah in this movie. He's not under control. He's acting on his own. He's doing his own evil deeds. He is a force of nature. And like you said, Jay, the fact that it took not 1, not 2, but 3 monsters to take him down just shows how much of a beast Ghidorah is in this movie. I will agree. The more I think about it, there are some editing flaws and pacing flaws with the movie, but I just think the movie's so damn fun that I can't like I acknowledge those flaws, but I still love this movie. It's in my top 10, and I put it in the A tier personally.
Yeah, buddy.
Oh, we got Toku Society in the chat here. What's up?
What's up? Hey, Shay Smithers is here. That's my dude.
Hey.
That's my dude. Nerd Cage Nation. That's my dude.
And now everyone is standing Akiko Wakabayashi. I'm not against that, but I mean, I will say she is nice.
Yes, thank you.
All right, so I guess we're all cool with B tier.
If it's got to be that way, that's fine.
It's fine. That's fine.
All
Oh, boo-hoo, cry. No, I'm kidding.
Well, cool. Don't be mean.
Shut up, bro.
Majority rules.
All right, bring on the next one because I'm ready.
Okay.
Oh boy.
Invasion of Astro
dear.
Monster. I don't care which cut it is. I'd say not only is this one of the greatest Godzilla films ever,
Yes!
it's one of the greatest science fiction films ever.
Ooh.
Period.
Yes, and yes.
That's a curveball.
I don't know, like, man, like
Preach, Davis, preach.
S tier or A tier. I honestly don't know.
Nothing to think about.
A, I
Nothing
would
to
say
think
A.
about.
S tier.
S tier. S
Come
tier.
on.
A.
S tier.
A.
Shut up,
It's
Sean.
A. It's A. It's A.
A. A. A.
Okay, let's go down the line. Go down the line. Go down the line.
All right, Cole.
This, if we're not counting 54 and you know what above that one, but if we're gonna discount those, this is my favorite Godzilla movie because
My man.
my god, this movie, this is for me the movie that this is why human characters matter in these kind of movies because they are so
Preach.
so good in this movie, dude. Nick Adams is a hunk of a man. I will simp for that man till I die. My god, he's a hottie and he's great. And he is one of the best human characters. I love every character in the movie. I think they're great. They have different relationships. They're very developed. Like there's drama in the movie that's really well done. And also the sci-fi setting is really fun. They get to go to space. They get to go travel to different planets. They take us little road in. They fly another planet. You know, it's just really wacky, fun sci-fi stuff. But it's really fun. And not even that. I think the soundtrack is amazing. And yeah, okay. As a slight nitpick, the movie has a very short fight scenes. Like they're probably a minute long at most. But it doesn't matter because the movie's paced so well that I don't care.
Yes.
And there's enough human drama and it's all interesting and they're well written to where I don't care. And above all that, it's just such a well-made movie. It's one of my favorites. It's one of my favorite show movies. I love it to death. It's one of my favorites. Oh, it's like number 3. It's number 3 on my list, easily.
All right,
Easiest
go.
tier for me.
Oh, me? I give it A tier not because of like, oh, there's some things I don't like here and there. It's just more so there's a good handful of movies that I like a little more than it, you know. And I feel like this movie places better in A than S because I feel like there's movies that I view higher than it that belong up there a bit more. Invasion of Astro Monster is a really good time. It really is. I love that even though the monsters don't have a lot of screen time, they evoke so much personality and they're instantly memorable in every scene they're in. Nick Adams, Akira Takarada, Akira Kubo, all of them are so much
Yoshio
fun in this film.
Tsuchiya.
Oh.
Yoshio Tsuchiya
Yes.
as the controller of Planet X.
Oh, absolutely. Oh, absolutely. And
Man?
and this is like the first movie I feel like that actually handles like kind of a love subplot the best
Yeah.
so far out of all
Yeah.
these
know.
movies.
It needs to know.
Yeah, absolutely. It's the one that I personally feel like so far is actually like been able to do it pretty successfully and such, and flesh it out pretty decently for us to get attached. You know.
So in other words, you're saying this is an S.
I'm still saying it's an A because there are
everything you say
good
makes it sound like an S.
there is a good amount of Godzilla movies that I would also put at A tier around the same, and I would talk about them the same like I'm doing Monster Zero. There's just only a good, like there's about 4 to 5 movies I would put S tier. All right, and such. Monster Zero, unfortunately, isn't one of them, but it is a high A.
All right,
Astro
Ryan.
Monster. I'm gonna say S tier. This is one of my favorite Godzilla films of all time, and it's mainly with the character work because there's so many Akira Takarada, Nick Adams, Kumi Mizuno, Yoshio Tsuchiya. I butchered that name really badly, but you know all these characters are they're just so likable and full of personality, and they're just when you watch this movie you're attached to these characters, and they're just fantastic to watch. When you see Nick Adams and Akira Takarada on screen, their chemistry just blends. It's just fantastic. And yeah, the monsters have little screen time, but I can argue it's not the screen time that matters. It's what you do with it. And Monsters does a great job with how the screen time does it. Like, name one, like, if you know Godzilla and you, like, many people know about that dance, and it comes from Astro Monsters. So it's like, that's my point of, it doesn't matter if it's 30 minutes or 4 minutes. It's what you do with it. That's what matters the most. And Astro Monster is one of the best in the Godzilla franchise, and I argue 100% deserving of S tier.
All right.
What else I have to say? This is my second favorite Godzilla movie of all time, next to 54. Everything about this movie is bloody fantastic. This is probably the most energy Toho ever brought to a movie, and this is the best cast that Toho ever brought into a movie. Come on, the brotastic team up of Takarada and Nick Adams. Nick Adams is my dude. Trust me when I tell you, when I hear the stories from Takarada himself, and of course Nick Adams' daughter, trust me, he's even outside his acting, cool freaking dude. And again, when we're talking like actresses of Toho, Kumi Mizuno is like my favorite. I just love the don't fall in love with the earth, man. You obey your commands, not your emotions. Like, it's awesome. Listen, the Mysterians is one of the most underrated Toho films, but Invasion of Astro Monster took the concept of Mysterians and brought it to a whole new level. This is a mash of the Mysterians, War of the Worlds, Star Trek before even Star Trek existed, and Godzilla. And come on, the cure for cancer. Oh my God! It's all bleeds brilliant. It's got a little bit, tiny bit of cheese, but not enough to ruin the movie. It's just that much fun. It's the best paced Godzilla movie. I don't care about the monster screen time. It's such a fun jam. I don't even care. And that score is bloody fantastic, and the action is on another level. There's enough laughs in there, but there's enough action, but there's enough serious plot lines to make it to appreciate. And so many alien races came after this movie, and none of them ever came close to the Exilians. All right, this is absolutely an S tier. It's not even a debate or an argument. That's what I said, and that I will die on that hill, and I will fight anyone for it. Okay, this is absolutely an S tier Godzilla movie. I am done. Go ahead, Sean.
Tell us how you really feel, Jay.
I did.
I'm kind of in the same boat as Big O. This is an A tier for me. I love this movie. Like, I think it's fun. It's paced well. Great action. Just the right amount of silliness, but just the right amount of intensity as well. The human characters are amazing. Nick Adams, woo. Komi Mizuno, woo. Yoshio Tsuchiya. But yeah, just at the end of the day, there's just other Godzilla movies that I like more, and I place higher than this. This is still one of the best in the franchise, and I would put it in the A tier. It's just that there is other Godzilla movies that I like more, but it's still a great time. Like, Invasion of Astro Monster is still a blast, and I will never deny that.
Alrighty, so I guess we're comfortable with it being an S tier.
Yes, we are.
Can we say though?
We're all one happy family right here.
Can I just say it has my favorite line in cinematic history? Double cross and Fink. That's my favorite.
Rats.
All right.
No, it isn't.
Up next, we have Ebra, Horror of the Deep, also known as Godzilla versus the Sea Monster.
Okay.
It's a fun one.
Yeah.
I wouldn't put it up there as one of the greatest of all time. Kind of the same thing with Ghidorah the Three-Headed Monster, where pretty much that. But I will say I do enjoy the characters a bit more in this one, so I would put in B tier higher than Ghidorah the Three-Headed Monster. How do you guys feel?
Here's the thing. I like. The only reason this movie is even as decent as it is for me is because the human characters, they kind of hold the movie together for me.
Oh, yeah.
Because the monster scenes of this movie for me suck. I think the special effects in this movie are incredibly lackluster, and the fights don't impress me in any way. I like the music. I actually like the soundtrack for the movie, but it's just the human characters I like. And other than that, the movie's kind of or just not very memorable. So I don't know. I think it's more of I'm stuck either between a B or a C. I can't really decide because I like the human characters enough to make it a B because they make the first hour fun. And it's when Godzilla wakes up is when I stop caring. So I don't know. I'm
It's
stuck
got a
between either a
dance
B or a
contest at the
C.
beginning. Come on.
I mean, the dancing scene's the best scene in the movie. I'm just saying. So I mean,
Man of
Not
culture.
much of an argument, but
I don't know. I think I'm probably gonna go with a B. I think, but I don't know. That's hard for me.
All right, Big O, let's hear it.
I gotta give it a C on this one. I really do think Ebra is a very enjoyable film. I never have a bad time watching it once. I think the soundtrack pops off. I think the human characters are really fun. The Red Bamboo is a very entertaining enemy, even though I wish we got a little more development on them. Because come on, it's like the first human terrorist group in a Godzilla movie. Like, kind of want more of that. I think Ebra was actually really cool, but I think the film is at its weakest when Godzilla's on screen and Mothra. I personally just do not care for them in this movie a whole lot, and I think this movie could have definitely benefited if it was a King Kong film, 100%.
yep.
Oh yeah.
100%. Overall, I give it a C mainly just due to production value. I like the island setting. I like the human characters. And there are a decent amount of things I like, but ultimately I do feel like the unfortunate side effect of having a smaller budget with this film I felt like had the filmmakers kind of not really knowing how to work with that budget that well, and so we kind of get some more choppier stuff here and there. And also, the Godzilla suit consistently gets uglier and uglier as the film goes on, and that's just because, you know, like they didn't really have a water suit at the time, so the Godzilla suit in the movie was also the water suit, so it unfortunately suffered because of that. But yeah, I give it a C. 100%, to be honest. And also, I don't care much for the Mothra song in this movie, to be honest. I tried listening to it. Couldn't cook with me.
Can I say though, that scene where Mothra slaps Godzilla with her wing is probably one of the best scenes in the movie because it's really funny.
You don't like the giant condor fight though, man?
Oh, that's my favorite fight of the series. Yeah, of course.
All right, so we got 1 for B, 2 for C. All right, Ryan, let's hear it.
My heart wants me to put it in B, but my mind's telling me to put it in C. So I'm gonna have to go with C on this. I love the human work in this movie. It's one of the dare I say it's one of the better Godzilla human characters in the Godzilla series. And that's not saying the other ones are bad. I just really like this one for some reason. Like the dance scene, I think we mentioned this earlier. Funniest, like I could not stop laughing when you see the guy just doing the stupid dance. I like the stuff with the red bamboo. I think that's really, really cool. Underdeveloped, yeah, but I still find it cool. Eber is fine. He's a red lobster, but you know, not nothing too offensive or anything. I like the Godzilla suit. I am one of the few people to say that just for the sake of it, because it looks stupid and it reminds me of Kermit the Frog for some reason.
The Godzilla suit, when you first see it, looks good because it's literally just the 65 suit carried over. It's after a certain point in the movie where you could clearly tell his head's changed, and then the movie keeps going, and you can see like the scales and parts of the suit starting to fall off. That's when you're like, oh.
No, you can start seeing the actor in the neck at one point too. That's how bad it's falling apart.
The scales part, I figured I never knew they actually changed his head in the movie though. That's a shocking one. Oh damn. But Mothra 100%, probably the worst incarnation of Mothra in my opinion, because it's just there. Yeah, it's just there. I don't know. It's just there. You know, I don't know. But the soundtrack's pretty good too. I actually quite like the soundtrack. Like the one where Godzilla's fighting the jets. That's actually an entertaining. That's a good song. That's the song I like to listen to when I'm on the beach. But yeah, no. Personally, I you know, my mind tells me C. So I'm gonna have to give it to C.
All right, Jay, let's hear it.
Okay, so this one, I don't hate this movie. I had this ranked 17, so this is bottom tier B for me. I'm not gonna cry over C, but I have it at B. I really, really wish this was a King Kong movie. The problem I had, and I said this at G Fest during the Kong panel, the fact that Godzilla and an amphibian going against a crustacean sea monster, that's not really a threat to Godzilla. But if it was King Kong, a mammal going against a sea monster, that would have been such way, way more intense. Anyway, another topic for another day. I don't hate the movie at all. I do think the human cast is fantastic. I love the red bamboo. I just appreciate the fact that this was Jun Fukuda's first Godzilla. Listen, I love Ishiro Honda. Honda's the best. But I think Jun Fukuda came in at the right time just to give us a different style of Godzilla film. The colorful island setting. I enjoy this movie. I acknowledge it's not great, but it's so far from the worst. So I have it at a soft B. I'm not going to complain over. I have it at B.
All right, Sean, B or C?
You know, I know this movie's flawed, the production hell, and, you know, I do agree it should have been a King Kong movie, but I put this in B. Because
3 and 3. We're 3 and 3.
John, high five.
Rock, paper, scissors.
Maybe the chat.
Hey, Jay did say it's low tier B, so that kind of edges to C a little bit.
I did say in my heart said it was B, so
I do acknowledge this movie has flaws. Godzilla looks like crap in this movie, and he really doesn't have much of a purpose until the final act of this movie. But love the human characters. Kami Mizuno is great in this, and Akira Takarada in this movie.
Well, you two have a special bond. That's why.
Yeah, he is. He is such a badass in this movie, and he is on his A game in this movie. I think the Red Bamboo are really cool and fun villains, and I think this is one of the most well-shot Godzilla movies. This movie is beautiful to look at. And I also got to say, Ebra, I think, is an underrated monster. I don't know what it is, but I dig Ebra. And I will say this, I think the monster action when it's underwater looks really good.
Well said.
But yeah, at the end of the day, it's a fun. I know it's not perfect, but for me, it's a really fun movie. So I put it in B.
Okay, so we have 3 who voted for B and 3 who voted for C.
Rock, paper, scissors.
If you want to go specific, I have it at 17, which is barely in the B category.
All right, put in C.
Yeah. I mean, I'm okay with it being C.
How about this? Lower B, top C. I think we can all agree to that.
Yeah, sure. Yeah,
that's fair. I agree with
that. That's fair. I'm cool with that.
Okay.
Then
I see. I'm willing to give a little bit. Okay.
Hey.
Son of God.
Hey.
I really enjoy Son of Godzilla. I like the people who hate this movie tend to really overreact, and it's mainly because of Minya. And I'm sorry, I love Minya in this movie.
Minya's great in this movie.
He served a purpose. This is the only time he served a purpose.
Yep.
Personally, I'd either give it a low A or high B, but how do you guys feel?
Davis, put in the A right now.
Go down the line.
I'm more in the B category. I like the movie. Don't get me wrong. I like it. It's fun and it's goofy. And I like a lot of the scenes with Minya and Godzilla. Those are actually pretty funny. And I like the ending. It's kind of wholesome. I like the ending. The characters are fine. I don't have a lot of issues with them. It's just fine. It's fun. I like it. There's just better movies that I like. But this movie's definitely, I'd say, better than Sea Monster or something like that. It's definitely better than that. But I wouldn't say A, but I definitely think this is a fun movie, and I don't know why certain people have it as low as they do sometimes, but it's fine. I like it. Yeah, I put it a solid B movie for me.
All right, let's hear it, Big O.
Son of Godzilla is one of the most wholesome, warm movies I've seen in a long time. And to all of those clickbait articles I just want to know what. I just want to know where you live, man. I just want to know. I just want to give me your social security. I just want to know, man. Come on. Why is it 31? Come on. But yes, I really love this movie. I think the cast, while I would say Ebra and Monster Zero have the better human cast, I still think Akira Kubo and I forgot the actress's name.
I think Bibara Maeda, I think is her name.
Yes, sir.
Bibara Maeda.
They carry this film, and they do such a great job, and their chemistry is great. Godzilla and Manila, I think their interactions together are phenomenal. My camera's too low. I apologize, and it just lit up. I'm sorry, but
It's lit.
But the part that sells it to me is okay. Everyone complains about how Godzilla and Manila are ugly, that they're freaky looking. Why does he look like a frog? But they always ignore how great the puppetry work is on Kamakuris and Kamanga. Those things move so fluidly.
Oh, yeah.
Kamanga is a special effect brought to life. He is on par, or she is on par
Kamanga's
with
great.
Ghidorah 100%. 100%. I love Kamanga. Very terrifying kaiju. Looks great. I love its fight. And actually, by the way, if you pay attention to the fight, Kamanga actually could have killed Godzilla if Manila didn't step in. Yet again, Manila is the savior to a lot of problems. We'll get to that in Destroy All Monsters when we do. But nonetheless, I think Son of Godzilla is a great Godzilla film. Absolute A tier. I enjoyed every time I watch it, and and even if other people don't share it in the highest of regard, I feel like even if you don't like this movie, you'll still get enjoyment no matter what, even if it's more out of a kind of laughing at it type of enjoyment. This movie is just overall entertaining. I love it.
All right, Ryan.
100% A tier for me. I watched this film a while ago, and it's one of the most colorful, vibrant, just nice. It's such a fun movie, and it's got a lot of wholesome moments to it. Like Godzilla and Manila have great chemistry. Like that ending scene, everyone's brought it up. It's one of the most heartwarming moments in a Godzilla movie. As Dylan brought up, the puppetry with Kamakuris and Kumonga, just absolutely phenomenal. The character work is just entertaining as hell. And my main praise for it is the sets. It's just like most of the time, Solgal Island is just so colorful and vibrant. It's such a nice looking locale, and it's one of my favorites in all of the Godzilla franchise because it's just so full of color and just so it stands out, and I love it so much. Another thing with Kamakuris and Kumonga is I like how for small bug villains they're kind of menacing in a way, because like think of it like this: back in '67, like nowadays we would find this cheap, but back in like '67, people would probably find this scary because giant mantis, giant spider. I mean, yeah, the puppetry work is great, and like it feels fluid. If that makes any sense. Like, it feels fluid that it actually feels like these giant insects in a way. And I have nothing but praise for Son of Godzilla. So for me, it's definitely 100% A tier. Like, I love this movie so much.
All right, Jay.
All right, so I gotta give it a B. I had this ranked number 18 on my list, just above. I should say below Ebra. So, and I just want to say, fun fact: this was the first Godzilla movie I ever watched. The year was 1990. Go ahead, kids, sit around the old man. The year was 1990. Yeah, that was TBS, the Turner Broadcast Station. I was 4 years old. This was the movie that made me fall in love with Godzilla. I don't understand the hate that it gets, but I'm not going to put it at A. I think it's a great story. I love the whole weather control experiment, and that ending gets to me. I guess my main gripe is not Minya. My main gripe is the stupid Godzilla costume with the big eyes. If anything, I really hate that look of Godzilla. I really do. I know they're trying to go for the parental, gentle Godzilla, but it don't work for me. Oh, and I love the scene where Godzilla's teaching him at the lake. That's fantastic. Yeah. Come on, son. You're going to do this right. That being said, like I said, it's 18 on my list. It's just barely in the B tier, but I'm not gonna cry over A tier. I think B's. I'm being fair. All right, go ahead, Sean.
This is an A for me. I love Sonic Godzilla. And this is also, I'm going to say it, this is my favorite Jun Fukuda Godzilla movie. Easily.
Yes. Yes.
The human story is great. Akira Kubo, man, one of the best, particularly in this movie, easily one of the best and most likable human characters in any Godzilla movie. The island.
Sean, before we continue, so seems the majority vote is A, but where in A?
Bottom of A. Come on.
All right.
It's not better than Mothra or King Kong.
It's above Mothra's Godzilla. I'm gonna be honest here.
No,
it's above
King Kong. No, it's above King Kong. I will say that.
Yeah, above King Kong.
You guys are nuts. You guys are nuts.
I'm with Jay on that one. I'd rather have.
I'll say this: I'm not a fan. I'm also not a big fan of the Godzilla suit, but I will say, Godzilla himself though is great in this movie,
Yeah.
and Minya's great, and I think Kamacuras and Kumonga are great villains, and anyone with arachnophobia is probably going to be terrified of Kumonga. Davis, that one scene from The Fly.
Shut up.
Help me.
Davis, come on. You know there's no way you can put Sun above Mothra and King Kong. It's in A. You guys won. You got it in A. No way. You guys got that. Okay, it's no way it's above those two movies. Come on.
I wouldn't put it above Mothra or King
I also
Kong.
love.
Thank you.
I also love Masaru Sato's score. Masaru Sato's score is wonderful, and the ending is beautiful.
Shout out to the Kamacuras theme, by the way. That shit.
Thank you.
That shit
Hey,
busted.
I got a fan theory. The reason why that Minya did not age between Son of Godzilla and Destroy All Monsters is because he got frozen in the snow. Just a fan theory, because why did from 1967 to 1999 Minya still look the same? He was frozen. Just a theory. I have no proof.
Better than King Kong versus Godzilla.
No way. No way is it better than King Kong. No way. People in the chat, back me up. There's no way.
Hang on. Jay, is really the Godzilla suit the only reason why you put it below King Kong versus Godzilla? Is that it?
No. I think King Kong's got the better story. It's got the better fights. It's got the there's the satire thing with the advertising businesses. Come on, like it doesn't. The story of Son of Godzilla is solid, but is in no way impactful. Like King Kong versus Godzilla.
King Kong versus Godzilla has more stuff going on.
You guys got your victory. Son of Godzilla is an A, but not above those two movies. Okay, come on, got to give a little bit.
I'll take A.
A is fine. Listen, I put it in A as well, so it's one of my favorites.
All right. Next up, we got.
All right, good stream, guys.
Oh man!
Okay.
Time to ruffle some feathers now.
Okay, my 2 cents on Destroy All Monsters. The fight is good, even though it's like 5 minutes. I do like some of the effects, but the script is weak. It's a bit of a drag. I'd put it in either a C or a D.
Put it in D.
Oh, damn.
Put it in D. Put it in D where it belongs.
No, I think that's too much. That's too much, man.
Come on, Sean.
Well, I'll get to Cole. You
go. Cole, go ahead, Cole. Come on.
Look, I know this movie is kind of like been there, done that. Okay, I completely get that point, and I know this movie has pretty bland characters on the whole. They're just they don't really have much personality. But with that said, I've always kind of had a soft spot for this movie. I don't know what it is, but I've always really liked this one. It's a B, but this one's more like on a B for me, but like kind of more like mid B-ish. But the thing for me is like I love the action sequences. I think they're some of the best. The show, like the destruction of Tokyo, is one of the highlights for me, and the climax with Ghidorah is always super fun. Basically, every kaiju scene in this movie is basically like top-notch show effects. But I understand the complaints with this movie. I get it. And the pacing is pretty rough at times. It does get pretty slow. but I think the action scenes for me personally are enough to make it a B for me. I've always had a soft spot, and I really like the wacky plot of like they have like stations on the moon, and there's like they have like the Venetians, whatever they're called. I forget what they're called, but they Keylocks, yeah. And like they have to like go on the moon and like in this crater, and they have to like shoot their generator thing, and they all like turn those slug things. Like I don't know.
Boy, did Toho get their 1999 prediction wrong.
And I don't know. I just like the wacky sci-fi stuff the movie does, and I really like the soundtrack too. I think that's one of my personal favorite Ifukube tracks. But I don't know. I just really have a soft spot for it, and it's kind of hard to put into words why I have a soft spot for it, but I just do. And it's just a classic sci-fi Toho movie, and I kind of have a soft spot for that. So it's just a B for me. But I get the complaints entirely. I do get it. So, yeah.
All right. Okay, we got one for B. Technically, I had it at C, but I don't mind either C or D. Big O. Let's go.
D. Bad. Capital D. 100%. Oh my god, this movie is boring. It is so boring. Oh my god. Yeah, it has impressive production value. The music's great. Shiro Honda's cinematography is on its A game in this movie, all right? Okay, the Godzilla suit looks great. A lot of the new suits, like Garrus, looks great. Everything like that. But oh my god, I could not imagine a worse poor man's version of Astro Monster. Even if I was on fucking death row, all right? Because this is a poor man's version of it. Okay, this movie. Oh, it is not. It's not booty sauce. It's not booty sauce. Like I mentioned, it has good qualities of it, and the biggest good quality is Manila gets the final shot. He kills Ghidorah. That is W for the Manila family. W 100%.
Base Manila.
In the end, this movie is an automatic D tier for me. I remember I was watching this, and the spectacle, the action scenes, so great. But man, I remember watching it. I was so underwhelmed. I was basically just sitting in my chair, like fucking drooling out my mouth. There is nothing fun about this outside of just the big monster stuff. All right, nothing that entertaining. All right, and the Keylocks, by the way, are fucking stupid for thinking Ghidorah was gonna be their trump card at the end. Get out of here! No one, idiot. All right, idiot.
I'm just gonna put it in. I'm gonna put it in C tier.
Come on, Ryan. Tell me where you live, man. Tell me where you live. Come on.
I live on Spooner Street.
Dox yourself.
No, I live in. I'm gonna put it in C tier.
Your address is C tier. That's weird.
It's fine. It's a fine movie. It's fine, but it's not like it's not amazing or anything. Like someone brought it up in the chat, the fight isn't even that interesting. It's 1 against 10.
Thank you, Ryan.
It's in favor of the heroes. Like if it was,
you don't love seeing Godzilla stepping on Ghidorah and blood spewing out of his mouth. You don't.
Oh no,
like
that's
that?
entertaining. Don't get me wrong, but in my opinion, like heroes having the upper advantage against the villains is kind of it feels kind of boring for me. But like thankfully, like Destroy All Monsters, unlike some other kaiju content that I've seen that does this Ultraman Rube. This Ghidorah is indeed himself a powerful, extremely powerful threat, so I can kind of see it, but still not that interesting. The characters are kind of forgettable for me, if I'm being honest. Never really found too interest in the Keylocks or whatever, and I'm surprised Dylan didn't even mention this either. But what the hell was with the fire dragon? What the hell was that about?
Oh my god. Oh. Okay, the fire dragon sucks.
What was that? Like, it's this all-powerful fire machine. It's a UFO. Oh,
no,
okay, whatever.
It's more like a fiery disappointment. That's what it is.
Okay, so funny story. Senior year of high school, I actually hosted a little kaiju club where pretty much all we did was like watch kaiju films. I showed like 7 people destroy all monsters for the first time, and I completely forgot about the fire dragon. And everyone was asking me, "Whoa, Davis, what's the fire dragon?" I'm just like, oh, it's a UFO."
But no, like the fire dragon's like one. It's just so out there. It's just like, okay, what the hell is this about?
And technically, it's the climax of the movie. That's the actual
Yeah,
climax.
It
smokes
like the
Rodan.
actual climax. Yeah, it kills Rodan. It like shits on Rodan, but like,
Well, Rodan cells have been suffering since 16. I'll tell you that.
yeah, pretty much. But overall, I'd give it a C. And Dylan, if you're wondering, 31 Spooner Street, come and find me.
Oh, okay. All right.
I
I'll take my shirt off. I'll do
Sesame
it.
Street. I thought you lived on Sesame Street, Ryan, because you're a Muppet. That's what you
Oh, I
are.
used to live there.
Oh, who kicked you out, Big Bird?
Yeah,
All
Big
right,
Bird kicked me
Jay.
out.
All right, Jay is
Let's hear it,
slithering.
Jay.
He's slithering.
Jay's dying inside, so let him go.
I'm not dying inside. Okay, so I had this ranked number 12, A minus. So I have it just barely in the A category. Okay, listen.
Oh, so we got an
Listen!
A, a B, a C, and a D.
Listen, okay, I'm not going to argue with anything you guys just said. If I could make one change to this movie, and it would make it better, is if they could switch to Fire Dragon before the Ghidorah fight, and the Keloqs on their dying breath, release Ghidorah! I think that would have been so much effing better. If someone can
Oh
make
yeah,
if
that
someone
would've
could
been
make a cut of that and change those two scenes around, this movie would be way better. But anyway, I'm just gonna defend. I'll defend the movie. Okay, whole sprinkled on it. The Tokyo destruction scene, fantastic. And can I just show you guys something?
He's getting up.
He's gonna
I'm
flex.
from New York. Okay, this is the first time we see Godzilla in New York. And I know just for a brief minute, but listen, I love the whole theme, monsters around the world. I love the Tokyo destruction. I love the fight between the military and Godzilla and Anguirus. You guys don't talk about that. It's fantastic. And it's my favorite. It's not my favorite movie by any stretch, but it is my favorite kaiju fight. I know it wasn't a fight. I know it was a beatdown, but I'm sorry. Overall, the puppeteering and the execution is just so damn fantastic. And I don't know if you guys can hear this or not, but Minya with the so I appreciate the spectacle of the movie. The story wasn't great at all, but the spectacle is enough to entertain. And I have it bottom tier A. It's number 12 on my list, A minus. So it's just the finale. It's just the final fight. It's just that great. I just wish the stupid, Fire Dragon was before the Ghidorah, and this movie would have been so much better. But I think you guys went a little hard on it. But I understand. Okay, go ahead,
I
Sean.
went soft.
Overrated.
That's how I feel about Mothra. But go ahead.
This is a D. Destroy All Monsters is D. Now, honestly, it's a low D for me. Like
Ooh.
this.
So I guess like a low C would be a fine medium.
Upper C.
Put it down. Put it down.
It's better than Abara. Stop it. It's better than
it's
Abara.
not.
Put it.
No, it's not. No, it's
I
not.
don't
And
know,
here's why.
man.
And here's why. The characters suck. The Keloqs are not scary or threatening at all. The editing and pacing is horrendous. You were talking about the music, the Ifekobe music being on repeat. Jay, that's how I feel about the score in this movie. Like
I disagree.
I
100%
I'm sorry.
disagree with that.
I'm sorry. I like
That
it.
opening theme slaps so hard.
Even then, there's much better Ifekobe scores out there, and ultimately, the monsters. I don't even feel, even though they're supposed to be attacking the entire world, I don't feel their presence. And
Disagree.
that final fight, while good, is so one-sided because you know that they're going to beat Ghidorah. Ghidorah's already been beaten in the past by 3 monsters, and if you look at and 2, so you know he's gonna lose here. And yes, the effects work are good, and there are some cool moments like Godzilla stomping on on Ghidorah's neck. You know, that's brutal and awesome. And Minya delivering the headshot. That stuff is great. But here's my problem. There are like moments that I like in this movie, but as a whole, I don't like this movie at all. I'm sorry.
All right.
Every time I watch this movie, it puts me to sleep. And to be honest, I'm gonna be honest. I like the next movie more than Destroy All Monsters.
Yeah. All
All
right.
right, so we have a mixed bag. Okay, so
Are we all cool with low C?
I mean, just fine with Fire Dragon. It should be an S tier.
no,
upper C.
down.
Middle C.
Put it down like an old dog. Put it down.
Wait, okay, listen to me, Davis. You know deep down it's nowhere near a D. So don't put it bottom C.
It's nowhere near
diapers.
Ebra though.
D is in diapers. D is in
Oh my God.
diapers.
Yo, Davis, remember Fire Dragon? That's automatically an S tier.
Yeah. Best
Hey,
part of it.
what's the first letter of the title? First letter.
D.
D.
Hey, hey, high five, Big O.
All right, he made that pun. We can end the stream now.
He wins.
Let's see. The first letter is T because the original title is Total Monster Advancement.
Whoa.
No. Davis, I am so disappointed in you. Like, how could you stoop to that low, dude?
Hey, Sean, think of it this way: D still lower than T. I mean, T still lower than D.
Hey,
Wait.
he's nuts.
Real fun facts.
Look at Shay Smithers in the chat.
Oh my God.
Yes, they are.
Yes.
You understand? Like, how do you have like? I can't believe, Sean. Do you really think it's D level, just above Godzilla Raids Again?
Because
I
if
just-
Who
you take
said
away-
Destroy Monsters was Raids Again? Who said it was that? All right, I'm gonna have to fight someone if they said
you
that.
take away,
How do you put? Listen, I understand if you don't want to put it in B, that's fine. I have it bottom A, but don't put it. If you're gonna put it at C level, it's definitely a C plus. Come on.
listen.
I
You know what?
I
Just
think.
enough-
Yeah,
I'll be quick, Davis. Even if I think it's D, I think the majority is aiming for C. So why don't we just put it in C?
Alright,
All right, I'll give in.
I think a little bit above Ebro is a fine median.
Thank you. That's-
because
I'm fine with
we had A, B, C, and 2Ds.
No.
Sean, stop
Oh,
talking.
okay. Let's ruffle feathers. Bring on all monsters attack. Let's ruffle some goddamn feathers. I'm ready.
Okay,
Bring on Godzilla's Revenge.
I love All Monsters Attack. Honestly, like it's by no means a perfect film, but people give it way too much crap. I actually really like the characters and the story, except for the last bit because it kind of defeats the purpose of the message it was trying
Yeah,
to
the
tell.
ending
But
sucks.
Oh no, that's some pretty Sigma energy there, Davis.
yeah. So I put in B. How do you guys feel?
Okay, I'm more on like low
don't say something
C,
you
D
shouldn't.
plus. Like, here's the thing. I can get enjoyment because it's kind of that so bad it's fun kind of movie. Like, that's how I view this movie. But with that being said, it's not a good movie. I'm never gonna say it's a good movie because it's got like production problems, stock footage and all like that stuff holds it back. But with that being said, if we're talking about the Japanese version specifically, I don't mind Shiro. I don't mind him that much. I really don't.
Yeah, we're talking about the Japanese.
Yeah, if we're
version.
talking about that, then it's fine. Although Minion, the Japanese version, is terrifying, and I hate it. I hope he goes away. But because the voice they give him is absolutely terrifying. I'm not kidding. Like the woman voice actually scares me. I don't know what it is, but there's some pretty crappy effects here and there, and Revenge, especially that scene where he falls down that pit. It's like the blue screenshot. It's like,
there's not only did they like reuse the giant condor fight from Sea Monster, but in one of the shots that they like superimpose like a forest in
Yeah,
one of
they
the
do.
shots.
They do. And it's like I do like the fight with Gabra at the end. I kind of find that really fun and goofy, and I like that part. And the part with the robbers is also ridiculously stupid. And I kind of like how it goes Home Alone. Actually, no, Home Alone ripped off this movie. I'm just saying they ripped it off. And
Actually, Cole, if you think that Predator also ripped this movie off,
you're right.
Oh,
You're
shit.
right. You know what? Now
Yeah.
those movies suck. This is better than those two movies. But like, it's just there are things that are holding this movie back, though. Like, there's just certain, like, I think the pacing is pretty bad at parts. It, like, sometimes it moves fast, and other times it moves at a snail's pace. And while the climax with the robbers is stupid and goofy, I don't care about them at all. I really don't. I kind of find them unnecessary for the most part. And Dean, I mentioned the ending goes against the entire message of the movie. How he basically just becomes a dick at the end and forces pain on that poor
I
guy.
disagree, but go ahead.
And yeah, it's goofy, and I can and I don't think it deserves to be like the worst Godzilla movie anymore. There's worse that I find than Revenge, but I have my issues with it. I won't call it a good movie, but it's entertainingly bad, so it gets a pass. So that is where I stand on it.
I'm sorry, what letter again?
There you go.
Low C, D plus.
Okay.
Sort of tier.
Okay, fair enough.
I gotta give it a fat stinking C because I like this movie and I think it's a good time. Chiro is one of the most likable human characters in a lot of these Godzilla movies and instantly one of the most memorable. I like Gabra a lot. I love Manila in this film. I think Godzilla is there. He exists. Of course, the stock footage is obviously unfortunate, but I see this more as a production. Destroy All Monsters was kind of a big deal.
I mean, if you think about it, it would make sense that they use stock footage because like it's basically fights that Ichiro is like familiar with because he's seen those Godzilla movies. So of course those fights are gonna like replay in his head.
Well, not even that. It's funny that they use that much stock footage, but yet they completely recreate the Son of Godzilla scene, but with brand new footage. I don't know why they did that, but it's weird.
Yeah. It's just, I honestly think, and the soundtrack, you got the guy who did the music for Ultraman on here, man, and it goes off. Even though I will say this, the main theme in the Japanese cut is a bit, you ring to the ears a bit.
Oh my!
I love it.
It's diarrhea music.
It has its merits, man.
It is busted.
But I need
It's
Q-tips when I'm done.
It's shitting.
I need Q-tips when I hear it, man. I need to clean my ears, bro. That is ooh. I you know what? I like a Monsters Attack. I feel like it gets unfairly shat on so much. Oh my god, it is insane how vile people get over a 69-minute long film that ultimately is just a fine time that doesn't really waste much of it.
It's a kids movie.
It's paced well. That's literally what it is. But people wanna dig their claws in it. It's like the worst thing they ever made. Actually, I remember one time I saw this Letterboxd review where some dude was like so upset by the movie. He was like, he straight up said, I had to reconsider Ashiro Honda as a filmmaker after this. Like he was that upset by that. It was insane. Like, oh my god! Like, I just don't get what this movie
He had
does to
nothing
people.
to work with.
Like, yeah, little kid. Ooh, little kid's annoying. Ooh, let it bother me. Ooh, Manila. Ooh, ugly, little kid, ugly. Little monster, ugly. Stock footage. But like, you let these things get to you. Just enjoy what the movie's trying to be and the tale it's trying to do. Yeah, it fumbles it a bit, especially at the ending, but it is ultimately just a fun, entertaining 69-minute long kids film. And that's it. It has fun set pieces, has fun little actions, even if some are ones you've seen before. It overall, I think, is a decent, fun time. It is a film I grew up a lot with, but yeah.
Blue Nova says, I believe reading/hearing Honda didn't care for how Son of Godzilla handled the lesson scene and wanted to redo it, but I don't remember exactly.
That makes sense. It all makes sense because it is kind of weird. Like, why wouldn't they reuse that? So yeah.
So Revenge. I 100% agree with Cole. A lower C for me. It's not as bad as everyone says it is. Like it's entertaining. Like some of the later Godzilla films, which I despise, when we get to those, remember, Revenge is only 69 minutes long. It's not that. It's like, so if you hate this movie, it's not that long. So it's like.
Yeah, it's like yes, we get it. You watch Cinemassacre's Monster Madness.
Yeah, pretty much. It's like, but you know, even then, there's a lot of things in this movie I personally don't like. For me, I like the robber stuff. I like the concept of the movie. I like Gabara too. I think Gabara himself is an interesting creation among the Toho roster. This bully monster made from dreams. I think that's such a cool concept, and you know, I'd be really down for a full-fledged Gabara return in a movie one day.
Hey, we almost had that Singular Point, but
yeah, we almost had it.
Shut it! I have not seen it. Shh! Hush, puppy. I have not seen it. I'm waiting for Netflix.
I apologize.
It is great though, Jay. Singular Point is great.
I know it's great, but I'm gonna take it all in on Netflix and watch it start to finish, all of them. I'm gonna binge it all in one night.
That's fair. But my biggest problem with the movie is it's not even the stock footage. It's the message of the movie. Everyone's brought it up. I don't I love great message overall. Just the execution was off because
the last 2 minutes totally just throw the message out the window.
I'm gonna stand up for others.
Stand up for yourself and others, but also give into peer pressure.
Yes. Also join the bullies and throw white paint onto some poor dude.
Almost bust a man's head open to prove that to prove your worth.
I also have that man chase down your dad who's in a train trying to do his job. Yes,
especially Japan during a industrial time where a lot of parents are just working. Yeah, make him potentially lose his job in the process for stopping the train.
Hey, it's just it's the inspiration. It's the inspiration for World Star hip hop fights. Am I right, guys?
Like, I get it. It's a kids movie, and I 100% understand that. But when there's criticisms, I'm going to have something to bring up with this movie. But I can also make the argument that this film is absolute booty sauce because there is no fire dragon. And the overall Revenge, low C, maybe a high D, pretty much what Cole said. It's not a great movie, but it's entertaining. It's fun. And that's what that. And, sometimes that's all that matters. Sometimes you got to have that movie where you can just sit down and all right, let's watch something entertaining. Zill's Revenge. There you go.
Open a can of beans, shit your pants, and get some sparkling water. There you go. That's a good time. That's a good time right there.
What kind of beans, though? Which kind of beans, though?
I don't know, your choice, man, but I'm thinking of those beans.
Yo, I'll make a bowl of refried. I'll make some refried beans.
All right, Jay. Let's hear it, Jay.
All right, so I have this ranked number 19, C. Let me say this. I understand the execution problem, but here's the thing, though. If you downright hate this movie, one, you have issues because it's a kids movie, and B, if you hate this movie, I feel like you don't have a heart. Okay, because listen, I growing up was bullied bad. We live in such a PC snowflake society where you hear, oh my god, if you see someone getting bullied, go tell a teacher right away, or let's start this anti-bullying and anti-suicide campaign. Oh my god, this person's getting bullied. Listen to me. This movie has the right goddamn message. When you're getting bullied, you stand up to the goddamn bully. All right? And that's the model I lived by. When you're bullied, you stand up for yourself, okay? So that's why I praise this damn movie, because it sends the right message. Stand up for yourself. And you guys, I have to argue, you guys, when you're talking about become the bully and then, knock the paint on. No. That kid got some swagger, okay? He got his newborn confidence, okay? Thanks to Godzilla and Minya and his dreams in Monster Island, he grew some swagger, okay? He stood up to the bully. So that's why I like this movie. I don't think it's a good movie per se because of the stock footage and execution, but that's okay. The movie sends the right message. I'll take this movie over 90% of the Heisei films. I'll take this over the Monsterverse, and I'll take this over any booty sauce Gamera movie. So, and I'll take this over the stupid Mothra trilogy. This is a pretty good kids movie. If you know anyone in your life, if you have like a son or daughter or niece, nephew, or a friend's kid, and they're getting bullied, I'd show them this movie. Okay? So, again, this movie speaks to me because I was bullied. My dad worked, and still to this day works all the goddamn... My mom stayed home, but my dad worked all the time. I like the fact that this movie captures that industrial feeling in Japan where, that men and women worked all the time. So, I have it ranked 19. It's a C movie. I think if you hate this movie, if you put it below a C, I think you have issues.
Real quick, we got a Goodyear fan 54 in the chat saying, "You go tokusatsu on them. That's what you do."
When you see that bully, you fucking kill him.
And hey, what's up, MJH in the chat? Y'all check out MJH on Instagram. He puts out some really good stuff. He made like his own custom covers for like numerous Toho tokusatsu films, and they all look fantastic. So definitely check out MJH on Instagram. And Rainy's here. Hi, Rainy.
No, it's not Rainy. Hello, Rainy, but no, it's not. No, it's not.
Rainy, glad that you're here, but please, if you speak more bullshit to me, I need you to leave.
Hey now.
Rainy's a nice lady. Go.
All right. I'll take it back. I'll take it
man.
back.
She's a nice girl.
I know.
Rainy's awesome. Yeah,
I know. But the Mothra trilogy is garbage. All I have to say.
Yeah, no, you're right.
I mean, we're not talking about the Monster trilogy here. We're talking
Let's waste more minutes.
It's not because of the kids movie thing. I brought it up. So,
I know we're talking about Mothra trilogy, but Jay, anything's better than the Mothra trilogy. Anything's better than the Mothra trilogy.
Okay. Another conversation for another day.
Yes.
Sean,
sorry, I just don't like it.
Let's go.
Godzilla's Revenge, aka All Monsters Attack, is in the C for me because I actually don't think it's a bad movie at all. We all agree. I think it's an okay movie. Here's what I'll say. I think the human story is great. I think Ichiro's a great main character. Also, Hideo Yamamoto as Shinpei the toy maker. Let's go.
Yeah.
I will say without going too off topic, there's actually a Japanese movie that came out the same year called Boy, directed by Nagase Oshima. If you want to see a really good movie that captures Japan's economy and social economic state at the time, watch that movie. It's basically a really good Godzilla's Revenge, if you know what I mean. I like the monster stuff, and Gabra's a cool villain. There's two things that bring this movie down for me. I don't like the robber subplot at all. I really don't. And I'm sorry, Jay. Listen, standing up for yourself is totally, that the message. Here's the thing: the movie does have a great message, but those last couple of minutes, it kind of bothers me. It's like, oh, stand up for yourself, and then become one of the people you were trying to stand up for yourself. It's just like, what? It's just a weird way. But, other than that, I don't hate this movie. It's by no means the worst Godzilla movie. James Rolfe, even though I like you, James Rolfe. I think it's an okay movie. Not great, not awful, just okay.
All right, so I guess we all agree that it's a C tier film.
One last thing.
I'd say low C. I don't think it's above Destroy All Monsters or anything. But
one last thing I forgot to mention, Kunio Miyauchi's score on the movie. Yep, I like it.
All right, okay, so above or below Destroy All Monsters?
Stop it! It's below.
All right.
Above.
All All right,
Come on. You can't put it ahead of Destroy All Monsters. Come
Jay, I
on.
will say that. Jay, I will say
Carl
that.
Monsters sucks my ass. Okay.
You like it.
Hey, Cole.
Jay, I'll say that. Jay, again, I will say this. Like, I totally understand where you're coming from. So you obviously, I respect your personal connection. I'm sure a lot of people that were bullied have that connection to Godzilla's Revenge. Here's the
It's
thing.
real life, dude.
I
It's
like
real
the
life.
message.
Bullying is a part of life, and some people don't know how to deal with it. This movie does.
I like the message, and I like the idea of standing up to yourself. It's just something, the way it's conveyed in the last 2 minutes, I have issues. And I'm not being overly easily offended. That's just me. But again, I don't think this movie's bad. I think it's an
it belongs in C. Like I said, I have it 19. Okay, so I have it above a lot of movies. There's 36 movies. I have it at 19.
It's better than Destroy All Monsters.
Yes.
We'll get to that.
We'll go to that.
Listen, this movie's awful.
Okay, Godzilla versus Hedorah, it's an A tier film for me. I think, like, Hedorah is an amazing kaiju. I love the music. I especially love how just straight up horrifying the film can be at times.
Horrifyingly bad.
Hey now. I mean, I am perfectly okay with putting it in A tier above King Kong versus Godzilla.
I'm not at all.
But it's an A movie, but I wouldn't go above King Kong versus Godzilla. But I love, yeah.
Here's the thing. All right, see, this is Pledge multi-surface dusting spray. I'd rather spray this in my mouth than watch that filthy, trashy, disgusting movie ever again. Let me tell you, this movie is awful. Oh my god! I'd rather have a buffalo shit in my mouth than watch this movie again. This movie.
Okay, James Rolfe.
Listen, that's how bad this movie is, dude. Look, I can't stand this movie. Look, it has awful editing and pacing. It's just a boring as hell movie. Like, the fights, nothing happens in these things. They just stand there the entire time and they don't do anything.
They don't.
What movie did you watch?
Listen, there is a 3-minute scene of Hedorah just walking in a straight ass line with flashing lights in front of him. You call it entertainment? That's called boredom, if you ask me.
It's called terror and suspense, man.
There is no suspense. It is just called boredom and looking at my watch, wondering when I can finally move on with my life. Because, oh my god, this movie does not ever move forward. And not even that. These characters, I don't give a shit about any of them. They all suck. I'm glad some of them die, for Christ's sake, because I don't care about any of these people. The editing, what is the editing of this movie? There are scenes that just happen with no explanation. Things just kind of happen and you're supposed to go, okay? Like, there's a cat that lives in sludge that comes out of nowhere. There's this weird existential crisis scene. There's like a bunch of television monitors. And
there's a baby stuck in sludge.
Okay, that's the best scene in the movie because I hate children. But
and just to be fair, the baby wasn't harmed. There's actually a behind the scenes photo you can find on the internet of I think it was Nakano putting the baby in the.
All right, baby, you're going in the shit pit now.
You're going in the shit pit now, yeah.
And also, the music. I cannot stand the music in this movie. The music makes me want to just rip my ears out. So
Wait a minute, though. But you love Godzilla versus Megalon, which has some of the same music and the same composer.
Here's the thing. He got his act together by that movie, and then it got good again. Don't worry. And also, here's the thing. Jay, how dare you compare this movie to Megalon?
I'm not. I'm just making a point that if you hate the music for that movie, then you should hate the music for Megalon. Just saying.
No. Listen, here's the thing. Megalon is untouchable, masterpiece quality filmmaking. Okay, we don't need to go there. We're almost at that movie. But anyway, this is the piece of garbage, filth, trash piece. I hate this movie. I hope it rots. I hope I never get to watch it again. It's boring, uninteresting, and I don't care. All of you were wrong. I'm correct. This movie deserves to rot in booty sauce.
No. Next TokuTitanCast watch along should be Godzilla versus Hedorah.
Yeah, all right.
It is on HBO Max.
Looks like I gotta spray my. If we're doing that, then I gotta spray my Pledge multi-surface in my mouth. That'll be more fun than watching the movie.
I know Big O's got something to say.
Go ahead, Big O.
Cole, I'll see you in fucking hell, dude. Godzilla versus Hedorah is a S tier film.
You're wrong.
Bar
You're wrong.
none.
No.
It is
No.
It is a movie that I get engaged
No.
with on an artistic
No.
level. I love it. It feels like an artistic. It feels like someone's artistic take on the Godzilla franchise with nothing holding
Yes.
him back outside of the time and budget he's given. And you want to know why? Because Tomi Tanaka was in the hospital. Bottles said fuck it and went with it. They ran out of money. They ran out of money during the final fight. They ran out of money during the final fight. They still kept going. It's an S tier film. Visually creative.
Big O, adding on to that, Ken Satsuma had surgery on set because they couldn't get him out the headrest in time.
That's a behind the scenes
Hedorah.
story. That has nothing to do with anything.
Shut up, Cole. Shut up. Shut up.
Look at Blue Nova in the chat, Hedorah. Yeah,
Ray
Rainy.
says,
Yeah, it's an
this movie-
experience,
I-
all right.
I
It's an
agree,
experience of trash.
Just wait.
Yeah.
Just wait.
I'm just saying all those Megalon cells today are suffering because of me. But Godzilla vs. Hedorah is automatically an S tier. Hedorah is the best kaiju ever in the Godzilla franchise. 100%. You can't fight me on that. Godzilla has so much personality.
Yeah.
Kojima's best performance as Godzilla ever. He brings so much life to the world. All right. The human characters aren't really there, but they're experiencing the events happening to them. They're reacting to the world that they're living in, and I love that. And this movie's 100% Hedorah's film, and Hedorah carries this film on its weird, crummy, little gooey back. All right. The soundtrack is great. I love Godzilla's theme. I love Hedorah's movie. Save the Earth. Oh, Get Back the Sun. All versions of it. The main one, the male choir, everything is phenomenal. I love how fun. I just love how even with the limited budget, due to Bono and Nakano not having anybody take anybody focusing on their budget or trying to control their creative vision, they just went fucking nuts. They went all out, and you could definitely get it. Like Rainey said, it isn't a fucking experience, bro. I remember watching it. It was hype as shit. I will call it. I will say it's flawed. It definitely has problems, but goddamn it,
Wait! Say that again! Say that again!
it's
Say what
flawed.
you just said! Say that
It's
again!
flawed. It's flawed. But I'm putting my foot down.
Thank you!
and
Thank
saying-
you! Thank you!
saying-
You just
saying
lost
it
your whole
right
argument.
now.
You just lost.
No.
You
I am
admitted
putting
defeat just
my
now.
foot
You
down
admitted defeat
and
just now.
saying that it's a masterpiece. 100%.
It's
a masterpiece.
It is a masterpiece with flaws, but
Ryan.
god damn it, it is top 5 Godzilla movie material. I
Wait,
love
now
Hedorah
Dillo, wait,
100%.
now Dillo,
I just love what you said at the end. You just
I also said 54 had problems, dude. I also said that. It's S tier.
no, it doesn't.
Wait, I just
All
want
All
to
right,
say though.
okay, Ryan, go ahead.
Wait, I just want to say real quick, just to add on what Dillo said. I will agree with him though. Hedorah is probably the best part of the movie. He's a cool kaiju. I like him. I just want to say that, 'cause I didn't say that when I was talking about the movie. He's a great kaiju.
Yeah, maybe when you're talking about this movie, you might bring up the most important thing about it. All right, Cole. you might want to discuss certain things. All right, don't just skip over it.
You want to go, Dillo?
Yeah, I've been ready to go since
It's
day
okay.
one. All right, Hedorah is embedded in my blood. All right, I don't need heroin. I got sulfuric acid running through my veins.
And that's why you are the way you are.
And your arm falls off. Your arm just falls off.
Yeah, that's called
Ryan.
black top heroin. Get used to it.
I'm glad.
Ryan.
I'm glad I got the day off to join you guys. This has been entertaining. But all right, Cole. I don't like you. I think you are the biggest waste of space in the universe. But I have to agree, booty sauce. It's booty sauce.
Oh, come on.
Yeah,
Oh,
see,
no.
Ryan gets it. Ryan gets it.
No.
I'm sorry.
Oh.
Explain, Ryan. No, explain,
However-
Ryan.
However, unlike the loser Cole over there, I'm actually going to be nice and respectful about the movie. So
No, you're not. Just vent, please.
What is Dillo doing?
I
but for one, I will say though, Hedorah carries the movie.
You hear that,
Um,
Big O? He said Hedorah carries the movie.
I think Hedorah is one of the most creative, unique, and like one of the most exciting Godzilla monsters in the whole franchise. Just for how creative its concept and its just overall as its origins are, and props for making an alien-esque monster not affiliated with like aliens, like regular human aliens and whatnot. Props to them for that. Hedora himself is just fantastic. I'm still wondering what Dylan's doing over there.
I need a moment. Need a minute.
Listen, Dillo, I will help bring you back when it's my turn. Just wait.
All right, now on to the stuff I don't like.
Oh, thank you so much again. He says Godzilla vs. Hedorah is like an experience like the flu or food poisoning.
Yeah, I
Oh
get
my
food
God,
poisoning.
Dude, that's
Dude,
my dude, Paul.
Oh my God, I'm putting you on a list.
Dillo, just wait until it's my turn. Just wait. Just wait.
So, anyways, and I'm willing to hear anyone else like bring up this point, but with all the animated scenes, like, I'm curious, what's the purpose of those? Because
They're
Don't
good.
waste my time.
They're good.
Experimental.
like it's just like, I don't know. Whenever I watch them, I want to see like how Hedora is going to advance, and it kind of does that in a way, but it's just, I don't know. It just doesn't do it for me. It just
Hey,
serves
maybe
like,
actually criticize the movie instead of just like stuttering, okay? You said it's booty sauce, yet you're just going, it doesn't work for me. Just get to it.
just for that, Dylan, I'm going to continue to do that. Anyways,
anime says good you ran 54.
all right. So
Best
all
anime?
right. Next up, the fight sucks. The fight file sucks.
No,
I'm sorry,
it doesn't.
Yes,
it does.
it's garbage, dude.
You can suck on my taint for all I care, Ryan, okay?
Okay.
Drink some sludge while you're at it. Drink some sludge and turn into a skeleton. Like that,
Oh, what?
like
Have
that
another
one-
3-minute unnecessary scene of him just shitting on Godzilla the whole time? Yeah, it's shitting on the franchise, that's for sure.
Yeah,
Yeah, like-
you are unnecessary, Paul. You make no sense.
I
All
agree
right,
with
all
Dylan.
right, all right.
I agree with Dylan on that. I agree with
Shut
Dylan.
up,
You're
Ryan.
unnecessary. But
Go ahead, Ryan.
there's many times where the fight just drags on. Like, it's like Godzilla and Hedorah just standing there, just, oh, gonna come at me? You gonna come at me? No, I'm gonna come at you. You come at me. You come at me. It's like, just get to the point. It's just the fight doesn't do it for me. I don't remember many of the characters. I remember the older brother.
Fuck.
I like him. I remember him. But other than that, like, none of the characters really stood out. I think they're bland, forgettable, and
You're
Look
playing
in the mirror!
oh, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. But anyways,
I'm kidding, Ryan. I'm kidding, Ryan.
oh no, I know.
All
Of
right.
course I know.
All right. I want to be okay.
But anyways, overall, Hedorah, yep, booty sauce.
All right. Go ahead, Jake. Get it out of your
Okay,
system.
listen. The only reason why this movie's not booty sauce is because the anime in the MonsterVerse exists. So this movie is This is number 28. This is the worst Showa movie. And let me tell you something. You guys haven't brought up Godzilla flying is so goddamn stupid. Stop
It's
giving it a
Kino.
pass.
It is cinema.
Stop giving it a pass.
No, the tail slide.
I can accept the drop kick. I cannot accept the flying,
Oh,
okay?
look how angry you're
Listen.
getting.
Because you guys, I keep believing there's people who actually like this movie. It's terrible.
Master
Let me
P!
tell you something. Let me tell you something you don't already know. Okay? The director never got to touch Godzilla again.
Good.
Toho said, no way. You out of here, bud. And let me tell you something. Okay? Boring fights. Bad characters. And another thing too. Unnecessary animated scenes. Yes.
Oh my
There's no redeeming quality to this movie. None whatsoever. It's the worst Showa movie.
Oh, you're not
Period.
gonna.
All right.
It's every day when I come home and every day I go to the toilet, I drop Hedras all day. I produce Hedras all day in my toilet.
Buddy.
He's fighting a buddy. That movie. And if I'm gonna be a if I'm going to be a fair critic here, this movie has a severe identity crisis.
Agreed.
Okay?
Yeah.
1 minute it's trying to be a kids movie, the other minute people are dying by acid.
That's what
And
makes
then
it
there's
so
people. And then, of
interesting.
course, if you like this movie, you just like it to trip on drugs. This
No,
movie, people
Oh,
who
yeah,
like
but
drugs.
that-
People
It's a piece of
die in
crap.
kids'
It's-
movies and shows too.
This is absolutely horrendous of a film. Again, the only reason why it's not booty sauce is because the MonsterVerse and the anime trilogy exist. That's why I can't put it in booty sauce. It's a hard mother effing D. Okay,
I love this.
y'all lost this argument. The one who like this movie, deep down, know it's bad. Not to mention Big O. You even
Are your nuts twisted here, buddy?
You lost. I own this. I own this debate. You lost.
It's interesting. It's experimental. It's experience. It's a masterpiece. You don't know.
And
what
it never,
you're doing.
they never did it again.
You don't know. You don't like the show Monsters.
And guess
Hey,
what?
now.
Godzilla Final War,
Hey, now.
they destroyed Hedra in a second because they knew how bad that movie was.
Hey now. Hey now.
All right, Sean, go
You're
ahead.
a rock star.
Hey,
But you can't
All right, Sean, go ahead. Go ahead. If you can find a way to redeem this movie, which I know you can't, but go ahead.
Wait. Actually,
Wow, thanks, Jay.
I will say one thing, and to I guess sort of compliment Jay's argument. Jay,
shut the fuck up.
without Yoshimitsu Banno, the MonsterVerse wouldn't exist. Take that however you will.
Oh
Exactly.
my god, I am sitting
Exactly.
on this camera. I
Look
am
at that.
sitting
Look
on
at the angels are
it.
But also, Jay, it's okay to be wrong. Anyway, Sean,
It is
go.
okay to be
David,
wrong.
you're wrong. Shut up. You are.
Okay.
Mr. Getter Robo's good. Oh, okay.
It is.
I need
Okay.
to sit down.
All right. All right. Big O, you ready? Are you ready?
Okay, I'm ready.
James. Big O, are you ready?
I'm
You
ready.
for my turn?
Oh my god.
This is in my A. This is A for me. Easily, this is A too.
Oh,
Godzilla vs. Ghidorah is
Sean, what are your parents telling you about?
I was being fucked in the ass for so long.
Oh?
You make it easy. That's why you bend over for us. That's why.
okay. So
Go, Sean. Go. Explain.
I adore the experimental nature of this movie.
Yes.
Because it's a Godzilla movie. Let's face it, the Godzilla franchise by this point, had kind of an ongoing formula, and Godzilla vs. Hedorah did something a little different, and in my opinion, it succeeded because there's no other Godzilla movie like it, and I think there's just such a unique quality to this. This is one of the best shot Godzilla movies. The cinematography in this movie is beautiful.
Yes.
I want to go that
just like-
far. No,
I mean,
can't say that.
hang on. You cannot convince me that one shot when Godzilla first appears on screen in front of the sunset, you cannot convince me that is not a beautiful shot.
Yeah,
And-
it's good. Too bad the blue screen kind of messes up though when he goes into layers.
Cole,
You could,
shut
see
up.
the layers.
Your time's done. Let Sean talk. Shut up.
No, don't let Jay go again. Please don't. I'm not even a druggie. I'm not even into the whole drug craze. I just love I also love 1970s movies. And while the characters are not as complex as, some of the other Godzilla movies, one thing I do like is how the humans are reacting to all of this catastrophe, which shows that there is still some level of human connection to the movie. And Godzilla is full of so much personality. The fights are fantastic. I will agree, though, the last one goes on a little too long. I will admit-
You just admit it. Thank you. I love it.
let me finish, Jay. You had your time.
I know.
I do love the music, though. I love Save the Earth. Save the Earth is a great song.
Yes.
No matter what version. But the main reason, the number one reason why I love this movie so much, and one of the reasons I will consider Hedorah a genuine good movie, Hedorah himself. What a monster. Great design, filled with so much personality, evil, and may I just say, creepy.
Oh, I love how it's hidden.
yeah.
It's like an owl.
There's one shot in this movie that I absolutely love of Hedorah. It's the shot when he's on top of the power plant and he's inhaling the smoke and he's growing.
I love that
Just
scene.
just his breathing. I mean, obviously also the subtle drug reference, but like his breathing, it just sounds so eerie. And also, I like that this movie is a giant metaphor for the craziness that was the 1970s, because the 1970s were crazy, especially in Japan, especially when you consider Japan's drug laws. Pot gets you 10 years in prison, people. Only in Japan. But I can't hate this movie. Like, I love this movie. I think it's fun. And honestly, I'm going to disagree. I think the tone is pretty consistent. There is a kids' movie-esque nature to it, but there is still an edge to this movie. The death scenes in this movie are horrific. Like the one shot of a guy that falls off of the building, then he's just a pile of bones. And can we talk about the baby and the sludge? Like, that freaks me out.
Shit bit.
And one bit in the movie that I think is both hilarious and horrific. You know the scene when the guys are all playing the game and Godzilla is swinging Hedorah around? Okay, piece of Hedorah crashes through the window. Next shot, all these people just laying lifeless in a pile of sludge. Like, jeez, movie. Also, that poor cat.
Yeah.
Hey, at least that cat survived it more so than the guys playing poker.
And they were just you know what? They were Yakuza. They deserved it. There. I can't hate this movie. This is A tier easily. This is one of my favorite Godzilla movies. And Jay, go fuck yourself.
Love you too, Sean.
Okay,
So,
so
listen, Jay, I won't.
Okay,
Any-
well,
So this is
where we go? So we're all divided here. So
it's not even divided. It's literally like we're both at the most extreme ends of the spectrum.
yeah, but
yeah,
everyone who
well, where's
likes
the
this
happy
movie
ground?
says,
Well, where's the middle
but
ground?
this movie's great, but so that's
It's
what
not
I'm
this
saying.
great, but
You
no
guys
movie
know
is
it's not
perfect.
good.
No movie is perfect. You
Okay,
can-
so again, so Davis, you have what?
I mean I have it in A on my list,
Okay,
but
and then
how does B sound?
This is your
Hold
stream,
on.
Davis.
1,
Davis, you
2,
make the
3,
rules.
4,
Davis,
5,
just
6.
gaslight them. Just gaslight them. Just do that.
I'm just saying, like it.
Put in B at least.
Lower
B.
B, upper C. I
Low
think that's
B.
a good medium.
Low B, I think, is a good medium.
Could be.
Okay, well,
All
fair
right.
enough.
Otherwise, we're gonna
Fair
be here.
enough.
I'm just saying, all you guys who don't like this movie, your days are numbered.
Hey! There's a reason. There's a reason this movie's in the Criterion Collection, guys.
Because it's awful.
Yeah, but it didn't get good art though.
Yeah.
We'll see the grades again.
Anyway, Godzilla versus Gigan. I, for one, am mixed on this. I like the characters. I like the story. I like Gigan. I like the music, but the effects really bring it down for me.
That's the exact same way I feel.
I put it in low C.
I don't know if I
That's fair,
put it
I'm
in
not-
C.
Ooh, I would put it. I'll get to my opinion.
I think I put it more in B because I think the human characters are good enough to make it B for me. But I completely agree with you with the effects drag it down. Like the stock footage, I think is at its worst here. Like I know Revenge is more blatant with it, but I think here it really shows how like the budget was tampered with in this movie. And I don't really care for the fight that much. I really don't. I think it's too slow and it's not that interesting. But I like the human characters enough, and I think that's the only reason I put it at B. But I mostly agree with what everything Davis was saying, though. So B for me.
All right,
there you go.
me, I gotta go with B. 100%, I gotta go with B. Godzilla vs. Gigan, I think is too fun of a time. Yeah, the monster stuff. I would say the thing. Okay, so what's the root of most of the stock footage? What's the root of it? I want tell me exactly. Like, what is the thing in the movie that causes stock footage to happen the most?
It's budget.
Budgetary
Budget.
reasons.
No. I mean in the movie.
Wait.
Wait.
Ghidorah.
Ghidorah.
Ghidorah. Oh.
If you remove Ghidorah from the film, most of the stock footage goes right out the fucking window.
True.
100%. And Ghidorah, I would say, is the worst part of this movie.
He looks
Such
like
a
trash.
downgrade.
Oh,
from,
he sucks. No, he sucks in this movie. I won't.
Such
yeah.
a downgrade. The worst Ghidorah's ever been in any movie ever.
And he looks like
All right.
garbage. He looks like garbage.
Yeah,
in this movie.
100%. Brings
The
this movie
flying
down.
around the tower.
I think this movie could have so gotten away with, but just making Gigan like this piece of shit, like bloodthirsty motherfucker, who just gave Godzilla and Anguirus so much shit that even when he's getting his ass kicked, you got the Godzilla tower backing him up. You know, and I think that would have worked way better. I think the fights are. See, I like monster fights that have weight to them, but I feel like in the show era, the monster fights are at their best when it's just fluid movement.
MJH says, poor tired Ghidorah spends the movie looking like he just wants to go back to bed.
Yeah.
I mean, have you seen his hair? He's got
Yeah.
got morning hair.
Yeah.
But I think Godzilla and Anguirus are great in this movie. I love their interactions
Oh, yeah.
together. The human cast is phenomenal, really is.
Oh,
So some of my favorites in there. Very
Born
iconic moments. with them.
born guy.
Yeah. The
I guess
aliens
he thought it was a
themselves.
gun.
The aliens in this movie are also probably the. There's only been like 3 alien races so far at this point with Gigan, but they're obviously like second in place after the Xylians. They're just great. I overall just enjoy it. And yeah, all the music's stock, but they used it really well with the film itself. I just think Godzilla vs. Gigan is a fun time. It definitely suffers from the slow fights, and the Showa era's fights are the best when they're just normal, where they're not sped up, or they're not slowed down, they're just normal. You know, that's usually when they're at their best. And yeah, the film definitely suffers from it. But yeah, Godzilla vs. Gigan's a B tier for me.
All right, Brian.
My heart wants to put this film at A, but my mind's telling me lower B, upper C, around there. So I'm going with that. Much like Hedorah, I think Gigan is the highlight of the movie. Such a cool, creative monster that just brings a lot to the table in terms of monsters in the franchise. I always loved Gigan's design. I've always loved his personality. You know, his fight is overall a fun, entertaining, clash. I love Gigan. The character work is honestly, I really like it. We got Mr. Corn Man, as I like to call him. He's a legend. And then there's probably my favorite character in the movie is Tomoko Tomo, who fun fact is the same, I believe, is the same actress as Anne Yuri from Ultra 7.
Yes, it is.
Yes.
Oh, she was.
You know
great.
what?
Yeah, she was great.
You know
She was
what?
great in the movie.
I don't like being horny on here, but she could get it. She could get it.
Anyway, so
Moving on.
her character's really likable. I love her personality, and of course the classic line in the English dub, "You cheeky pig."
Pig.
You're a hard bitch.
Oh, no. The best one. I think it stinks.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah, that was a good one. I agree with everyone. Ghidorah is awful in this movie. Probably the worst Ghidorah. It's
Quick shameless plug real quick. Paul Tackett says SCRYE handled Ghidorah and Gigan better in his Apex series.
Oh, he did a great job.
Y'all check out Godzilla Apex. I prefer of Kong. So
And I voice Baron.
yep.
That's right. You voiced Baron, Jay.
Yeah.
Ooh, check it out. But anyways, Ghidorah's awful in this movie. He's falling apart, and the flying prop looks so fucking bad.
It does.
It's like,
Don't you love that part where the monsters are actually taller than Godzilla Tower? But there's that one scene they're flying around it, and they're small as shit.
Yeah, it's like, oh my, like,
Yeah,
what the?
Actually, I never thought about that. You're right. What is up with that?
Also, like, Godzilla literally has the biggest Deus Machina moment, destroys the tower, and then he just suddenly gets the power to defeat Gigan and Ghidorah. And I'm like, okay, maybe it's the tower, but it's like, I don't get it. But that ending song, the Godzilla March ending song, so
that was sampled in a song called "Dump the Clip," and it's great.
Oh yeah, it's so good.
Well, I love the song that plays at the end of the movie when Anguirus and Godzilla are going off into the sunset.
Yeah, that's the song I'm talking about.
Oh,
Yeah, that
oh,
one.
Yeah.
oh, okay.
The soundtrack overall, I really like. I love the main theme as a whole. I think that's a really good track as a whole.
Mhm.
I also like the song. I think it was from Varen, from Varen, where they're driving looking for the tape.
Yep.
That song I like. I like that
That's
song a lot.
yeah. That I got. Oh, you just named the thing I was going to talk about.
But yeah, no, I have a lot of nostalgia for Gigan. But if I'm looking at this film, definitely lower B, upper C for me.
Jay.
That is it.
Okay, so I definitely have this at a hard D. This is number 25 of 36, just above Raids Again. Okay. Listen, here's the one thing I will defend this movie is if you know the whole behind the scenes story of how they were making this movie, as they were making this movie, they kept losing their budget, kept getting slashed. At this point, all the Toho A-listers completed their contracts, so they didn't have as good of acting in the movie. But I will give it this. It's entertaining. It's entertaining, but the thing is, the movie is so not just that there's stock footage galore, but the music. There's only one original piece of original music. Everything was taken from other Toho movies, whether it's Varen, Frankenstein. This movie is such a mishmash of everything. Ghidorah looked awful. I think Gigan was a million times better, and Megalon. The Godzilla suit was falling apart. And this was Nekajima's last turn as Godzilla. I know the movie's bad, but it's entertaining. I don't mind rewatching it every now and then, but it's definitely in the D tier. It's number 25. I really don't have much to say about it. I'm not mad at anybody's opinion. I think you guys give it fair. Everyone gives it a fair shake, but I'm just giving you, I think it's a D. All right. So go ahead, Sean.
I mean, to add to the whole budgetary thing, I mean, in 1970s Japanese cinema, it was rare that you get a special effects movie that had spectacle. I mean, Submersion in Japan, House, and Battle of Okinawa are just some of the rare exceptions. I have this in B. I think this is a fun movie, great human cast. I love the comic book storyline that's added to it. That's a nice neat little plot line added to the movie. The cockroaches are great. Oh, spoiler alert, the aliens are cockroaches.
I didn't know that. Damn.
What were those bugs in that one scene though, Big O? What were those? They're cockroaches.
I just thought they were the cockroaches in my house, dude. God damn.
Oh, someone is filming in your house? Oh, that's totally not creepy at all. Gigan is awesome. Anguirus and Godzilla's chemistry is wonderful. The fights are great. The stock footage, though, is distracting. And Ghidorah sucks in this movie. There's no reason for him to be there. He's just wasting space in the movie.
Well, they want 2v2.
I know, but honestly, if Gigan took on both Godzilla and Anguirus and had the upper hand at first, that, to me, would have been more interesting and entertaining. It made Gigan more terrifying. But as is, I still think it's a fun movie. And you know what? I don't even think it's a bad movie. I don't think it's a bad movie at all. I think it's an enjoyable, decent Showa time. So
the fact they're able to put out a product is amazing, honestly.
Yeah, and to the Ifukube credit, I do think the music is a nice best of compilation, and I think the music has variety. I do like that there's a variety of Ifukube tracks this time around.
Yeah, but the problem is if you've seen every Toho film, it's distracting. If you haven't seen every Toho film, maybe just regular Godzilla films, it's probably oh, okay, I know music before.
I will say this, Kirifukube is notorious for constantly reusing music in a lot of this movie, so it ain't that much different.
Yeah. Also, it's shot well, so I like it. It's a fun time.
Yeah.
Also,
I'm not going to get mad at people who like it. I just don't.
Also, Godzilla and Anguirus talk in this movie.
And I have no issue with that. Usually, a lot of the weird shit in these movies, I usually don't mind. Fuck it.
I
Let's
don't
get
know.
crazy.
After coming off the Hedra, it's not that weird.
Go crazy, yeah, go stupid. Go crazy, go stupid.
So, all right, so where are we putting this?
Real quick, Shay says, one thing I do love about this movie is Godzilla and Angus' friendship.
Oh, yeah.
I feel it's a shame it was never really capitalized on again in future movies.
100%.
And MJH says, amazed at how Godzilla and Angus' friendship relationship is such a strong idea in the fandom, despite it only being in this movie. Wish it would be emphasized more like that in more like in that unmade Godzilla versus Mysterians.
Also, Anguirus' backslam is awesome. I don't care what anyone says. That's awesome.
I don't hate it. It's better than Godzilla flying. Just saying.
I'm saying this. We give Ghidorah a lot of shit in this movie, but that scene where Godzilla picks Ghidorah up and throws him, that's iconic.
And they play it
iconic.
3 times at different speeds.
Man, I don't mind it. Fuck it, do it.
Yeah, no, Anguirus. This is the best Anguirus, in my opinion.
Oh, Anguirus. If I can compliment some of the bunch of this movie, Anguirus looks great in the movie.
Oh, yeah.
Except for the water suit.
Yeah, the water
Whatever
suits
they
are
use.
trash.
Yes, but when he's on land, that suit looks wonderful.
All right.
So this is pretty.
Oh wait, this is S
Oh,
tier.
wait.
S tier.
Oh,
S tier.
oh,
Better than 54. Better than 54.
I don't think
Hey,
it's listen to call
everyone.
after Hedorah. I'm just
Hey,
saying.
Oh
everyone,
my! Oh come on.
Can we please let's sing the Jet Jaguar song together?
I don't remember it.
Bunch.
Listen, I'm good with C. I mean, Davis, you haven't seen. I'm good with C. I mean,
Oh, with
Yeah.
Megan. Yeah, it's fine.
I'm
B or C, I don't care either way.
I give it
I'm
a
alright
light
with C.
D. I give it a strong D to light C.
I agree with Paul. Gigan is a good popcorn movie. I agree.
oh, here we go. Next one.
All right.
All right, this is my nut movie
All
right
right.
here. All right, listen,
All right.
this movie
Damn
brings joy. This movie brings happiness. This movie ascended cinema into the next realm. Okay, this is better than all. What is like Star Wars that came out the same decade? Screw that. We got this movie. This movie is the pinnacle of cinema right here.
Jay approved
This
of that.
transcended the kaiju genre from just being that weird like weird guy in the suit. No, this took it to cinema. All right, this is Oscar level filmmaking at its finest. Made in 3 weeks. They didn't give a damn. Everything was made in one take. What are you talking about? That they didn't care. They made this one nice miniature set that was a damn scene. But I don't care. This movie's amazing. This stock footage. They need it. All right, listen. It elevates the movie. There's a thematic reason why it's there. All right, the characters rich development everywhere you see. Jet Jaguar, best robot in cinema. I don't care what you think. What is Gundam? Get that out of here. We got Jet Jaguar. What Avo 1? Get that out of here. We got Jet Jaguar. Megalon better than Gigan. But Gigan's a loser compared to Megalon. What are you talking about? And Zetopians, best alien race. I don't care. Best alien race. They live underground. They have tiki heads at the top. I don't care. They're amazing. They have Ku Klux Klan strip girls. You know what? Based people. Let me tell you, they are based.
Don't take that out of context.
Don't take that out of context. Please don't take that out of context,
Oh
people.
my god, that's so bad out of context. Soundtrack, bass soundtrack. Dude, the opening of this movie, just explosions. You know it's based. And dude, final fight, best fight. I love this fight so much. Unironically, one of my favorite fights in the entire series. I love this fight so much. And hey, very little stock footage in the entire fight. So hey, give the movie some credit for that. What's he doing?
Oh, come on. Yes. Oh my God. Are we really?
Why are we appreciating Cole here? He sucks.
What are you talking? No, this is Megalon. All right, listen, it's base tier, 10 out of 10, S tier, no questions asked. Better than 54, better than every other movie ever made. There you go.
All right, dude. You need it. You need
okay,
to change your pants now.
okay,
You need a new pair of pants.
Okay.
Yeah, I need a change.
Okay. Memes aside, I'd put it in D tier.
Oh yeah, no, this movie's not good. No, this movie's not good.
Wow.
You're just telling me Cole is just making a like a little gig the entire time, a little gag. You telling me?
Okay.
Just making it up.
This is not a good movie.
No, it's trash. It's garbage.
But the only reason it is not booty sauce, it is too much fun.
It is.
Too much fun. I can't hate it.
Yeah.
I get.
Yeah, that's basically my take on it.
All right, Big O.
All right, guys. Over said. I almost said Adora. Megalon is a fun time when it's not filler, when it's not padding out the runtime. Now that stuff is still entertaining just because of the absurdity of just kind of seeing people just kind of go to the same locations and chase each other around in this very pathetic like chase scenes here and there, and just kind of
wait, but Big O, what about that one moment where one of the Seatopian spies is like beating the shit out of that child in the backseat of the car?
Hey! One of those guys got it coming to him when he had a plane fly in his face and literally first split scene blood just
How about the truck drivers with the interesting pictures in the background?
Oh, dude! Oh, I had to cover my virgin eyes.
Also, Davis, the truck driver in that scene, was that Russian soldier in Port Arthur.
Yep.
But ultimately, Godzilla vs. Megalon, for the most part, is really a movie that you could obviously find fun in the absurdity of just the constant padding and going back and forth to locations and kind of the ridiculousness of the shenanigans our characters get into. But man, those last 20 minutes fucking slap, dude. The energy I immediately have to say this movie carries the best shit from Hedora when it came to that rain fire scene. When literally the editing had a spaz attack. He just went nuts.
And Megalon spanking his behind.
Oh yeah, Megalon. No, he was not only doing that, he was ripping fucking ass. I'll tell you that. But overall, Godzilla vs. Megalon is a D tier film, but it's a good D tier film. There's really nothing. I would say. I would say it's D tier in a technical sense, but its enjoyability is definitely higher up on here. So
yeah, objectively it's bad, but my heart gotta go S, bro. My heart has to say S. It's that good.
Ryan.
I love Megalon. I love this movie so much. Yeah, it's bad. It's bad, definitely.
Japanese Snape is perhaps the deepest, most complex character in the franchise. I agree. I mean, listen, if there's one thing that Japanese Snape is ignorant about, he ties our main character to the lamest chair ever. Because,
The plastic chair.
Because the chair just breaks apart very easily.
I love it's a bad movie, yeah, but I love it so much. It's so fun. Like, even the character stuff is just so fun. The one scene where they take the kid in the car and the kid's just flopping around in the back of the car. The one scene where the Seatopian's just getting into the room and Jet Jaguar bends over and it gets knocked over. The scene with Jet Jaguar and everything with Jet Jaguar is just amazing. Jet Jaguar is one of my favorite.
There's a reason why. There's a reason why he was brought back in Singular Point, people, because he's based.
John's got a point. There's a reason why he came back.
He was Reddit tier for a moment, though. He was Reddit tier. Anything that's Reddit tier is shit. Sorry.
Reddit tier Jet Jaguar, but
let's Reddit, Big O. It's Reddit. So.
Yeah, it's Reddit.
Another $5 from Paul Tackett. Godzilla vs. Megalon was the first movie I saw in the movie theater, and I was 6. I would rather watch 66 Ultraman.
What does that imply?
What
is that?
All of the men. Thanks so much, Paul.
Thank you.
What is that implying? Is Ultraman bad?
We got Jared from Buddhist Commentary. Godzilla vs. Megalon is too low. Bring that up to God tier.
The people have spoken. Let's put that shit in.
I'll put it back up there.
Put it on.
Davis, there's 21 people watching this right now.
Yeah.
Base.
They want to see us. They want to see us debate and all this stuff. All right. Okay. So am I good to go, or is
I just have one more thing to say. The Godzilla drop kick, iconic, and the one scene where the Ring of Fire happens and Megalon and Gigan are just taunting at Godzilla to Jaguar. They just get away easily, and Megalon and Gigan are just like, "What?" That cracks me up every time. Alrighty.
All right, so oh my god, you guys are gonna be like shocked. So I have this ranked number 13, B. I have it right above Well, right below Mothra versus Godzilla, and right above Destroy All Monsters. Destroy All Monsters is 12. This is 13. Mothra versus Godzilla, 14. Yes, I like this movie more than Mothra versus Godzilla. Come at me, I don't care. This movie's fun. It's stupid. It knows what it is. I can't hate this movie. I've had so many good times watching this with friends. I had such a great time at the watch party here. By the way, if you guys want to watch Godzilla vs. Megalon, watch it with us in the watch party. I really got not much to say about it. I'm backing up Cole on this. Yeah, I don't have an S or A. I think I'm being fair. I'm putting it at B.
All right, Sean.
No shame.
I put it in the A tier. No shame. Okay. If I were to look at this movie critically, yeah, it's a D movie. It's a terrible movie. But it's so much fun. I can't hate it. The movie's so enjoyably bad and ridiculous that it's so much fun. The monster fights are great. The monsters have so much personality. It just oozes of ridiculous 1970s cinema, and I love it. Can I say one thing that I legitimately, if there's one human character that I do think is legitimately kind of cool in this movie, I think the kid is kind of cool in this movie. I mean, the kid is like swinging on Tarzan, taking the bad guys out. He throws a rocket at someone's face and his face just explodes. Like, come on.
Dude, he's got that motorcycle. He's got the mini motorcycle. Of course
yeah,
he's cool.
Come on, like
and the little fish boat
The
thing at the
whales!
beginning of the movie.
I want those whales so bad so I can go around like the beach and just wear Speedo and ride those whales and wave to everybody.
Go
Like,
get all
yeah.
the ladies. Go get
Shoot,
all the ladies.
bro.
Like,
Dude,
hey,
Bro,
you
that's
want
my
to ride
ride
my
to the-
whale?
Bro, I'm gonna show up to the strip club with
anyways,
that whale thing right there.
this
Just
movie
ride
al-
up through with it.
This movie also gave us two of the best monsters. Monster and robot. Megalon is awesome. I love Megalon so much, and I think that design is great. And Jet Jaguar, I mean, if you hate Jet Jaguar, you have no soul. Just saying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The damn scene.
Also,
The dam. I'm talking about the dam.
oh, the damn scene is legitimately well made. Also, the Jet Jaguar song, man. And that-
Jaga. Great job, Jaga.
Also, the drop kick. Yeah.
Yeah.
Doesn't bother me.
It's an
Nope.
enjoyably stupid movie. I love it. A tier.
All right, so where are we putting it? Because
Keep it up there. Keep it
No,
in the top.
it's in its own category.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
transcended cinema too much.
It's that one movie that everyone kind of collectively like understands. It's not it's like it's not very good, but there's something about it that makes it stand out from the rest that you can't accurately put it on a tier list.
No,
You
it
can't
has
do
to
it.
be in its own category. It has to be.
All right, and now we're getting real interesting because next up we have Godzilla versus Mechagodzilla.
Shit, where did I put
Bop.
Now I absolutely like I love this movie so much. However, I don't love it as much as its successor, but we'll get to that.
we'll
It's
get to
so
that.
I'm with you.
much
I
fun.
agree.
We'll get to that.
It's like every time I like see this come on or something like that, or whenever I'm in the mood to watch it, I'm really in the mood to watch Godzilla versus Mechagodzilla. So definitely an A tier film for me.
Yeah,
Yeah.
A tier for me as well.
Yeah, I have no objection for it being an A tier. I love this movie. It's a very entertaining movie. Love the action sequences. Human characters are fine. I don't think they're super memorable, but I like. There's a few memorable ones, like the spy characters and that one
villain.
alien. The villains are great. I love that one alien in particular who like flips off the boat, like there's a ragdoll, and he like flips over the boat. That's one of my favorite scenes in the movie. But the action scenes, like I said, are great. Mechagodzilla is such a memorable character. One of my personal favorites. This is my favorite Mechagodzilla. Just to put that out there, this is my favorite. He's got like a very menacing design. He has obnoxiously overpowered weapons, and I love him so much. The final battle is amazing. The pyrotechnics are out of this world. I love that. This movie is just super entertaining and fun. The soundtrack's great too. Want to say that King Caesar's song is based. I don't care. I love that song. It's based.
Caesar,
But oh yeah, also King Caesar, he's awesome. I love him, even
Oh,
though
yeah.
he kind of just gets his ass kicked most of the time. But he's still cool. Other than that, though, really fun movie. Definitely one of the best of the '70s. And yeah, no, easy A for me, without a doubt.
All right. Here, it's either going to be a low A or a strong B on this one. I think in terms of action set pieces and all the monster stuff we got and the music, oh my god, this is some of the best out there, bar none. This shit is fucking fun as shit. There's a reason why I made a little fan music video using Blockbuster Night Part 1 from Run the Jewels for this movie, all right? Because this movie has that energy. It's so much fun. And it's extremely memorable. A lot of scenes stick with you after you watch it. It's just a really fun time. But the reason why I say it has a potential of being B tier is because the story is a bit lacking here, unfortunately. The human characters, I could take or leave them. Yeah, there's some ones that stick out and are interesting. And of course, the main villain is obviously a treat to watch.
Oh yeah.
But I feel like it is a bit lacking in the department, so it does make it a slog at some points in the film. And there's moments where it just, you kind of zone out a little bit, personally for me. But I still think the movie is so goddamn fun that even on the weaker moments, there's still a decent amount of moments that outshine those weaker moments and help it push to still be a very entertaining film. 100%. So that's my opinion.
Oh boy, now I get to talk about this movie. I put it straight up in S. That this and Terror Mechagodzilla are just tied for me, but I'll get to Terror when we get to that. But I love everything about this movie. First of all, the action stuff, Mechagodzilla, King Caesar, phenomenal. Like amazing. Like some of my personal favorite entries in the Godzilla franchise or characters and whatnot are here. And I'm gonna argue that I actually think the story is actually really good. I always liked the idea is that you got one side where it's like they focus on like more history kind of things, like how they go over the seesaw stuff and they're trying to get it to the Okinawa Palace, and then you get the other side with the brother, I believe, and they're going to talk like it's more sciencey side of things with the space titanium, the robot, the aliens.
Whoa, space titanium? You mean it's from outer space?
I wish you could call it a Mechagodzilla. I love the story of this movie personally. I can see why many think it's lacking in a way. I definitely see that, but for me, I love it so much. But my biggest praise with it is it's just so fun. I love Mechagodzilla, like the final battle with Mechagodzilla, King Caesar, and Godzilla, near perfection. One of my favorite final battles in Godzilla history. Just overall, just like remember earlier I mentioned about how I feel like heroes having the advantage against the villains is kind of boring. This is one of the big exceptions to that rule because Mechagodzilla on his own is so powerful that he's able to withstand both King Caesar and Godzilla at once. Even with Godzilla at his strongest, even with King Caesar against him, Mechagodzilla doesn't just go down like a wimp. He's still able to fight. Like he's still able to take him on both, and that shows how versatile this version of Mechagodzilla is. Combine that with a great personality, it's one of the best Mechagodzillas, only beat by one, which we'll get to much later. I could go on for this movie for hours. So I'll just say right now, Godzilla vs. Mechagodzilla, in my opinion, should be S tier because it's just so good. I love it so much.
All right, Jay, let's hear it.
Something wrong. Angular shouldn't be attacking his friend Godzilla. All right. A. This is number 9. This is my top 10. This is number 9, so it's an A tier. I'll keep it quick. It's first and foremost, this is like the one time I really just love seeing Angular get his ass kicked. I don't know why. I just do.
It's probably the music.
And of course, two Godzillas. What does this mean? I mean, look, and listen. I'm a huge 007 fan, and this is the closest we got to James Bond meets Godzilla. This is the closest.
I'm from Interpol.
So
Now I'll go back inside and take care of those bastards.
And that's another thing.
Hear
Okay,
my
hold on.
click.
Great. No, there's actually one thing I'm going to point out that no one's ever really brought up tonight is the one thing I love about the story is, of course, the professor, and he just helped. What would you do in that situation? Let your daughter die or build a robot that's going to destroy the whole world? Like, that puts you in such a inner conflict. And can you just imagine being in that situation? So that's one thing that I feel like no one talks about enough is like that professor's put in the most, like the worst situation, like help destroy the world or save your daughter's life. Obviously, they a double cross, but yeah, there's a lot to appreciate here. I have it, like I said, number 9A, and if we're gonna keep it an A, it's definitely above all those movies there. Better than Mothra, better than King Kong, better than Sun. That's just my opinion. So I have it number 9. Go ahead, Sean.
Oh boy. So here's the thing. I love this one as well. This is an A for me. I will say this is a lower A, personally. I still think that Jun Fukuda's best Godzilla movie is Sun, personally.
Yes.
I think all the stuff with the monsters and the aliens, and I do like that point you brought up, Jay. I do think the human characters are a little lacking. I think they're kind of hit or miss in this movie, and I will say the pacing in the second act does drag a little bit for me, personally, but the third act more than makes up for it, and the monster action is amazing. Mechagodzilla is awesome, and King Caesar is great. The soundtrack is fantastic. Also, not a lot of people talk about this. I like that it has a unique setting, Okinawa. You know, and you know, not a lot of people really think about this, but it's an interesting location considering there is dark history to Okinawa, and I believe they even acknowledge this a couple times in the movie. Is, you know, it's World War II history. So it is interesting that they choose that as a location, and I think that King Caesar is the perfect like kaiju to represent Okinawa in a way. Also, what happens to Godzilla in this movie is brutal. Like,
Oh shit.
Yeah.
he like bleeds out like crazy. It's insane. I will
The
give
first beam fight.
yes.
Oh.
And I'll give King Caesar this. I think King Caesar does manage to get a little better during the fight when Godzilla comes, because let's face it, Mechagodzilla's really, really powerful. So,
Yeah.
but yeah, it's a great one. I love it. I just there's other Godzilla movies I like more, but it's an A. It's an A, definitely.
All right. So, are we all comfortable with A?
Yeah.
Just below King Kong versus Godzilla.
Yeah, I'm
Sure.
No, it should be above all of them, but that's okay. Let's
No.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Son of Godzilla
No.
should be above it, but you know.
Yeah, Sonic Godzilla should be above it.
I can't complain. No complaints.
I'll just leave it there.
No.
But
Right.
hey,
The
next
next
film,
Nice.
Terror
Base
of
material.
Mechagodzilla.
Yes,
I cannot
yes,
get enough
yes.
of this movie. It is one of my all-time favorites. I love it so much. Mechagodzilla is even cooler in this movie. The effects are just top-notch all around. Katsura is a fantastic character, and
Yes,
so are all the other characters as well. And the music too. Like, it's so
Yes.
haunting and
Yeah.
riveting. Like, I love this movie so much, but the only thing that's keeping me from putting it in S tier are some of its editing decisions.
I'm beating the shit out of you.
Like the very noticeable change in size between shots when it comes to Titanosaurus, which Titanosaurus is freaking amazing, by the way, and also that one weird little like split second moment where Katsura and the other guy just like disappear
Oh,
like just out of nowhere.
Yeah, that's
Oh, I forgot
it
about
gives
that.
me a good laugh. I can't
Yeah.
hate it. It makes me laugh, but I don't hate it.
Like my enjoyment for this movie is S tier, but when you really look at it, it's undoubtedly a high A.
I
well,
am
Davis,
fine with that.
you're wrong. I think this is S tier because oh my dude, this movie slaps my ass cheeks to the next dimension. I love this movie. This movie, like just to like, I love. It's a shame this movie kind of flopped at the box office in Japan because oh my, the characters in this movie are great. Like Katsura and like her dynamic with the main character, like it's a very interesting dynamic. I'm forgetting the doctor all of a sudden, but he's great.
Dr. Mifune.
Dr. Mifune, he's a very memorable villain. Although I will say the aliens, they're not as memorable in this movie as they are in the last movie, but it is counterbalanced with Mifune, and I think it works a lot better. I love the drama in the movie. I think it's very interesting, and I love seeing the relationships grow throughout the end, like the whole Caster sacrificing himself at the end. It always worked with me. I always thought it felt very natural. Yes, there is some odd editing here and there. I will agree with you, but I don't think it's enough to put it off S tier for me. I think the movie's paced well enough to where it doesn't really bother me very much. And the action scenes, oh my god, the action scenes are so good in this movie. Hands down, one of the best final battles in any Godzilla movie. No cap. I think I love this climax. It's so good. And yeah, like the scene where Godzilla is running through the explosions and he catches on fire. Ooh, dude, amazing scene.
And just lays it on Mechagodzilla once he
Oh my
catches it.
god, yes. And
Oh yeah, just swinging hooks like all around him, like it's
and like the human characters are helping out.
And
like,
Titanosaur.
yeah.
and just it's like and Godzilla's entrance is one of the best of any Godzilla movie where he shows up
The
with a
best.
shadow, and then there's that
Oh, yeah.
tracking shot, and there's like that panning tracking shot. Like, so the cinematography is so good in this movie. There's so many good shots. The music, oh my god, the music. It's one of my favorite Fugabe tracks too. Like soundtracks is one of my favorites personally. I'm very like foreboding and menacing, and oh my god, love this movie to death. Great way to end the show series. Love this movie to death. S tier for me without a doubt.
And Ishiro Honda's career.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
For me, S tier, baby, all the way.
Yeah.
Ooh, yeah. Ooh. Oh man, this movie just fucking slapped. Oh man. Okay. The opposite of booty sauce is Cucci sauce, man. All right, and this movie is that exactly.
I like
Holy
that. I like
shit.
that.
I love this movie so much. I think its human drama is some of the best in the Godzilla franchise, bar none. Katsura has so much emotional weight to it, and I love it that even though a lot of things changed from the original script of it, one thing that Ishiro Honda 100% went out of his way to keep was Katsura. And holy shit, Katsura is what makes these type of movies work. You know, she brings that emotional core and such that would have like there's a reason why I think Godzilla vs. Mechagodzilla is a really fun movie, but other than that, it's just a big fun spectacle. Katsura is the heart of this movie that makes all that spectacle mean something, even if it's something goofy and it's ridiculous. Her drama that she has makes it all feel like there's a good purpose behind it and shit. It has some really fun, intense moments. I know Cole mentioned the aliens weren't all that memorable compared to the previous films, but actually they're better because I think they're a lot more scarier and menacing and such. They feel oh yeah, they feel a lot more manipulative in this film. I love the scene where they see Titanosaurus about to fight Godzilla, and instead of stopping and making Titanosaurus retreat, they decide that they pretty much say, we expect Titanosaurus to die, but we want Titanosaurus to at least get a good couple hits on Godzilla so we can weaken him and have Mechagodzilla come in and fucking kill his ass. And I love that. I just want to say this movie probably would have been an A tier, except for one scene. It's the scene after Titanosaurus and Mechagodzilla basically given Godzilla a grave and buried him inside of it. And Titanosaurus is stomping on it, but then they figure out a way to fuck with Titanosaurus' mind control. Mechagodzilla notices this, turns around, and the camera keeps cutting back to the helicopter, Mechagodzilla's hand, and keeps zooming in more and more. And once it gets to the really close shot of Mechagodzilla's hand, and he has his hand like this, and he turns it, Godzilla busts out of the ground, and Mechagodzilla instantly turns around. Godzilla hits him once with the atomic breath, and Mechagodzilla just falls back slowly, and Godzilla just dusts off his shoulders. Automatically, probably my favorite moment in any Godzilla movie. 100%. The
I
editing
put that
of
in the
that
intro to
scene,
my channel too.
the satisfaction of that scene, like it's such good build up to such a great execution. Terror Mechagodzilla, it is shocking this movie didn't make as much money as it did. Holy shit. I just love this movie so much heart, so much soul, and even if this wasn't intended to be the final Godzilla, it is one of the best finales of an era of Godzilla. All right, I know people mentioned how sad Destroya was and how it truly felt like a finale. Fuck that shit. I like Godzilla walking away in the ocean as sad music plays, and you really just get a good sense that this is it. This is how you end it. You don't need to kill Godzilla off to end your era. You just need him going in the ocean to the sunset. That's all you need. Terror Mechagodzilla, S tier, 100%. One of my favorite Godzilla movies. Go ahead, Ryan.
I agree with Dylan. This movie is S tier. I love everything about this movie. The character work, I will gush over. This is I'm going to take this up another level. This is not only some of the best character work I've seen in a Godzilla movie, some of the best character work I've seen in anything kaiju related, period. I think it's rivaled by two others, Gojira and the Monster Tamer and the Boy. Other than that, I think Terror Mechagodzilla is some of the best character work in any kaiju media. I love Katsura's character. She pretty much makes the movie. I love the dynamic between Dr. Mifune. I love his backstory. I love his overall just like you see him kind of like he's kind of on the fence of whatever he's doing is good or not. He's like he even goes against the aliens at some points in the movie. Like it's so like Mifune's character is just up there for like fantastic backstory and development.
And that's what you were saying. I especially love the moment when the aliens tell Dr. Mifune that Katsura is now the controller of Mechagodzilla. He is just shocked beyond belief. Like he has no idea what to think of the situation, and it's really gut-wrenching when you really think about it.
Yeah, it's gut-wrenching. It's depressing. The Mifunes are just the best part of this movie, in my opinion. Like they just deliver it so well. Titanosaurus, being a big fan of marine biology, I love Titanosaurus as a whole. I think he's a fantastic monster. I love Mechagod. I love this version of Mechagodzilla, although I did wish he did a little bit more. But that's just me. I love this version of Godzilla. The fight is fantastic. The rampage before that, one of my favorite scenes is when Mechagodzilla shoots the revolving missiles for the first time.
Oh, yeah.
It doesn't just blow up buildings, it blows up the streets, and it's one of the craziest
And then it
scenes.
caves in. And then it caves
Yeah,
in.
it caves in. It's
One of my favorite moments of that scene is that it's a bit of a delayed. He shoots it, and then you wait, and it finally happens. Oh, dude!
Yeah, like that last third act, many of the best moments in the movie. Katsura sacrificing herself to stop Mechagodzilla. Godzilla's charged to Mechagodzilla while Mechagodzilla's just shooting everything he's got at him. And one of my personal favorite little moments is when Godzilla takes off his head, and then it's shown to be the brain. And then Godzilla's like, "Oh, we're doing this again." Just throws it to the side. I love that so much. It just expresses Godzilla's personality.
Also poor Titanosaurus.
Yeah, poor fella. He just wanted to sleep, and here are these aliens. Okay, and here you go, control Titanosaurus, and then he just dies at the end of the movie. It's like this film is just so good on so many levels, and I love it so much. And if anyone says this movie is bad or not good, let me say one thing, and I can't believe I'm going down bad for this. It has boobs. There you go.
Ooh, boobies.
Ryan, come on, man. No,
Alright.
Hey,
Hey,
be horny at an appropriate time, man. Not right now.
Jay,
yeah.
That's all right. It's Titan Goji after dark. It's almost midnight in the East Coast.
go ahead, Jay.
I just realized it really took us 3 hours to get through the entirety of the show.
That's
series.
all right.
Oh
We-
my god.
Yeah, but I think when we get to later movies, it's going to be easier to.
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah. Are you all doing good so far?
yeah.
No, I'm doing heroin.
I did have a stroke earlier with Hedora, but I think I've recovered.
Oh, that was amazing.
Oh, just wait till
That's all right, 'cause
Biologic,
there's
dude.
others I'm right. There's others I hate more.
Wait
more
till
than
92,
I do.
Dilla. Wait till 92.
Oh.
Okay, I'll keep this quick because we just want to end the show era here. I have this ranked number 8 on my list, right in front of Mecha Godzilla, which was number 9. So I have this at A. I'm perfectly fine when you guys want to put it S. Doesn't bother me. I have it at A because there's other films I like more, which we will shortly get to, by the way. But yeah, this is solid. And as a kid seeing this movie for the first time during the TNT days with the Monster Vision and the 5 movies that played, this was the finale. But as a kid, seeing Godzilla outnumbered, looking like he was going to lose, you gotta understand, like, I really feared as a kid. I was 5 years old. I really thought Godzilla was gonna lose. I was scared for him. And I'm not gonna lie, as a kid, I also cried. I know you're a cyborg, but I still love you. It's not your fault. I cried. I was 5. So, and the fact that this movie still had, to me as an adult, I could still appreciate because this is the deepest character development in any Godzilla movie besides 54. But yeah, there's so many great moments, and yeah, this is all around solid movie. Like I said, it's number 8. It's in my top 10. I have it at A. Go ahead, Sean.
This is an S for me easily. I adore Terror Mechagodzilla. I mean, the story is superb. Katsura is such a phenomenal character. Tomoko Ai's performance is amazing in this movie. Dr. Mifune is a great character. Also, the lead male is great. He doesn't get enough credit. The aliens are terrifying. Dillo, I need to mention that one scene where one of the aliens gets killed and he's getting strangled and his flesh literally falls off and his face looks all burned. Like that's pretty gnarly. Godzilla in this movie is a badass. Mechagodzilla is a force of nature in this movie. Titanosaurus is awesome. The action scenes are great. This movie also is really dark. This is one of the darkest Godzilla movies. It still has fun, but man, there is a grittiness to this movie.
Especially coming off the other 70s movies,
Absolutely. The score by Ifukube is incredible. This movie features my favorite rendition of the Godzilla.
Oh, yeah!
When Godzilla shows up, that is my favorite rendition of the classic Godzilla theme. And honestly, last thing I will say about this movie, what a great finale to not only the Showa era, but a great swan song to Ishiro Honda.
Absolutely.
So can we all agree are we all in agreement that this is better than Mechagodzilla 74?
Oh, way better. Way better.
I would actually say this is.
I hear a lot of people say the opposite, and it shocks me. I'm glad we're all on the same wavelength this one time.
I'm gonna say it here though. If you notice, this is the one movie we've gushed about the most here, so I feel like it has earned the right to be above 54 on our tier ranking.
Actually, hang on. 54.
It's fine right where it is.
I would put it over Monster Zero.
No.
Yeah, I actually I do have 54 above Terror Mechagodzilla, but I would actually put it above Monster Zero. Yes.
No.
I love both, but my heart says Monster Zero is still my favorite.
Why?
Nick Adams, enough said. It stays where it is.
Tomoko Ai.
Nick Adams.
Just real quick, to Shay, yes, I know those are not actual, you know what's.
Just real quick. I just want to say the destruction of Tokyo and Terror, one of the best destruction sequences in the Showa series, and has one of my favorite sequences where Mechagodzilla does like that missile into the ground and the whole set like explodes. Oh my! One of my favorite effect shots.
No, this movie is
Godzilla fight Mechagodzilla in the city because they really didn't do that in the last movie. I mean, yeah, he had the skin on, but like seeing metal Mechagodzilla in the city fighting Godzilla was like.
This movie and the next movie we're going to talk about has some of Nakano's best pyrotechnic work in
Oh,
like in
explosions
any
in this
Godzilla movie bar none. He goes off, bro. I get third degree burns just watching it.
All right, next film we have
S S
the,
S S S S.
the Return of Godzilla. For so long, this has been my go-to Godzilla movie, and wow, it's like I absolutely love the effects work. Tadayoshi Nakano did a phenomenal job with the effects in this film. I also really like the characters, especially Keiji Kobayashi as the Prime Minister.
Yeah.
I really love the music. It's very haunting, and it plays so well with like the set design, which as the film progresses, it like starts to become more like apocalyptic looking. It's a joy to watch. I love it a lot. I'm okay with putting it in an A, but I want to put it in S tier.
For me, it's a low A.
My bad.
I think it's a great movie. I just think the second act is kind of a slog at
You're a
times.
slog. You're a slog, Cole.
Oh, okay, Sean. Well, it's mostly when Godzilla gets in Tokyo and then like he falls asleep, like they put the tranquilizers in him. That whole part kind of is a little too slow for my liking. But once like he wakes up again and then the Super X is going after him, all right, and now I'm invested again. And then like the stuff with the characters in the building, like that stuff's all fine. It's just the pacing is a little slow at times. That's the only reason it's not an S, is because I have pacing problems with the movie. But it's got great effects, some pretty good characters. I don't think they're like super amazing, but they definitely serve the purpose that they're there for. There's some good drama too. I like the drama of the movie. And
Cold right.
you scared me. You scared me, Jay. You actually scared me when you said
He's
Someone got
right.
the joke. Someone got the joke.
Yep,
He's right.
he is right.
he's right. Oscar-worthy performance. Yeah. Oh, and and the politics is pretty good. I like the politics, like the message about the war and all the Cold War like talk in the movie. I thought that stuff was all interesting.
Absolutely.
And the music is fantastic. I love the music, especially the track when Godzilla falls in the volcano. Oh, that's a great track.
Oh yes.
But not the
Set
credits. Sorry,
design.
Sean.
The set design's great. I love the sets for Tokyo. Like those look amazing. The dock scene, amazing pyrotechnics during that scene.
Oh yes.
Oh, he's a banger.
We'll
But
get
yeah,
to that.
solid, great movie, solid A movie for me, A tier. It's just there's just others I'd rather watch, but solid movie.
For me, I got to give it A tier. I actually did have this in my top triple Godzilla movies, my top 3. So it would have made S year if you came up to me around 2017, 2018, but it lowered down a bit just because I feel like the film does suffered a little bit in terms of some of its character drama. But even then, the Prime Minister and Dr. Hayashida absolutely carry this fucking movie on their back, especially the Prime Minister. He knocks it out of the park. The music is airy and haunting and just, it's so good. I'm so glad it's on Spotify now, by the way. By the way, all Godzilla movies up to 84 currently are on Spotify. Soundtracks for them, so definitely check that out. I think the special effects in this film are great. Unfortunately for the Cybot, it doesn't look that good, and it's not very. and it's either I think the suit came after the Cybot, so it's more so the suit not being consistent with the Cybot. But I do prefer the design of the suit more, so I'm gonna blame it on the Cybot for not being good. I think the set work is phenomenal. I think it's great. The pyrotechnic work is insane, especially with that Super X fight. Oh my god, that's amazing! Like the part where the fire goes around Godzilla's leg. Oh, that's such a great shot, and it just, and then the ending is also very emotional, where basically the characters straight up gaslit Godzilla into thinking, into making him follow bird calls when in reality they're just trying to trap him into a volcano. I just think this overall movie is pretty fucking good. My opinion has slightly changed of it, where now I don't view it as highly as I did before, but this is still a really strong A, in my honest opinion. And also, technically, this is the last Showa film we'll be talking about, so we're pretty much done with the Showa era. After
Yeah, this is the start of the
in the timeline. This is
I know,
Yeah.
but,
But
we
it
are
is technically
technically
a Showa
finally
movie.
moving out of Showa. We're
It is
finally moving
technically
out.
a Showa movie. Yeah.
Return of Godzilla is basically like King Kong versus Godzilla for me. It's been forever since I've seen this movie, so I don't have But whenever I think about this movie, I have nothing but praise for it. I don't remember I think the only thing I can't say much about is the character drama, because I do want to go back and watch it again before I so I don't say anything like stupid. So I do want to keep that out of the. But like the stuff with Godzilla and the allegory to Cold War, phenomenal. Like, I love it. I love the soundtrack is so good. The Super X theme, so good. I love the Super X theme. It's
Great John Williams. Great John Williams.
oh yeah, it's so good. I love
Hey! The next movie is more John Williams.
when we get to the next movie soundtrack, nothing but praise. I just love back then I used to not like the Godzilla design. But now I think it's cool. I don't think it's one of my personal favorites, but I do really like it for what it is. And that ending scene where Godzilla falls from the volcano.
Yeah, I know.
It's the feels, man.
Yep, I agree.
Yeah.
I can't say, like I said, I can't say too much about this movie because I haven't seen it in such a long time. But from what I remember, I love it. It's it's something I love.
Okay.
Hey.
So, for once, Big O is on my wavelength. I have this this is my number 7. It's A at the top of A plus. And the reason why it's not S, I'm sorry, Sean Davis, why it's not S, it's nothing to do with the story. It's more so execution. Obviously, you had the he's right and so on and so forth, but like Godzilla, the suit at times, Godzilla doesn't look menacing. He looks like he's drugged up and sleepy and doesn't care. His eyes roll the back of his head. I have problems with that. I just feel like there's execution problems throughout the film, and that he doesn't really destroy Tokyo all that much. He just kind of like limbers through it. But I love the Tokyo Bay scene. My God, it's my favorite scene. And of course, that guy on fire.
Oh yeah.
Oh!
My favorite part of that is actually when it's done and it goes completely silent. And then Godzilla roars. That was the best part of that scene.
Yeah.
One thing I also want to mention that the reason why the cinematography is the way it is because our Lord and Savior Shinji Higuchi suggested that, hey, we should shoot Godzilla from lower angles.
Yeah.
Yep.
So
yeah,
huge props to Shinji Higuchi for that, and also being the special effects assistant, and was mentored by Teruyoshi Nakano during this film.
Yeah.
So without Godzilla 84, we wouldn't have a Shin Godzilla. We wouldn't have Attack on Titan. No giant god where he appears in Tokyo. No Submersive Japan remake. Partially no Evangelion. So yeah.
Well, yeah. Like I said, I have this at number 7. It's funny because Mechagodzilla is 9, Terror was 8. This is 7. It's just outside the S. But yeah, it's like I said, more problems. I have more problems with the execution. I have no problems with the story because it's everybody puts in a strong performance. It's just some of the execution just could have been better. Luckily, another movie that we're going to be discussing very, very late in here perfected that, in my opinion. But that's it. So I have it strong A. Sean, go ahead.
Oh, this is easily S. I love The Return of Godzilla. This is my second favorite Godzilla movie, just behind the original. I think this is such a good reinvention and modern update of the character. Godzilla himself is both terrifying but also sympathetic because he's clearly, a curious creature, but of course is still violent and destructive. That ending scene of him in the volcano is, gets me every time. The music This is my favorite music score in all the Godzilla franchise. It is haunting.
Ooh.
The special effects by Teruyushi Nakano are amazing. I love the Godzilla suit. I agree the Cybot looks shoddy in some shots, but I think it works in some shots, like the Tokyo Bay scene. I love the human characters. Prime Minister Minamira, played by the great Keiju Kobayashi. I mean, oh man. Also, the homeless guy is amazing.
Yep.
Yes.
And it's just a great movie. I don't have a problem with the pacing, honestly, because I think it's a nice breather. Because then once Godzilla wakes back up,
Oh, it's cool in the Japanese version. The crowd surrounds him, which wasn't in the American cut.
But then when he wakes up, he wrecks everything. Because you gotta understand, he's not just going after the Super X. He's literally just turning Tokyo into literally hell on earth. And I love that he crushes the Super X with a building.
That was so great,
Oh, yeah.
and they give so much weight to that building too when it's falling.
I love the Cold War parallel. I think that adds a great message to the movie. I will admit the American actors are awful. I will say the Russian actors are pretty good, though.
Well, we don't speak Russian, you know.
I know.
I think anyone who's Russian watching it might be like, "Oh my god."
The person that was helping them speak Russian for the film straight up said that this is some of the worst Russian I've ever heard.
I won't deny that. Well,
Yeah.
Port Arthur did a better job. But I adore The Return of Godzilla. It is one of my favorites, and I just want to say I think the end credit song is bussin'.
It's
It
booty
is
song.
bussin'.
It's booty song.
It is bussin'.
Goodbye now, Godzilla, my
Booty
old
song.
friend.
Dude, it was such a smart move for Kraken
I'll take it over
to make that the main
stupid
music
song,
theme.
though.
Kraken
Oh,
made that the
what
main menu song. That was that was legendary.
Yeah,
I remember
that was
hearing
pretty
that. It felt like a victory run because we finally got 84 on Blu-ray.
All right, so
one last thing. One very last thing.
hurry up,
Man,
Sean.
Man, is it a good tie-in to 54? That's all I'll say.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Again,
All
I have
right.
no problem with the story. Just some parts in execution, but it's still again A+. It's number 7 out of 36. It's number 7. Okay, I love it.
Now, you want to see one of the best sequels in any Godzilla movie ever? Titan Goji, introduce it.
Godzilla versus Biollante.
Kiss!
Mm.
Kiss,
Out-
you guys.
Out of all the out of all the effects work in the Heisei series of Godzilla films, I got to give it to this one. Biollante is such like. Are you doubting me, Sean? Are you doubting me, Sean?
I don't
Really?
know.
Are you really doing this to me? Whoa!
Yes.
You're heckling me.
The
aren't you?
miniature
You're
work
heckling
is
me.
still good.
Says you,
man.
Mr. Ghetto Robo Nerd.
Something's got to put focus on other things,
Shut up.
John.
Continue.
Yeah, I like cinematography is great. I love the characters, especially Miki, which this is the only movie where I like Miki, and unfortunately,
The only
But,
time she's necessary.
Oh, she's great. No, she's great in this movie.
oh yeah, she absolutely is. The Biogoji suit minus the water suit is very good.
The water suit looks like shit. I'm sorry.
I also love the Seradian agent. I love the professor character. He's pretty amazing. BioWars is busting. Love me some BioWars. And I really like how it expands the world building that was established in Return of Godzilla. So I really don't know if I want to put it in S or A, honestly.
S.
Let's go down and then we'll see. Let's go down this and then we'll see.
Putting Godzilla's Mega on here right now.
I heard more S's than A, so yeah, let's all go around.
I am going to be the contrarian and say
Oh,
this is a
you
B
motherfucker.
tier. No, it's a B
Oh,
tier.
you motherfucker.
Here's the thing.
Oh,
It's a good movie. No. It's good. I like it. I just I don't like it as much as you guys do, if that makes any sense.
It's just
All
a
right.
little bit to me.
Okay. I hate Get a Robo, even though I haven't read or watched
it's
it.
trash.
Oh, I
It's
have a warm
garbage.
spot. I have a warm spot for Destroy All Monsters. Ooh, get out of here.
I think Link's Awakening is in the top 5 Zelda games.
Shut
Go
the
watch,
Sean, I
go,
swear
go,
to
go,
God.
go watch the Nerd Cage Live
All right.
top 10 Zelda games.
Thanks for the
All
plug.
right,
Well, back
Twilight
to
Princess.
Godzilla, but thank you
Okay,
for the
Cole,
plug.
Cole, explain yourself. Heretic.
All right.
Goro Gondo is great too. Yes.
All right, so just here's as a sequel to 84, I love how it definitely feels like a direct sequel. Like they show like Aftermath 84. I think that stuff is great. I love the soundtrack is probably my favorite thing from the movie. Amazing soundtrack. Violante is one of the most impressive kaiju effects I've ever seen in the movie. Although Biolante's final form kind of comes out of nowhere in the movie. Like it just kind of happens. Like just the glitter falls. Because the movie kind of, like the main Biolante story kind of ends when he defeats the Rose form. And the movie's just about Godzilla.
Sorry to interrupt you real quick, but I was unaware of this. Thank you, bonus commentary. There was a day on the set that a group of guests got to help puppeteer Biolante as they were doing a studio tour.
Oh, that's cool.
Oh, that's cool.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, but effects are super solid in this movie, except for the water suit. I think that's the one part of the effects that doesn't look very good. It's just some of the human characters I wasn't
Water suit,
as
more
big
like
of a fan
dog
of.
water suit.
Yes. And I there's just certain human characters I wasn't the biggest fan of, and I thought some of the editing was a little wonky. But other than that, it's a solid movie. I'm just not into it as much as other people. I'm never going to say it's a bad movie, but I'm never going to say it's one of my favorites. I just
That's
like
fair.
other ones more.
I'm glad he didn't trash it. That's fair. He didn't trash it. He just doesn't praise it like we do. Fair enough.
Still not good enough for me, actually.
Also, "Kiss You Guys" is a beautiful line. No questions asked.
All right. Godzilla vs. Biollante is my third favorite Godzilla movie. S tier, without a doubt. This is one of the best sequels I've ever seen to a movie, and and not only does it keep the groundedness of it, but it builds onto the world. Like they have that little restaurant with Godzilla's footprint. That's so cool.
Oh yeah.
And it works so great within the universe. And I love when Godzilla's and I love the constant fight towards G-cells just because of how valuable of a source of power they are. And such, and like the whole threatening Godzilla to come back from the volcano, but ultimately he ends up coming up because the guy who actually could like deactivate it died, and right before that Gondo just says amen, and then explosion comes out and Godzilla's theme starts playing. And by the way, even though the usage of that theme was great in that scene, one of my favorite scenes that is up there with that one scene to describe and turn back Godzilla was the scene where Miki tells all the kids to reveal what they dreamt of last night. And they all take their papers and turn it around, or they all just look it up, and it's Godzilla, and all you hear is bump, 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 It's oh my god, that is so good. That is such
Amen.
because it's such like oh my god, that's so cool, but it's also like ooh, this movie
Kind of eerie.
This movie's building up to Godzilla in a really good way, and oh, it makes when Godzilla finally shows up mean so much, dude. Oh, this movie also has a lot of heart and soul with Shiragami and his death of his daughter, and how a grieving parent basically makes this beautiful but terrifying beast out of her, and I love that. And by the way, while I love Biolante's final form a lot, it is a special effect brought to life, just like Ghidorah, just like Kamanga I mentioned, actually more than those two monsters. I gotta give it to the Rose form. The Rose form, the main reason why is I love when you see the Rose form, the petals keep coming out more and more every time you see it. Oh, the roar!
I never noticed that.
Ooh, I love that. Yeah. The petals, like when you first see it, like they're all together, but then they slowly come out the more and more you see it, and such. And I also found Godzilla's fight with Biollante there a bit more entertaining, but the final fight's still great, 100%. The set pieces, the set design, the action moments. Oh, they're phenomenal. The soundtrack is great. Kira Fukube is a bitch for getting mad that they remixed his theme in Bio Wars. Get the fuck out of here. That's a great song.
Listen, Koichi Sugiyama, bit of a weirdo, but man, can he compose music?
Oh yeah, and I'm
Yeah.
just saying this right now. I'm just saying this right now. Koichi Kawakita is his best. 100%. This is Kawakita's best. This is before he married alcohol. All right, he was at his top.
Oh my god.
He was at his A game here, dude.
You had to
Actually,
go there.
S game here.
I will say this: his work on his war movies before Biollante is also really good.
But yeah, Biollante is just a great time. I love the characters. Miki is at her best here. I love the soundtrack. Special effects are amazing. Honestly, Godzilla vs. Biollante is just it's it. But we got a movie coming up later down the line that beats it in 54, and I'm waiting for that. So Ryan, go ahead.
Oh boy. So Cole, remember how you said you were a contrarian?
Here we go. Here we go.
So you know what the letter contrarian starts with? Letter C. I put it low B, high C. Once again, like what Cole said.
Don't make me grab my camera again.
Great. It's a fine movie for what it is. I just don't think it's as good as a lot of people say it is personally. But there was a lot to praise about with Biollante. Soundtrack, so good. Koichi Sugiyama, like what Sean said, weird dude, great composer.
Absolutely.
BioWars is one of the most bopping tunes of any Godzilla film.
It's bussin'.
It's bussin'. And I know some people, and I kind of have this issue, but I heard something that made me, kind of like, okay. Some people will say, "Oh, it doesn't really fit with the movie," but I remember hearing, apparently Sugiyama had like little to nothing to work with Biollante, so I'm like, all right, he gets a pass because this soundtrack's good.
He didn't even actually compose the music; he just wrote it, and then he had someone else
really?
compose it. Yeah.
So
it was not only someone who didn't see the movie; it was now someone who didn't even write the music. So it's like, and for some reason, it just works. It works, and it's great.
It works.
It's a miracle it functions so well.
I need to know it works. And the Ostinatos tracks are really good. I really like the Godzilla versus the Tank song with the movie. They have and the Great Monster War March thing. Biollante and just special effects in general. Praise goes to that. Special effects is just on point. Dare I say it's I'm going to agree with everyone here. The best effects the Heisei series, the Heisei Godzilla series has had, definitely. And the plot is really unique. I really like the story, very unique. The idea of a plant monster is so creative. And a fun fact for all my fellow Ultraman fans out there. The Return of Ultraman episode with Leogon is the same. It's the same person who came up with the concept for versus Biollante. So
really?
Cool.
Yep.
And wasn't he a dentist? Wasn't he a dentist?
I think. I don't know.
Yeah.
If so, it would be funny because Little Shop of Horrors has a dentist, and that makes me laugh. But the thing that brings this film down for me personally are the human characters. I don't think they're fantastic. Like, I think they're just I don't remember much. Shiragami, great character. I love him. He's great. But the other characters, they don't do it for me. And another thing that I don't like is the guy has some subplot where he's supposed to go to Massachusetts. Shout out to my Massachusetts friends because I live there.
He doxed himself.
I just want to mention something real quick. Anyone notice how Shiragami sounds eerily similar to Shinigami? I'm just gonna leave that there.
But basically, it's a subplot where he goes to Massachusetts, and now you all can correct me if I'm, because in case I get anything wrong, but I don't think that goes anywhere. They bring it up one time, and then they kind of just at the end they kind of bring it back up, and they're like, "Oh no, I'm not gonna go anymore." And I'm like, it's kind of a weird subplot. Then I don't know. I always found that weird, but Biollante, like I said, on its own, good movie. Good movie. There's a lot to praise for it. I just don't think it's as good as everyone here says it is. Personally,
Fair enough.
Jay.
I'll keep it short and sweet. This is number 6. This is an S for me. So this is only my second S on the list. Third S. Excuse me. 54, Astro Monster, and now Biollante S. I actually like this one more than 84 by a smidge. It could go either way. I get 84's got the better story, but Biollante's execution is so much better. It's Godzilla versus the Little Shop of Horrors, man. And Biollante, we haven't seen Biollante come back. It bothers me. Such a unique monster, and they haven't brought her back. And I just think this is among all the Godzilla movies in the entire franchise, this is the most unique one with the most unique and most brilliant concept. I love this movie. Keeping it short and sweet. It's number 6 on my list. S. Go ahead, Sean.
This is a very high A for me. Godzilla vs. Biollante is a great film. It is unique. It is dark. It is fun. I will say one of my only complaints with the movie is that there are so many subplots going on that sometimes it makes me lose track a little bit. But the main core narrative is really strong. I adore the human characters. Shiragami is a great character. Mickey is great in this movie. I gotta say my favorite character though in this movie is Gondo.
Yeah!
Love Gondo so much in this movie. Biollante is an amazing, amazing monster. She needs to make a comeback. Godzilla is terrifying in this movie. The effects work by Koichi Kawakita are outstanding. The music is great. It's a really good movie. And above all, it's a very original Godzilla movie.
Yes, exactly.
it's really unique.
So it's a very high A for me. My only complaint is perhaps the subplots getting a little tangled up at times. But other than that, great movie. I will say, though, some of the English-speaking scenes in this movie are laughably bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's like that with all of them, though.
Hey,
Yeah.
man, this ain't no beauty contest.
Kiss you guys.
He's not a bad sight.
Not a bad.
So we got conflict here, Davis. Is this going in A or S? Because we had a couple people bring it down.
I would say above 84 in A, personally.
So then we pretty much filled up the A row then, because that's 6 movies right there.
I'm fine with A.
Hey, S is a sacred tier. It's fine to maybe move something a little
I
down
would
for a
keep it
moment.
in the A. I would put it in the A personally.
That's
I
fine.
would
I'm
fine. Yeah, I can't complain.
I'm good with A.
It's an S minus. Like it's the very, very bottom of
S
S.
minus.
No, seriously, it's number 6.
All right. So
All right,
next
here we go.
up,
This is where my hate's coming back from here on.
now and because
boy.
and because of that, let's all keep our opinions on this particular set of films short and sweet. All right.
Okay.
But now we want to lose too many people. Now,
The
Godzilla
20
versus-
went down to 3 viewers. Look what you just did, Davis.
boy. There we
Godzilla
go.
versus King Ghidorah. I like the fights. DJ for me.
I am like, all right, here's the thing. I have extreme bias for this. This is the first Godzilla movie I ever watched. All right. So put that in perspective. I have immense nostalgia for this.
Mhm.
So in that regard, it's like an S for me. I love the fights in this movie. The last like 30 minutes are beautiful. I love it so much.
Good night, dude.
Obviously,
All right.
but I'll leave you with this. Take that, you dinosaur. Take it easy, man.
A
Anyway,
dinosaur? What?
Thank you for stopping by, MJH. All right,
But
continue.
it's dumb. The future plot, like the fact that I like how wacky the plot is. I kind of like the characters. I like how goofy M11, or as I like to call him, Meme 11 is. He's one of my favorite characters.
Oh, Robert Scott Field is definitely a meme of a person.
Yeah.
Oh, he is. I'm just saying the character. I'm not bringing the actor into this thing. I'm just saying just the character. I find him funny.
The
I like
character's
the
fine. The character's fun.
Yeah, I like the wacky future plot. I think it's entertaining. I mean, yeah, it's got some really weird plot holes in it. And Emmy, I think was her name. Her switch from bad to good is super bizarre and doesn't make any
Rest
sense.
in peace.
Yeah.
Rest in peace, by the way.
I think the saving
Yeah.
grace. Oh yeah, absolutely. I think the saving grace of Emmy is Anna Nakagawa's performance, which is really
Yeah.
good.
But even still, I love the action sequences. Mecha King Ghidorah is the most ingenious idea ever. I love him.
That's the
Mecha
one
King Ghidorah
redeeming
is
quality.
cool.
I'll say that right now.
I love how menacing Godzilla is in this movie. Like, he definitely feels like a force of nature that he just will wreck everything, no matter whose
Powerful.
allegiance
They made him
he
more
is.
powerful.
Oh yeah. And I don't know. I love the soundtrack too. I just have a lot of fun. It brings nostalgia, and I have extreme bias, but I know it has problems. I know it does. And yeah, it's S only because I have nostalgia, but I think if I was more objective, it'd be more like a B tier. But I'm gonna stay with S just because of my nostalgia. But I understand all the complaints. They're justified. Don't get me wrong.
We'll get to that.
All right. I got to give it a C tier on here. And it's mainly because obviously the time travel shit, even with multiple explanations, there's still shit that doesn't line up. You know, inconsistencies with the characters and how it completely throws all this shit 84 and Biollante set up in terms of its grounded reality and just throws that shit right out the fucking window is obviously disappointing because I wanted that to keep building from Biollante, and unfortunately King Ghidorah just kind of puts it in the shitter. But even with all of that, I still think this movie's fun, and I think the third act specifically, when Godzilla not even just the third act. Let me explain why this movie's a C tier for me specifically, and it's the constant role reversal with Godzilla and King Ghidorah that I just fuck with so much. Oh, Godzilla's gonna be a problem in the future. Let's get rid of him. All right, King Ghidorah is now in his place. King Ghidorah's bad. King Ghidorah's causing destruction. We gotta bring Godzilla back. Godzilla's back. He takes care of King Ghidorah. All right. Oh, whoops. We brought Godzilla back. Now Godzilla's destroying shit. Well, we gotta bring back King Ghidorah. Now we brought back King Ghidorah, Mecha King Ghidorah. And I just love that shit so much. It's just really fun because when you're just following a lot, it just keeps fucking boom, 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 like switching and turning. And it's just really entertaining, in my personal opinion. And I obviously, while I do think Akira Fukube gets a little repetitive with his music since he's notorious for constantly repeating it, I do think he did a really good job with the soundtrack in this film. And the special effects, I would say a lot of the things they want to do came off a bit too ambitious for them and didn't look nearly as good as Biollante. But there were some cool shots, like specifically one where you can see Ghidorah reflecting on a piece of glass. I thought that was great. And the Shindo scene with Godzilla, one of the best moments bar none in any Godzilla film. I love that moment so much. And Mech King Ghidorah, I mentioned him before, Mech King Ghidorah is the best Heisei mecha design out of anything we see later on. The only thing contending with it is Mugira, but I'll get to that later when I get to that. But I do enjoy Godzilla vs. King Ghidorah. It definitely has some weak fucking elements to it, and there is part of me that kind of is angry at it for what it threw down the toilet due to Biollante not being that successful. But ultimately, yeah, I give it a C, honestly.
I'm kind of with Cole on my thoughts on versus King Ghidorah. There's a lot of bias to it, and I do get the issues, mainly with the plot and Emmy's character, but we'll get to that quickly. But I do have a lot of fun with this movie. I love the fights. I love King Ghidorah's design. I love Mecha King Ghidorah's design, personally. I love the Gedo Goji suit along with the Bio Goji suit. I think most of the characters are fine for what they are. Nothing spectacular, but nothing awful either. I love the soundtrack, like the main theme, where it's basically, I believe, the final battle from King Kong versus Godzilla. That's a catchy version of that song. I love it so much. I love the final battle itself is great. Just the way they introduce Mecha King Ghidorah is just solid. I love everything about Mecha King Ghidorah. It's such a great concept, and it's just, I love it so much. My biggest gripe at the movie, even more than the time travel plot, though, is Emmy's character.
Yeah.
Rest in peace to the actress who played her. She did a good job playing the role. It's just the writing for her, for me, was just so botched. because she's supposed to be the one where they're like, hey, Japan is supposed to be, hey, yo, Japan is, Japan, we're saving, why are we attacking Japan with this monster? Yet she's the one that releases the Dorats into the Lagos Island. And it's like it's like, okay, maybe she didn't realize it. She dodges the question when Mickey, I believe, was like, where are the Dorats? And she just looks at her and dodges the question. It's one of the biggest botches I have seen for a character. And it just kind of ruins, the character for me personally. But, other than that, Godzilla versus King Ghidorah, it's a fun time. And to be honest, it's probably my favorite of the Heisei series. I think it's enjoyable for what it is. It's got many problems, but I still really like it.
All right, I'll keep mine quick. This is a C. All right, this is number 20. All Monsters Attack was 19. This is 20. Sadly enough, as bad as this movie is, this is the best of the 90s Heisei. The only redeeming qualities, man, it's my favorite Ghidorah design, and Mega King Ghidorah slaps hard. But the movie is pretty bad, and even like all the time traveling plot holes, I'm not gonna even waste my time. This is a C. I'm done. Go ahead, Sean.
This is a C for me as well. The script is a mess. The time travel makes no sense, and the pacing is dreadful. The characters suck, with the exception of one. If there's one character I do really like in this movie, it's Shindo, who's played by Yuki. He is a really good character, and that scene with him and Godzilla is a really, really good scene. I think the monster action is good. I will say the effects are a mixed bag, looking pretty good in some scenes and then pretty terrible in other moments.
Oh, goddamn, the Beam War started because of this stupid movie.
Yeah, there's that too. I think the score is fine. I think this is when...
No! They stole from Daimajin. That's another thing. They stole from Daimajin!
It's hang on. It's just Ifukube reusing tracks, and to me, it's pretty much like vanilla Ifukube, if you know what I mean. Like, it's very just like playing it safe.
Better in Daimajin.
Well, yeah. So yeah, this is a C for me. It's perfectly fine. It's got its moments, but yeah, it's all downhill from here, ladies and gentlemen.
So we're all content with a low C.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's fine.
All right.
Yeah,
Now,
next
okay.
one.
Now, seriously, let's go ahead and keep it short and sweet in these next films. Mothra 92. I forgot everything that happens in this movie, aside from Batra, who I guess is kind of cool, but other than that, I really don't like this movie. It's booty sauce.
Good.
Is Batra a male or female?
Male.
Okay, I figured I'd ask. All right, go ahead, Cole.
I know Dilla will agree with this 100%, but this movie is booty sauce, trash, one of the worst Godzilla movies. I mean, like, dude, this movie, the characters are abysmal, the writing is awful, the music is okay, I guess, but it's nothing for me. It doesn't do anything for me. Mothra just looks bad. It looks like she was made out of like those those fuzzy things you can like twist around. I forget what they're called, but she looks like trash. The wing motion looks stiff. The miniature work looks lazy. Godzilla's suit looks really weird to me in this movie. I don't know why. He looks a little weird. He looks off. They changed the roar and the beam sound effect is wrong. It's a laser and I hate that. And the water fight's okay. I mean, I don't mind the water fight, but it's the final fight is one of the most boring, uninteresting Godzilla fights. Nothing impressive really happens. As I mentioned, the characters are awful. They do nothing interesting. The environmental message is shoved down your throat, and it's awful. It doesn't do anything to support the movie. They try to take beats from the original Mothra vs. Godzilla, but they bastardize it to the point where I get angry about it because it just makes the movie look worse in comparison.
And the original Mothra too.
Oh yeah, that too.
From that, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's just awful movie. Worst of the Heisei series by far for me. I can't stand it. Awful. 1 out of 10. Booty sauce.
All right, Big O.
This is the worst Godzilla movie. This is not it. This is Ooh, mainly because if you want to watch this movie and you want to watch it being a good movie, don't watch it. Just watch the original Mothra and Mothra vs. Godzilla. That's all you need. There's no point of watching this movie at all. The only reason why is because Batcher's in it. And Batcher's not that interesting a monster because he's just a dark Mothra. That's it.
Gothra.
Yeah, Sacred Springs in this movie sounds garbage compared to the original. Just sounds too clean and artificial for my taste. Don't really care for it. I guess I kind of like the parents a little bit. They're kind of quirky, but that goes nowhere because the dad's character arc literally goes nowhere. He's like learning from his errors of his ways, and then he's about to traffic the fairies to some random white guy just out of nowhere around the end of the movie. It just happens. The fact that they gave Mothra a beam attack is an insult to E.G. Tsuburaya, in my honest opinion. I know that's a little far out there, but I hate when they give monsters that never had a beam attack and never needed one, and they give it to them because they're not that creative to actually give the monsters unique. Actually, they were creative enough to give her a cool ability where she could actually reflect back the beam attack.
Yeah, that was cool.
That was cool.
That
was 100% fine.
Yeah.
It was making.
Post commentary says, "Okay, we're going to introduce Mothra's brother who works at Hot Topic."
Yeah. But yeah,
My man.
Godzilla vs. Mothra, worst fucking Godzilla movie, in my honest opinion, mainly because it's a Godzilla movie that gives me nothing. I take a Godzilla movie that I'm furious with, that I get angry at, over this, because I at least have something to say more about it. Because even when Titan Goji told us to keep it quick, I'm straight up would just keep it quick in my opinion overall. There's nothing to fucking say about it. I wouldn't even call it boring because there's nothing. It's a movie that literally goes through one ear, out the other. One eye, out the other. Nothing. Literally. You have to remind yourself this movie exists by looking at your collection. Done.
All right, so for some of my thoughts with this movie, I'm gonna plug Davis's old Heisei video a few years back. I was the guy who talked about Mothra 92, and so to sum it up real quick, it's booty sauce. The fight is uninteresting. The fight is extremely uninteresting. Well, the final fight, the water fight, I actually kind of like, but that's a different can of worms. Godzilla's there for some reason. The characters are just mind-numbingly boring and forgettable. Batra's pretty cool. The soundtrack, pretty good. I like Batra's theme. Overall, though, extremely boring, dragging movie. One of my least favorites. I hate it.
All right, Jay.
Okay, I'll keep it quick. This is basically C-. This is number 24 of 36, just above Gigan. It's not a good movie. It's not the worst of the Heisei, but it's not a good movie at all. I don't put it at booty sauce because guess what? Again, the MonsterVerse and the anime trilogy exists. That's the only thing that's keeping this movie at a C. I guess the couple things I like the underwater fight, and I love when Godzilla comes out of the Mount Fuji and he battles the laser tanks or whatever, and they play the War of the Gargantua's military theme.
Yeah, that was cool.
That's the only redeeming quality. But other than that, the movie is just it's all around bad. Even when I first saw it, I didn't care for it. It's a C-, just barely above a D. Go ahead, Sean.
Okay, so fun fact: this was actually the first Godzilla movie I ever watched.
You poor soul.
Davis, shut up. I'll admit, for years I didn't
maybe Sean, this is the reason why you're only 4'1".
He just gets shorter every stream.
Okay, so I guess this movie gave me dwarfism. But even I have to admit, it doesn't hold up. It's a booty sauce movie. I won't deny that. The story sucks. The environmentalist message sucks. The monsters suck. Batra's okay. The score is all right. The human characters are boring. The monster fights are lame. I do like the volcano scene. That was cool. But yeah, it's booty sauce.
Fair. Very fair.
Not my least favorite Heisei movie, though. We'll get to that.
Yeah, I know. I'm feeling you, Sean.
Is it more booty sauce than Godzilla Raids Again? That's
Yes. Yes.
No.
Raise Against worse.
Raise Again is at least has more of an impact on the
Yeah,
franchise than
I
Mothra.
would agree with that. I don't put either of those two at booty sauce, but they're good right next to each other. So,
Alrighty.
Ah!
Godzilla versus Mechagodzilla 2. I don't know about you guys, but I get PTSD just by thinking about this.
Oh
movie.
yeah.
David.
I like
Okay.
it.
Me and Davis have a little podcast that we'll never see public that we did with a friend we know named Dr. Fufuni. There's a reason why we don't fucking like this movie, but go on.
Okay. So me, Delafellow, and our other friend Dr. Mifune, we're all watching this, and in our minds thinking, yeah, sure, it'll be a fun time, but like it just wasn't. The effects were really, really laughably bad. like upon that viewing, I'm sorry. I just do not like the effects. They look really silly. Rodan looks really dumb most of the time. I don't like that Mechagodzilla design. I'm sorry. The Godzilla design. I mean, it's a Godzilla design. Nothing much to say about it.
It's fat.
Oh, I have something to say about the design. David, you know exactly my thoughts.
Everything else about the movie is very forgettable, and this movie is evidence that more screen time doesn't mean a good movie, because this movie has the most Godzilla screen time out of the entire series.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
It's like 20 minutes or something. Right?
Down in the depths of booty sauce for me.
Fair enough. I'm not going to dispute that.
Here's the thing. I wouldn't call it booty sauce. I think this is one of the. You said Davis said forgettable. That's the best word I can describe this movie. It is forgettable for me. I don't remember, and it's just a bunch of action sequences for me. There's nothing that memorable to it. It's just a bunch of flashy action sequences that I just kind of turn my brain off. Like, it's kind of one of those movies. If you just turn your brain off and have it for background noise, that's kind of what this movie is to me. And I don't really care for Mechagodzilla. I don't like his design very much. He looks really dopey, and I don't know.
The poster design was way better.
Oh, without a
the
doubt.
poster. He looks amazing on the poster.
Oh, yeah. And not only does it take cues from like 70s Mechagodzilla, it also takes cues from Robo, because it's 3 machines that combine into one. Cole.
Oh, well, then no wonder the original was scrapped. Then
Anyways, keep going.
And Big O, you said about Mothra having a beam made you mad. I get mad at Rodan having a beam. I don't know what it is, but something about Rodan having a beam just feels wrong. Just something about it is not normal. And he's too, I don't know, Rodan, I'm not the biggest fan of the 93 look. I'm not. And yeah, as I said, just a bunch of action sequences. I don't even remember anything from the human plot, like at all. Like, what even was the human? I don't remember much from the human plot.
The song! It's the song!
Oh, I remember that. Also, the baby Godzilla, actually, I'll give the movie this. The baby Godzilla is kind of neat. I like its design.
Yeah, it's neat.
And I remember that relationship with that girl. I don't remember much from that. I remember it was kind of...
just for baby Godzilla, it's slightly above Mothra 92.
Yeah, super forgettable. Like, I'm literally running out of things to talk about because that's how forgettable this is for me. Although I won't say it's the worst Godzilla movie ever, or I don't know, would even put it in booty sauce territory. This is more like low C, high D sort of movie for me. I don't remember any like perfect 5 out of 10 sort of material. I don't remember anything from it, but I can't hate it. It's just whatever for me. I just don't feel anything towards it. So yeah.
All right. This movie is booty sauce, 100%. All right. So Godzilla vs. Mothra, I would say, is the worst Godzilla movie, mainly because there's nothing to get out of it. But if there's a Godzilla movie that makes me angry, it's this one. I feel like this movie either put a bad mentality with Godzilla fans or something, making them think that screen time is all the hubba bubba. Because I'm sorry, but like having like at least about 5 to 10 minutes of Godzilla just fucking walking around with fucking doing nothing. Holy shit. There is nothing to get out of that. There's no substance. It's literally just a dude in a suit. In a fat suit. By the way, I'm going to get into the 93 suit right now. That is one of the most disproportionate piece of shit suits I've ever seen. That is my least favorite design. Fat, short neck, tiny head, arms that are super tiny. Literally, gut comes out more than the chest. Legs are overly long. The spines are so bunched up together. It is awful design. I hate it. I know that's kind of insane because Godzilla exists from 67, but I fucking hate that design. It sucks dick.
Norbit Godzilla. It's Norbit Godzilla.
Yes. Mecha Godzilla, I've actually kind of grown to have some appreciation for it because it looks so dumb and goofy. I kind of love it. Rodan, also garbage. This is why you need to make more than one fucking special effect for your goddamn monsters, okay? You can't just rely on one thing to do all your fucking dirty work, all right? Yeah, this is okay, we're getting at the point now in this ranking list where we're now going to start comparing these movies to the Gamer Heisei trilogy. But you want to know why Gauss, even though Gauss wasn't a perfect special effect, why it worked more than Rodan is because they made multiple things for Gauss that weren't just one puppet or suit. Rodan relies too heavily on the one puppet they got, all right? And it's not a very good puppet. It's too fucking stiff. It's got no elbows. It sucks dick, 100%. The music is nice. Yes, if Kubik did a good job, all right, the main theme is nice, but that's it. All right, Baby Godzilla's cute, kind of the soul of the movie, but that's it. This movie, it's Beam Wars at its worst, absolutely at its worst. Mechagodzilla is a laughing stock in this movie. All right, he holds nothing to it. I know some of you guys don't like the Monster vs. Godzilla, but I that left an impression on me at least. That motherfucker kicked ass. This Mechagodzilla is a pushover and a half. All right, the human stuff is forgettable. Don't care for it. Overall, yes, this is a movie that makes me angry the most, and I guess you could say it is my personal least favorite, but I still think Mothra 92 is the worst in a more technical sense. All right,
Ryan.
I like it. This is a film like I can get a lot of some of the distaste for this movie, but I can't hate it. It's a Godzilla film that's near and dear to my heart. I watched this one all the time as a young kid for Christmas. This was the Godzilla film I would always go back to. I can't hate it. I like the stuff with Mechagodzilla. I will admit the Rodan puppet is stiff, and him getting a beam is just.
Oh, I totally forgot about that. I try to erase it, man.
But I like the design. I have a lot of nostalgia for the design, mainly because of the Atari games. The Godzilla design, Godzilla himself, I'm going to admit he's kind of boring. Remember what I said earlier? It's not the screen time that matters; it's what you do with it. And Godzilla is kind of boring because there's some cool scenes like with the Beam War with Godzilla and Mechagodzilla, but overall Godzilla's just kind of unremarkable in this movie, in my opinion. The character stuff, I like it. It's not good, definitely not good, but I like it for what it is. The best way to describe it. It's a film I can't hate. Because it's near and dear to my heart. I can't hate it. So
that's fair.
But another thing I will praise though, Ifukube's soundtrack I think is really good here. I think it's pretty good here, personally.
Might be his best in that era.
I agree.
Yeah. Okay, keeping it short and sweet. C. This is number 21 of 36. The two redeeming qualities to me. The first Godzilla and Rodan fight, because I like the fact they actually made Rodan look like he's flying fast and Godzilla's trying to keep up with him and he chokes them the hell out. I love it. So yeah, I like the Godzilla versus Rodan fight because that's something we hadn't seen since the 60s. And I'm a big sucker for this scene too. I love the beam fight at the baseball stadium. That's it. The rest of the movie's bad, and Kaiju Kim, please don't see this. I hate Baby Godzilla. I love Minya more. I hate Baby Godzilla so much. But yeah, the movie's not good. Everything. It is kind of cool that they almost beat Godzilla. They almost had him, which was kind of cool. But it's just more of the same. Heisei borrow from other movies tropes, and it just doesn't work. So yeah, like I said, a couple redeeming qualities, but the movie overall is pretty booty. Not the worst, but still pretty bad. Again, number 21 of 36. C. Go ahead, Sean.
Booty sauce. I hate this movie so much. This is my least favorite Heisei film, and this might just very well be my least favorite Godzilla movie. All good ideas are thrown out the window. The story sucks. The human characters are awful. Rodan looks like garbage. Why did they give him a beam? Mechagodzilla, not crazy about the design. And his stiffness, oh my god, I know it's a robot, but the stiffness. Godzilla looks like garbage. This is just proof that more screen time doesn't make it better. Baby Godzilla, whatever. The monster action sucks. The score's fine. Even then, there's better Ifukube scores. I really like the opening credits theme, and that's about it. Yeah, screw this movie, booty sauce.
Shay Smithers says Godzilla has a butt brain in this, just WTF. And that perfectly sums up this movie because their brains were up their ass when making it.
Well, here's the thing: half of us were in booty sauce, and half of us were either C or D. So where's the medium for this?
I think D. I think this would be our first D movie in a technical sense.
Yeah. Two more things, and then we can move on. The special effects are terrible. This is like some of Koichi Kokita's worst work. And my god, this movie is shot like it's made for TV. It looks like a made-for-TV movie.
Remember the set when you can specifically tell it after Godzilla defeats Mechagodzilla for the first time, but you could just tell where the set just ends.
Yeah,
you know, like right when the hills connect with like the wall, like the painting on the back. Oh,
I don't feel Godzilla's presence in this movie, to be honest.
Yeah, because he like goes away for most of the movie, and then comes back at the end of Tokyo, when the Tokyo fight. So. Yeah, there's a long
gap. Yeah, because it's a shit ton of
time, but there's a long gap.
It's a booty sauce movie.
And that stupid, I'm sorry, that stupid baby. Excuse my language. The eyelids don't even, oh my god.
What? Is that why you don't like it?
I found it endearing. I found it cute.
Oh god, I'm sorry. Like I love Minya more. I don't know why. And Minya doesn't look like
I like Manila more, but I still thought Baby Godzilla was nice.
Godzilla Jr. thumbs up, but Baby Godzilla and Little Godzilla, oh god. All right, go ahead. Next movie.
Next movie.
All right, Godzilla versus Space Godzilla.
Put them booty sauce.
Booty sauce.
Sorry.
We didn't even talk about it. Booty sauce. There's nothing to talk about.
I'm sorry. I kind of like Space Godzilla. I really, really like Mogera.
Are you serious?
I really like the set design.
Are you serious?
But it's a bad movie. However, it's not as bad as like the films surrounding it. So I'm gonna put it in D.
All right, just for saying that,
any higher than D, I would have been really mad.
No.
Okay.
Just because I disagree with you, that's it. I don't like the Attack on Titan live action movies anymore.
Okay, all right.
That's the lowest blow you've done this entire thing. Are you kidding me, dude? That's actually that was too.
Dude, this is Cole we're talking about. He has very low blows.
He's leaving.
Oh no. Cole, make your case.
It was a joke. Don't
Keep going.
I'm talking about Space Godzilla.
I just want to get through this pain. Can we just
all right.
Can we get to the good movies again, please?
Yeah. I mean, as much as I would like to talk about the live action Attack on Titan movies because they're actually good. Anyway, this movie is booty sauce with no questions asked. This movie is I'm about to finna pop off in a second, but this movie just sucks major shit. Like this movie's boring. Like, it has one of the most boring and drawn out climaxes of any Godzilla movie. It goes on for 40 tedious minutes of just boring nonsense.
More screen time doesn't make it good.
Exactly. A long fight doesn't make it good at all. And the character, I don't give a F about any of these pieces of shit. Like, you think they ruined Mickey in this movie. I know you probably don't even care about her in the last movies, but they butchered her character so bad in this movie.
I
like,
completely forgot it was in this movie.
Are we not going to talk about the earrings?
Oh, not even and Mothra twins were in this movie for some reason. And they do nothing.
Oh my God,
Space Godzilla. And Little Godzilla in this movie. And like, if you didn't even like him in the last movie, well, you're not gonna like him in this movie because I hate him in this movie. He looks stupid. He's fat. I don't like him. He's stupid. Get him on some lettuce or something. My God, like. he gets taken out of the movie really early on. You kind of forget he's even in the movie till the last scene. I don't like Mogira. I know some of you do. I don't really care for Mogira too much.
Is it because Mogira is like two machines that combine together, just like Get a
No,
Robo?
it has to be
Bruce
three. No, it
Lee
has to be
machine?
three. No, it has to be three. Then I don't like it. It's more. It's not the design I don't like. It's more how it's executed. Like Mogira doesn't really do anything for the most part. It just stands there and then just dies really quickly. Like I don't know. I don't think it. That's the only reason I don't like Mogira. The design's fine actually. I don't mind the design. But anyway, I'm getting off track. The human characters suck. I don't like any of them. The stupid idiot who thinks like, oh, let me shoot a bullet at Godzilla and it'll kill him. Like, are you stupid? What the fuck
Base.
are you on about?
Sigma
That's
mindset.
honestly, yeah. And he's shooting in the armpit. He knows what he's doing.
I mean, yeah, true. But yeah, I hate so much. I don't even like the music. The music's so forgettable. Like I don't even care about the music in this movie. The effects are lazy.
I thought the music was pretty good.
I
mean,
actually,
music's very subjective. But yeah, it just didn't do it for me. I just didn't care for it. Not saying it's bad. It was just forgettable. Other than that, yeah, movie sucks. Shit sauce. Yeah, it just sucks. I don't want to watch it again. Very boring, and it's my second least favorite of the Heisei, and it's a booty sauce tier. I can't stand it.
All right, there you go.
There you go.
Space Godzilla is a solid D. It's a solid D. I like Space Godzilla, even with the absurdity of his origin, and of course that name is kind of fucking stupid. Godzilla's design's pretty aight in this film.
Oh yeah.
You
That's
know
the
what?
most base scene in the movie.
You know when they
What,
first.
like you never watched another man take a shower, whoever that was just now?
I'm just saying this. When you pay attention to the scene, you realize that our two main leads are still staring right at his cock before he turns around. Like, I just want to say that. And they didn't go away. They stared at it. One guy almost looked like he was drooling, you know. And that's just how it is sometimes.
It must have girth.
It's actually, listen, I'm not against nudity, male or female nudity. It is what it is, but it is awkwardly placed in the movie. Like,
Hey,
there's
he had a
reason
shaved
for it.
ass.
There's no reason for it.
It just comes out of
Camera's
nowhere.
right on his ass too.
Yeah. But I think Godzilla's design is aight in this film. Does carry over some of my issues with the previous one, but I feel like they corrected by giving him more of a muscular tone. Little Godzilla's fucking Little Godzilla. Mogera's fucking cool as shit, by the way. I fucking love Mogera's design in this movie.
Yeah, imagine rewatching Shin Godzilla and I forgot the name of the actor, but he plays one of the politicians in Shin Godzilla.
Yeah, he plays the prime minister. Yuki.
Akira Emoto. Imagine rewatching Shin Godzilla, and then you see him pop up, and you think, "Hey, I know what his ass looks like because of this movie."
Rest in peace, by the way.
Oh no, no, Kirimoto's still alive.
No, he died recently. He died like a year or two ago.
Kirimoto? No.
Yeah.
No. You're thinking of the Prime Minister in Shin Godzilla.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. The other guy, the guy we're talking about, played a different character.
Oh, okay. All right. Sorry.
You're thinking of Renosuke, who played the Prime Minister in Shin Godzilla. Kirimoto was the guy that was the aide to Rando, the older guy.
Mm-hmm.
We'll get to it when we get to Shin Godzilla.
Yeah. Anyway, moving on.
But I think the set design is fun with all the crystals, even though when Godzilla destroys that one tower in the climax, it doesn't look that great. I do think there's some interesting things. I do think, even though this movie continues the Beam War concept, I think it does it more interesting than when Mechagodzilla 93 did it. Because Space Godzilla has just much more interesting powers. The soundtrack I thought was pretty solid, but definitely not that composer's Hattori's best work, in my opinion, for Godzilla films. I think his best work's actually the anime trilogy, but we'll get to that when we get to that. But I overall think this movie is just a good D. I don't give a shit about the plot a whole lot. Mickey, yeah, she's psychic, but she's not that psychic where she has fucking telekinesis, all right? I hate that they did that in this movie. And overall, I just think it's a D, but it still has some fun things about it.
All right, Ryan.
This was at one point many years ago my least favorite Godzilla movie. But nowadays my opinion.
It's your
on
favorite.
Godzilla, I hate you, Cold. But anyways, my opinion has lightened on it tremendously. But it's still not good. The climax is booty sauce. Like it goes on. Like when you think it's gonna end, it goes on for another 5 minutes, and it keeps going. And when Cole brought up the 40 minutes thing, I did the math. It's like 37% of the movie. It's like Jesus. The characters are awful. Mickey is one of the most annoying, ear-grating characters in the Godzilla franchise for me because of it's just so annoying. She's just so annoying, and just her preachiness just really brought her down for me. Space Godzilla is pretty cool. I'll give him that. His origin's kind of weird, but
I would have preferred if you was some like crystallized parasite that got a hold of a G cell.
Yeah, that would have
Yeah.
been good. That would have been good. My biggest gripe is that they chose 2 different theories for it. It's like, why? Little Godzilla, don't need to say anything about it. Mogira is actually really cool. I like Mogira. You all want to talk about Dylan? You want to talk about the '93 Godzilla suit? Remember the '94 suit and how it just fell apart really bad?
Well, the thing is that the suit that you saw falling apart was the '93 suit. They used the '93 suit as a water suit.
exactly.
Yeah.
That's fair. That's fair. But the '94 suit, it just falls apart so much in the movie. There's the tumor finger.
93.
93. Yep. But overall, the score is also decent. It's not my favorite Hattori score, 2000, but overall,
Yeah.
it's not that good of a movie, but it's not versus Mothra, so I'll give it a pass.
Okay. Am
All right.
I good to go?
Yeah.
Yes.
This is the worst Heisei film, period. This is number 29 of 36. This is a D-. The only reason why it's not booty sauce, again, MonsterVerse and anime trilogy. We'll get to that. So, yeah. To explain this movie in a nutshell real quick, let's look at the fight in space with the asteroids.
Oh,
yeah.
That's
And
bad.
That was so
Mogira
bad.
was a
blow.
lot cooler in the Mysterians. Yeah, I said it. Moving
No,
on.
he was. No, he was.
Yeah.
This is a booty sauce movie for me. Space Godzilla is a cool concept, but terrible execution. The humans suck. Miki Sagusa is completely ruined in this movie. What a way to waste Akira Yamamoto as the lead because he's a great actor. The effects are terrible. The pacing sucks. Can we talk about the random crime plot that's also in there?
yeah.
God, yeah.
Little Godzilla's just there. Godzilla suit's fine. I like it more than the 93 suit. The score, I actually think the score is pretty good. I like it way more than all of Ifukube's Heisei scores. There, I said it. But yeah, and the last act is awful. Yeah. The last act in Hedorah doesn't look so bad anymore.
Dude,
No,
I have this.
no.
I have Hedorah at 28 and this at 29. So there you go, guys. We went off on how much I hated Hedorah. I hate this movie more. Okay.
So yeah, Godzilla vs. Space Godzilla, a neat concept, but booty sauce execution. So yeah, booty sauce for me.
All right. So
Oh,
above or below Mechagodzilla
below
2?
Space below.
It's below
below.
Mechagodzilla.
Below
Right,
Mechagodzilla.
but should we keep it in D?
Yeah, you keep it deep. But
Yeah.
Wait, how many
Mechagodzilla.
were on booty sauce? How many were on booty sauce in this one, real quick? I just want to make
Raids
sure.
again and Mothra 92.
No, I mean, like, out of us for Space Godzilla, how many of us picked booty sauce?
I'm
'Cause I said
booty sauce. I'm booty
Okay,
sauce.
1, 2. Jay, were you booty sauce?
I was D-. D-.
Okay, and Ryan, were you booty sauce in this one?
No, I was D.
Okay,
So
then,
yeah,
D's fine.
for me, Ryan and Big O, we agreed D. So
Okay.
Oh, and I
for
think
a sec-
Davis too.
Yeah, for a second I thought we had more booty sauce than Space Godzilla. So I was
Davis.
Again,
Oh, we're
anime
def-
trilogy and MonsterVerse.
we're
Davis,
definitely gonna have some booty sauce for this one.
Are you ready next?
boy.
Are you ready for the next one, Davis?
I
Oh, no.
tried to love Godzilla vs. Destroya. It just does not do it for me. I want to love it so much. I want to love it so badly, but I just don't like it. I'm sorry.
That's fair. I don't like it either. So
It's honestly my least favorite Godzilla movie like ever.
wow.
I'm sorry.
Okay. No, I'm not mad. I'm not mad at that. It's not good.
You're not. I'm not mad. I'm fuming. No, okay.
Davis, you put Hedorah in the A tier, so I got no complaints.
So here's the thing. I don't hate Destroya. I just think it's okay. It's kind of like a.
Real quick, Akira Emoto is still alive.
Okay.
Yes.
Well,
You're
thanks
thinking of Ren Isugi's the actor you were thinking of, Jay.
Okay.
This movie, Destroya is like a C- to a D+. That's the best I can give this movie. It is okay. The characters are okay. They are perfectly meh. I mean, there's nothing much for me to say on them. I like not Emmy. Why am I forgetting her name from the first movie? She came back.
See, you can't even remember her name.
Bro, I'm blank, dude. It's 12 a.m. Okay,
you're thinking
Emiko.
Emiko. Right.
Yeah, I'm glad that she was back, even though she was barely even in the movie. I liked that. I like how they bring it back to 54. I like Destroya as a concept. Some of the execution was fine. I like the execution in parts, although the Bandai Destroyas didn't really help a lot. Destroya is an amazing design. The suit itself, though, is very stiff and awkward. Junior had the better fight. I'm just saying that was the better fight because the final fight is okay for me. I never cared for it too much. The music, I think, is probably my favorite of the Heisei Ifukube soundtracks.
Yeah.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, it's just okay for me. I just don't feel any strong love or hate. Very acceptable characters. I'm not going to say good, just acceptable.
Real quick, bonus commentary says, all right, gents, got to get out of here. Happy ranking. Don't go too long without a kind of stretch break or something.
See you, bonus.
Thanks for your support, bonus. You're the man. You're the man.
Yeah, after Destroy, do you guys want to take a minute break or something just to stretch?
No, we're this freaking close.
Yeah, the stream's already that fucking long, bro.
We're like so close. We can just power through these next 10 movies.
We've also done 5-hour streams before on TokuTitanCast.
Yeah.
This might be the longest one we've had. Anyway, yeah, very just bland. And I won't say bland. It's just okay. Just a very okay movie for me. Don't really have any strong opinions on it. Just C- D tier movie for me. Not buoy sauce worthy though for me personally.
All right, big go.
Godzilla vs. Destroya shows that killing off your main title character doesn't mean shit if the emotional core isn't fucking there. I'm sorry, but Godzilla Jr. and their whole relationship means fucking nothing because we barely see them on screen together in the 3 movies that they fucking had, unlike Manila and Godzilla. So straight up, that doesn't matter to me. Destroya, cool monster, literally does nothing with the concept. Anything referenced to 54 goes right out the window whenever Destroya becomes big, and that's really it. Also, who thought it was the right idea to make Destroya's weakness extreme temperatures? Literally, both G-Force and Godzilla got his ass because they literally both have the weapons and abilities to just and not just go after his weakness, which is just extreme temperatures. That's what it fucking is. I thought that was really stupid. The characters are the most forgettable and boring out of all the Heisei stuff here, because at least I would say Mechagodzilla has some charm, and so does Mothra 92, but Destroya, there's fucking nothing. There's barely any merit to any of these characters, and they treat the end of the world as an irritating task. They treated like the whole world falling apart in Mothra 92 way more seriously than Godzilla melting down to the Earth's core and completely obliterating the planet. It's utterly insane how they just botched something like that. Yes, the score is great. It's nice. Really don't have any complaints about it here. I really like the brass usage of it, and I really like the scene where after Godzilla got his ass dragged through the airport and dropped back in the ocean, he comes back and Godzilla's theme starts playing and he charges to Destroya. I thought that was nice, but I honestly, this movie is, I would say, a D minus or little booty sauce. So yeah, that's me.
I don't like Versus Destroya. I think it's one of the weakest. It's one of my least favorite Heisei Godzilla films. Dilla was spot on with the characters. It's supposed to be this end of the world story, yet they never treat it like such. They treat it like it's just an everyday attack from Godzilla, and that's what bothers me about these characters. Like, I think most of the character stuff in this movie is just pretty bad. But Destroya, but I'll keep it short. Destroya himself is cool design, cool concepts. The suit itself awkward and weird, and I'm gonna be completely honest. I think the ending is a bit overrated. I like the idea of Godzilla dying. It's such a nice little impact for this little Heisei Godzilla series. It's nice impact. And then they bring back Godzilla Jr. That kind of ruins the impact for me. Because it's like, okay, Godzilla's dying, but technically there's Junior there. I don't know. I never really liked the ending personally. I thought it would, it's not bad ending. There's still some emotion to it, but I don't think it's as good as everyone says it is. But that's pretty much my opinion on Destroya. I really don't like it,
Real quick, Cole Ryan seems like got a friend here in the chat.
Oh, Kyle, what the heck?
Kyle, it's Cam.
Hey, Kyle.
Hello, Kyle.
All right, Jay.
All right, keeping it short and sweet. I have this ranked number 22 of 36. So this is basically a C minus. For every awesome scene, there was a crap booty sauce scene right afterwards. For example, seeing the Earth get blown up to the bolt besides Godzilla's tail, and of course the little miniature Destroyas to the meltdown. So much inconsistency there. It's I again with you, Davis. I want to like this movie because seeing the meltdown and Godzilla dying is quite the spectacle, but the movie isn't good at all. So yeah, keeping it short and sweet here. It's a C. It's really, honestly, this is a very disappointing movie. And one last thing, a big shut the hell up to all those bring Destroyer to the Monsterverse. Shut the hell up. Okay.
Now, to play devil's advocate here, Jay, Destroya definitely has room for improvement. It's just he was not handled very well in this movie.
Yeah, it's execution. The problem with the movie was execution. So
yeah, like a lot of people treat Destroya like he's the Doomsday of Godzilla films when
I never understood that.
Really not.
Yeah.
He's really not.
I mean, he gets taken out by the military, so that's going to take him down a few pegs.
yeah. All right, Sean, go ahead.
Booty sauce. I'm sorry. It's a movie that has gotten worse and worse and worse the more I watch it. It is good ideas with worst execution ever. The human characters are awful. The effects range from good to laughably bad. Destroyer, while he looks cool, is not executed well. Godzilla's death, well, fine. Again, the ending is kind of ruined. This is like the Godzilla revenge message, but worse here with the ending, with basically Junior coming back to life. The fights aren't great. Some of the worst composite shots in any of the Godzilla movies.
Yep, agreed.
The Hong Kong composite shots?
No, how about the people just casually watching Destroyer fly by, or the people getting on an airplane when Godzilla's getting dragged?
Man, it's thundering hard here.
But yeah, for me personally, the score is good, but as a whole, it's a booty sauce movie, and in my opinion, a disappointing finale.
Okay, so we had some booty sauce, some D, and one C.
I said, I'm fine with the booty sauce. It's just
I'm honestly fine with the booty sauce too.
Again, I have it. Like I said, I have it right above Mega Godzilla 2 and right beneath another movie that we haven't got to yet. So it's not.
I'd say more D. I'd say maybe D, maybe, but I don't. Maybe I'd say booty sauce or D, whatever. It doesn't matter.
I would put it above Rage and
care.
booty sauce.
Okay. Above rates again in booty sauce.
All right.
So we gotta get to 98.
Wait a minute.
Oh, yeah.
Wait a minute, Sean. You got something to say?
Sean, you might want to leave the live stream now.
Yeah.
I can't have you around.
Sean's been caught in 4K.
Oh, Rainy's back. Hey,
Hi, Rainy.
Hello.
Yes,
Yes, we're still going.
Yeah.
God,
You
how
like the
We're
last
almost
close.
done. We're almost done. We got through the show in high C. We're off to
Two
the
more
no-
arrows.
All right,
Two more arrows
Godzilla 1998. I will say this though, it's not as bad as everyone says, but it's not a good movie.
Yeah,
but me, I'm feeling mid to high D.
He's nuts.
Here's
Well,
I finally made the joke. I was trying to make the joke.
I thought we were gonna make it through this whole stream without making that joke.
I thought we were-
I've done it twice now, motherfucker.
All right.
Yeah, 90. You know, I'm booty sauce for me, man. There are just certain parts of this movie I cannot stand. Like the wife character or like the ex.
Hey man, she bad. She a bad bitch though.
You know, I'm not going to debate that, but I am going to say though her acting skills are horrendous, and I cannot stand any scene she's in, especially the "It's Gojira, you moron" is one of the worst delivered lines in cinematic history. I don't know.
I think. Oh, we probably got the characters confused.
It's about as it's about on par as Cyclops' line from the first X-Men where he tells Wolverine, "Would you rather wear yellow spandex?"
Oh my god. It's the only character that I liked was the he was like that military
Jean
spy.
Reno?
Yeah, he
Jean
was the best.
Reno.
He was the
He
only
was based.
character.
Jean
I
Reno was
cared.
based.
Yeah, he's the only character I cared about because that's the only reason this movie's a booty sauce for me personally is because of the human characters are just insufferable and I cannot stand them. The action sequences honestly are not bad. I actually don't mind them. The effects are pretty decent. I really like the miniature work. It's actually very solid. The practical Godzilla like Jurassic Park scene is stupid and unnecessary. It's actually well done effects wise, and it's kind of entertaining. I don't know. I like how ridiculous it is, and I actually like Godzilla himself. Yeah, I know it went from Zilla now it's Godzilla, but whatever. I don't care anymore. But he's cool. I like this interpretation. I actually like the design. I do. Is it radical of a design? Yes, but I don't mind it. It's cool. I think I feel like why people don't like this movie so much is because it is called Godzilla. That's just a me thing. I feel like if it wasn't called Godzilla, people would be a little bit less harsh on it. But I don't know. That's just a personal thing. I don't know if anyone else sees that. But I don't know. It's not a good movie. It's booty sauce material for me just because of how bad the human character is. But it's not the worst movie I've ever seen. There's still worse. But I just don't like it. It just doesn't do it for me.
I'm gonna give you a fat D on this one. 98.
Don't take that out of context.
Yeah. Actually, take it out of context, please, for the love of God. Take it out of context. But 98 has some really, I'm gonna be honest, has some fun action sequences. Even if some of them are kind of like, what the fuck. I actually think at scenes due to how Godzilla shot in this movie, he actually kind of comes off terrifying. Like the scene where he's chasing after the taxi and he gets closer and closer. Like, ooh, I can't imagine being in that situation, man. And I think the music for a decent amount of times is also very good. And I like the design.
I'll give it that.
Yeah. I really like the character Animal and Philippe. I think I probably butchered his fucking name just now, but I really like both those characters. So those are probably some of the best Hollywood Godzilla characters that we've gotten. Just really fun and memorable, bring a lot of energy and soul to this movie.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, though, I feel like the filmmakers had really bad intentions making this movie because there has been directors who did not care for Godzilla that made Godzilla movies, and some of those made pretty damn good Godzilla movies. Jun Fukuda is a great example of that. But people who made this one didn't give a shit about Godzilla. But not only did they not give a shit, they looked down on the franchise, and that's probably this movie's biggest sin.
Yeah.
That is 100%. And it felt like when they came into this, not only there's a bit of a mentality to it that kind of came off much more wrong than just disrespecting the icon, and it more so kind of looked down somewhat on a culture. And I personally I can't vibe with that. I think it is a D movie on its own level, but in terms of morality sense, I don't know. I kind of have to put in booty sauce. This movie just makes me this movie just doesn't sit right because the filmmakers just did not give a shit at all about the source material and the people who made it. And the main reason why it even got greenlit was because Toho was so wanting a Hollywood Godzilla movie, they just said fuck it in the end.
All right. I'm going to be really quick because I do have a decent amount to say for the next movie. But pretty much to sum up my thoughts on 98, most of the human characters are bad. Action scenes are pretty decent for the most part. But the best part of the movie, Mr. LaFrog, Jean Reno. He's the best part of the movie. Already. That was my thoughts on 98.
So what rank?
Probably D. That's a good rank.
All right, keeping this pretty short and sweet. So, Davis, Cole, Sean, you've done this with me before. Ladies and gentlemen, this is not rehearsed. Say it with me in 3, 2, 1.
Booty sauce.
Yes, this is number 35 of 36. The only redeeming qualities this movie has is that it launched the Millennium Era, and there were a couple great special effects shots, but the main problem, and I'm surprised none of you guys have touched on it, this gets away from what Godzilla represents, which is nuclear terror. And that's why it's not a good movie. It's a fun monster flick, but it's, as a Godzilla movie, this is definitely booty sauce. This is the second worst Godzilla movie in history. Davis and Sean know what my number one worst in history is. So that's all. Go ahead, Sean.
Yeah, not a good movie. I don't like it, and Roland Emmerich's disrespect for not only the character but the franchise as a whole is pretty that's a whole other category. But as a movie, it's not a good movie. The human characters are annoying, minus of course. How do you say his name?
What, Hank Azaria?
The military guy.
Oh,
the dude from Transformers, yeah.
But I don't like the human characters. The effects are a mixed bag. Some of them are great. I will say some of that CGI has not aged well at all.
Yeah.
I don't mind Zilla as a character, or Godzilla in this movie. I don't mind him as a character. It's just as a Godzilla movie, it doesn't work, and it does spit. Does have a very You guys pretty much summed it up best. So
where you have it?
I would say I do like the soundtrack.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I
Just saying.
I put this in D. Not a good movie. It's a bad movie, but there are other Godzilla movies.
So we have half D and half booty sauce is what it looks like.
Yeah.
Are we cool with very low D?
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
Fine,
I guess.
Finally, we get to talk about a good movie now.
All right.
Right.
We got Godzilla 2000.
Yeah.
This is one of the greatest examples of a return to form film I have seen. Not only is it a very solid revival of Godzilla, but it's also a very nice revival of Showa Godzilla, if you think about it, because it's a very unique and interesting take on the alien invasion plot that you usually see in a Showa Godzilla film. Plus the characters, especially Katagiri, played by Abe.
My Twitter profile pic right now. Woo.
Yeah. I love Godzilla 2000 so much. I'm giving it a high A. What do you guys think?
All right, this shit's an S tier. This is top 5 for me. This is one of my personal favorites. I love 2000 with a passion. I love its human characters. I love its story. I love its alien invasion plot. It's very simple, but it's very interesting. I love the Regeneration G1 Orga's whole spiel of wanting to learn that and become Godzilla sort of, and it's really interesting. And I'm drawing a blank. Oh no.
The music
Okay,
is very good.
Oh, the music's amazing. Also, everyone rags on the CGI and green screen, and yes, it's bad. But
Yeah, but only like a couple of
but here's the thing: what people don't talk about is that the practical effects in this movie are amazing, and people need to say that more because I love the practical
miniatures.
sets.
The
Yeah,
miniatures.
they're amazing, and the suits are great. Orga looks amazing. The final fight at the end is really fun. I love Katagiri. I love the Dan and the Don's relationship, and the reporter girl. They're all very funny. They have a cool dynamic, and it's just a fun movie, man. And it's entertaining, and I like it. It has heart, and it's a good return to form. And just I love this movie so much.
You're turning into a surfer dude. Yeah, it's a good movie, man.
I'm tired. I'm tired. That's probably why I'm a little tired. But yeah,
we're most of the way through.
I need another soda or something, I swear. But yeah, I love this movie to death. Top 5 for sure. And yeah, love it.
Get a soda. Get a soda. Wake yourself up, Cole.
Let me vent after another movie. But yeah.
I'll say this funny story. I remember renting this movie a lot on VHS at a video store movie gallery, and I remember when the end credits played and Godzilla's just staring at you when the credits are rolling. I remember hiding because it actually scared the shit out of me when I was really little. But this movie is a good fucking A, and it would have been S tier if the movie wasn't rushed and had a much better post-production time, because unfortunately not only do some of like the composite shots don't look that great, and the CGI wasn't going to look great no matter what, that is something that was just going to happen no matter what. It's really all the composition green screen shots that really suffer the most, but I think what suffers the most is the sound design, which thankfully the American cut does fix. But I feel like that kind of makes the Japanese version feel kind of lifeless in some action scenes containing Godzilla. Just nothing really sticks out because that sound design is kind of missing. But I think in terms of story and its characterization of Godzilla and fucking Orga in general, makes this movie a really high A tier film. I love Godzilla 2000 a lot. It's a childhood favorite, and it still stays up there, and it holds really well up. I legitimately enjoy it. While I did just mention the American cut, I'm just saying this. Orga is way better than the American cut just because of the roar. The roar makes Orga way. Yeah, I love Orga's roar in the American cut, and in the Japanese cut, he literally just has Cretaceous King Ghidorah's roar, which is a bit unfortunate. But in the end, I think this movie is a really high A tier. I love Katagiri. I love Shinoda. I love his daughter, the reporter lady. I just think this movie has a really good cast of characters. Overall, yeah, it's a high A tier for me.
This was the first Godzilla film I have ever watched, and it is one of my 2 personal favorites in the whole franchise. I love Godzilla 2000 so much. It's just so damn good. The character work is it's one of my favorite character stories in the Godzilla franchise, because I love how choose your side it is, because Katagiri is more so a villain, but you can also side with him, because there are people that have the idea as Godzilla's a bad to human society, shoot him down. But you get Shinoda's side, which is also, you can also go on Shinoda's side. It's like, we got to study him, we got to make sure that we understand him before we can do anything about him. And it's very choose your side, and I love it about that movie. Godzilla, the monster stuff has so much weight to it. I'm there are many shots in the movie. Some of the composite shots, they're not really the most well aged, but there are many times where Godzilla feels massive. He feels big, like he should be, and that's what I love about many of the Godzilla shots. Godzilla himself is badass, and it pretty much mixes up what everyone liked about Godzilla in the first place. You get the force of nature, like in the Heisei films. You get sort of the hero style, like in the Showa films, and you get the the dark 54 kind of way, when especially at the end where he's just shooting the breath and whatnot. Orga himself is one of my favorite Godzilla monsters. The mystery behind him is so unique. There's so much stuff about him that most of us don't know about. And
That
it's just
computer
so-
scene where you just see everything. Oh, that
Oh,
it's so
bummer
good.
that got
Yeah.
cut out in
It's
the
so
American
good.
cut. Bummer. That's
Um,
such a great scene.
Speaking of which, the one shot with the Millennium UFO on top of the building, it's like red.
Oh,
I love
yes.
that so much. It's so good. The music is my personal favorite from Hattori. Not my favorite in the Godzilla series, but from Hattori personally. I love his soundtrack so much. My favorite track is definitely Godzilla Appears in Muro.
Blah, 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 blah,
Ooh.
blah, blah,
Dun, dun,
blah.
So
dun.
good. I love it so much. Godzilla 2000. It's an easy S tier for me. It's one of my 2 favorite Godzilla films ever made. With the other one coming up. So
Cool.
overall, Godzilla 2000, incredible. I love it.
All right, keeping it short and sweet, I'll just say I can't give it an S or even an A. For me, it's a B. It's 16 out of 36. It's solid Godzilla movie. I'll just say, to put it in a nutshell, it pretty much it's kind of was a great starting point for the Millennium films. I guess my only gripe with the movie is it doesn't exactly have a good story early on to explain where in the timeline we are, where this Godzilla came from. But other than that, the rest of the execution is dynamite. It's a lot of fun. It was my first Godzilla movie I ever saw in the movie theater. Yes, I'm that old. So, yes, it's like I said, 16 out of 36, solid B+. Go ahead, Sean.
This is an A for me. I love 2000. First off, I just want to say I'm one of 5 people that actually likes the Japanese version better, even though there are editing flaws in the Japanese version. But I really like the story. The human characters are great. Katagiri is amazing. Hiroshi Abe, you madman. The score is phenomenal. Godzilla himself is. I'm not gonna lie. Godzilla in this movie is kind of terrifying.
Oh, yeah.
And that final scene where he kills Katagiri and then just nukes Tokyo is so haunting. The
The music in the English version of that scene is so good. I'm sorry. I just have to say that.
The alien subplot is really cool. Orga is awesome. I love the scene when it shows what the aliens are planning to do when they take over Earth. Like, that's great. The effects are mixed bag. There are some pretty terrible composite shots, but when the effects in this movie are good, they are really freaking good.
Well said.
I think a great example is the shot that after Godzilla defeats Orga, and you just see all the smoke, you see his silhouette, and his spines light up. By the way, I never got into my favorite Godzilla design. 89 is my favorite, but this one is my second favorite. 99 just.
Oh, the 2000s.
Dude, I love the long hunched over with the long dorsal fins and he's hunched over. I love it.
This movie is also, I'm not gonna lie, this is probably one of the bleakest Godzilla movies because Godzilla in this movie is not a good guy, and let's face it, by the end of the movie, just because Orga is defeated, Godzilla's still around, and what he does to Tokyo at the end shows that it's pretty haunting. And honestly,
I'm a little older than that, Shay.
The final fight's great. I adore Godzilla 2000. It is one of my personal favorites. A, easily A.
Okay, so I think A is fair. I had it B. Some of you guys says S, and some of you, I think A is fine where it is.
But where
A? High A,
real-
I think is where
It's
we're at.
not better. Listen, it's not better than Biollante or 84.
Yeah, well, yeah. I would actually put it probably. No, I would put it behind 84. To be honest,
I put it over KKVG.
I wouldn't, but that's fine. Just not above 84 or Biollante. I think we can all agree to that at least.
That's fine. I'm fine with where it's
I'll say this much. I definitely put it way above the next movie we're talking about.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna ruffle some feathers. I know I am for this next one.
Godzilla vs. Megaguirus, it's definitely the weakest of the Millennium films. I also kind of find it rather forgettable because Godzilla against Mechagodzilla is basically a much better version of Godzilla vs. Megaguirus when you really think about it. I'm thinking D, like it's not absolutely as bad as the films that are below it, but I wouldn't put it any higher.
Godzilla versus Megaguirus is
Wake up, Cole.
Well,
It-
come on,
see,
man.
Megaguirus? Yeah, sorry. See, that's how boring this stupid movie is. I hate this movie, dude. This is booty sauce material. This movie is literal dick juice. I hate this movie. This movie is like some of the worst. This is some of the worst pacing I've ever seen in a movie. Like this movie moves at a glacial pace. Characters are boring and uninteresting. I don't give a shit about any of these people. Godzilla, the action sequences are super boring. They are so slow. Like the opening scene with the bazookas. What the hell was that all about? Why did they think that would have worked? The whole renewable energy subplot is really dumb and is barely present in the movie. When it is, it's like, why is this even important? And Megaguirus is actually the one saving grace. No, that's not true. The soundtrack is amazing, absolutely amazing, without a doubt.
Oh yeah.
Megaguirus is
Hiroshima.
yeah, Megaguirus. I actually like Megaguirus a lot. The final battle is actually pretty good. I actually like the final battle. I don't know. I think it's fun. It's the one part of the movie I can actually stand watching. The effects are really bad. Actually, no. The green screen is somehow worse in this movie. I don't know what happened, but every time there's a composite shot, everything turns brown. Like it's like the color saturation just shat the bed. It's just the movie's boring. That's just the only way I can say it. It's just boring. I don't give a shit about any of these characters. The main character especially is one note. She's supposed to be this cool badass, but she's just boring to watch, and I don't care. And yeah, movie sucks. Worst of the Millennium series. Booty sauce material. It deserves to be in that tier. I hate it.
All right. Me, D tier. Mainly because they're like Davis said, this is the worst against Mechagodzilla. This is literally the opposite of the whole show era thing with Monster and Destroy Monsters, where Monster was the good one and Destroy Monsters felt like the poor man's version of it, and this is vice versa, where this feels like the poor man's version of Against Mechagodzilla. Megaguirus has some personality and is cool, and I love how it harken back to the original Rodan. But as a special effect, Megaguirus is rarely ever convincing. The scene where it's flapping its wings really fast never at all convinces me that, wow, it's going really quick. Oh, look at it zip around. Like, no.
And you see the strings.
Yeah.
The strings were never the issue. It was just the digitized flap wing. It's the same issue I have as Greg King Ghidorah and Roberto Mothra 3. It never looked like it was actually there. It always felt like it was composited onto a shot and just looked fake as hell. Looked like a JPEG just going. I also thought Godzilla in this movie's design felt off. I don't know, it clicked with me in 2000, but the slight changes they made to this suit, which is called the
Is it the
Ghidorah
colors?
suit.
Is it the
And
colors?
not only the colors, I think it's also they kind of slimmed him down and he's more upright. I think that also is kind of a thing. I think the music score is great, but is perfected and against Mechagodzilla, specifically Godzilla's theme. Which, by the way, this is probably my favorite Godzilla theme. 100%. Probably my favorite. I love it. Yeah. But it gets better against Mechagodzilla. We'll get to that.
Oh,
We'll get to that.
I think the human characters, while do have some charm, aren't that much interesting and don't stick with it. And I think the idea of a black hole weapon, while is an interesting idea, if you know anything about black holes, that weapon is way worse than anything Godzilla could ever fucking do. And the fact they could even think of making something like that, oh my god, Serizawa would be Serizawa is straight up having a seizure in his grave right now. That is insane.
How did they miss Godzilla with the Dimension Tide the first time? How do you miss him with a black hole?
They missed a second though. He comes back in the after credit scene.
I know, but
twice.
But how? How do you miss him with a black hole? though? That doesn't make sense.
I don't know. I literally don't know. But I'm pretty much done here. It has some entertainment value to it, but ultimately, I think Godzilla vs. Megaguirus is a D tier film, and its ideas, or more so its tone that it's going for, is done way better in the director's next film in this era.
My opinions on Megagearus are the same as or somewhat the same as Mechagodzilla 93. It's very massively flawed, but I can't hate it because it has such a big spot in my heart personally. The characters, yeah, they're bad. They're not really that interesting. They're also can be quite big dicks at times. The Dimension Tide thing, cool in concept, but why? But black holes, like that can literally destroy the world. But I like the stuff with Megagearus. I love the whole insect stuff, the horror stuff. I think is really cool. I'm glad they brought back the Meganulons. Megagearus, as I mentioned, is extremely cool as a monster. I love the final battle. The soundtrack is one of my favorites. I actually have the soundtrack on CD. It's one of the catchiest Godzilla soundtracks for me. Like the one song that plays during the final battle. It's just so memorable for me. Overall though, while I personally would give it a B, I don't mind if it's in like D or anything in something because it does have its bad flaws, like the characters in Dimension Tide.
I will say this though, if there's any scene that sticks out for me, it's definitely the scene where Godzilla fights all the Meganulas. That I actually found that fight really interesting because we've never seen Godzilla fights like small swarm of enemies like that. So I thought that was cool.
Yeah.
Or the body slam.
Oh yeah,
that's great.
But overall, Megagearus, I like it, but it's massively flawed.
All right. I will say this. This is the worst of the Millennium. It's worse than Space G, and it's worse than Hedra. This is number 30 of 36. D-. I hate this movie. You gotta understand, I'm older than you guys. I was so stoked after walking out of the theater for Godzilla 2000. I was excited for this movie because I knew it was coming. Little did we know that it was going to debut on the Sci-Fi Channel. It didn't come to DVD first. It didn't come to theaters. It came on the Sci-Fi Channel along with GMK. And I remember sitting down watching how disappointed and angry I was. This is absolute garbage. I hate this movie. The only reason why it's not booty sauce, again, MonsterVerse anime trilogy. That is it. D-. Go ahead, Sean.
Booty sauce. This is a booty sauce for me. I hate this movie. Again, great ideas. You know, the idea that this is the Godzilla from Godzilla 54 and they never killed it is a unique concept, but they do nothing with it. The human characters are either unlikable or annoying. The effects are really bad. Godzilla barely has a presence in this movie. Megagearus is a cool monster, just mediocre execution. I do love the score in the movie, and I do admit the final battle is entertaining despite how goofy it is. I will say though, if there's one scene in this movie that I do think is genuinely good besides the scene where Godzilla's fighting all the Meganula, if there's one scene I think is genuinely good and unsettling, is the Meganula attack scene that happens to the couple earlier on in the movie.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
Oh yeah.
that,
Very brutal.
Megagearus looks a lot like Batra. That's another problem.
it is brutal, and you know, it's pretty edgy for a scene in an otherwise cheesy as hell movie. So like, and despite that though, that's one scene in an otherwise boring movie. And so yeah, I just good ideas and a couple things, but for me, this is a booty sauce movie.
Oh, and just real quick, can I just say, I like how the movie has like this kid as like supposed to be like a big part of this movie, yet after like the 30-minute mark, he's like never seen nor mentioned again until like one
After
little
credit
scene.
yeah.
And the kid, and here's the thing, the kid is mostly responsible for most of the stuff that happens. Like, remember that scene when like the main character says after they find the remains of the couple that were eaten, he's like, "It's not your fault. It is your fault. And now you have a giant Meganula flying around the city and flooding all of Tokyo. It is your fault. You suck."
All right, I'm ready to ruffle some feathers now.
Oh no, I'm ready to be in fanboy mode again. Let's.
Go
Okay.
ahead.
All right.
No changing my mind on this.
Shizuke Kaneko. Shizuke Kaneko.
GMK.
So
It's my-
I'm sorry.
it's-
Mega Gears is in
Oh.
D, right?
Yeah. Mega Gears is in D.
Oh,
Okay,
you
uh,
want
yeah.
to candy?
Are you guys cool with Mega Gears'
Yeah.
Can we,
place?
please talk about GMK now, please?
Okay, GMK. It is my favorite Godzilla movie.
Yeah.
I love it even more than the original. I think it's like to me it has the best Godzilla story and the
Quit
best
sniffing
monster
markers,
mash
David.
in. I'm sorry.
I said quit sniffing markers.
Shut up.
Shut up.
Hey man, I have air dusters. Okay.
All right,
I love you, Davis. I just cannot see eye to eye with. I know you've convinced. I tried.
trying to
Maybe
put in
scroll
S,
up.
but,
Yeah, it wasn't meant to be.
yeah.
It wasn't meant to be.
There
David.
you go.
Yeah.
Oh, I completely forgot we had Megalon in its own tier for a second.
Yeah, I love GMK so much. Not just for its action. I know a lot of people who love GMK as like their favorite Godzilla movie. They all love it for the action, but I love it for its world building, its writing, its directing, its
story.
cinematography, the story, the effects work. Shusuke Kaneko is fantastic. I mean, just look at the Heisei Gamera trilogy. Look at his Death Note films. I haven't seen his like most recent film, but I do hear that's very good, and I
I've seen
really
it.
want to
I've
see
seen
it.
Davis, I've seen it. It's very good.
But I cannot get enough of GMK. I love it so much.
That's
Joel,
fine, dude.
yeah.
We agree on a lot of things, just not this one. But you're my dude. You're always gonna be my dude.
Jay, like I
Alright.
said before, it's okay to be wrong.
Yeah. Cool.
So
I
you
have a
know
left to
what you know what I said about Biollante? How I said like it's good. I just was not as into it as other people. Yeah, that's the same thing for this movie. Here's the
Thank
thing.
you, Cole.
No, here's I will not deny what this movie does right. It has amazing soundtrack. It has one of the best Godzilla designs, bar none. I love that they brought Baragon back, and that fight with Baragon is awesome. The characters I want to say the first, like mostly for the first half, I think are very solid. Like the relationship between the main character and her dad, that I think that's like the real heart of a movie for me. I think those are the best characters in the movie. Some of the effects are really good. I don't think the final battle is as good as people say it is. I find it a little slow, and it's a little there's some wonky shots here and there. I
see where you're coming from with that, but I feel like the movie is already directed and written like good enough in order to just
No.
So-
Here's the thing:
yeah.
the Baragon fight is perfect. I'm gonna not change anything about the Baragon fight. That is perfect. It's just I feel like and also some of the composite shots in general are about as wonky as you would see in 2000 Mega Gears at points, and I know that will ruffle a few people, but honestly, I think some of them are a little choppy. I will say though, when the effects are good, they are phenomenal. I mean, like the scene where Ghidorah is like in the air and like Godzilla like shoots like this force field thing, dude. Best
Mushroom
shot in the
cloud.
movie.
And then mushroom
Dude,
cloud.
It's one of the best like visually pleasing parts. Although I feel like when they go underwater, it kind of slows down. But like then the characters get good again when like the father's going in. Inside of Godzilla, and like he shoots the missile, and although I don't know how the beam comes out of the neck, I guess, but
I love it though. I love it so much.
no, it's cool, but I'm just like, how does the anatomy of that work? But whatever. But it's a very solid movie, and it does what it sets out to do very well. It just I have my criticisms with it, but it is a very solid movie, and I get the praise. It's just I don't see
So
it. completely.
where Cole?
It's more like a low. Not low. It's more like a B plus. I feel like a high B.
Okay, fair enough. So I'm just glad you're not like
Yeah, no, booty sauce. No.
I just, oh my god, I don't.
Hey,
get
well, we'll get there. Big O, you're next.
I gotta give it A just because I really kind of fuck with what the movie's trying to say, what Godzilla represents, and I really love that one moment when they're discussing the Auction Destroyer, which I think is probably the best handling of the Auction Destroyer outside of the original. Because and by what I mean that is not that the Auction Destroyer is used in the movie. No. You don't see it once. It's the fact that it's mentioned and that it actually holds some form of significance in the morality of the Japanese self-defense force when it's used. Because they decide not to tell the public that they didn't actually kill Godzilla, and they decide not to tell them that, because if they did tell them that and a random chemical weapon did all the work for them, then people would lose faith in the Japanese self-defense force. And I really fucking love that moment in the movie. I think it's genuinely well written. I think pretty much the movie is non-stop great until the third act, until the finale, unfortunately.
Preach.
Ghidorah, I like his design, but and of course I'm not gonna be one of the people who's like, Ghidorah, good guy, and get pissy about it. But the thing is I wouldn't mind Ghidorah being a good guy if it was a creative decision made. The Ghidorah being put into this movie and being the good guy was more out of a financial choice.
Yep.
Yeah, and that's my issue with it. And also, I don't like Mothra's design in this movie a whole lot. Don't really care for it. Even though I like the purple in it, because purple's my favorite color, I don't fuck with her design at all. Baragon, 100% best appearance of Baragon ever. That whole fight in general is one of my favorite Godzilla moments. One of my favorite shots is literally the scene where Baragon's walking towards Godzilla, and you see Godzilla kind of getting his stance, kind of sizing himself up, which is funny because Godzilla's fucking huge compared to him. And you just see the mountains in the background and such. One of my favorite shots in any Godzilla movie. So great sense of scale. The music's phenomenal. I love the characters. Yuri I love her. She's great. I love her dad as well. And I also love the other cast of characters that surround them here and there, some of the side characters. And this film has a very good human touch to it, which is something I really appreciate. The human characters definitely feel human in this movie. They definitely feel kind of down to earth with kind of the scenario that they're put in. Godzilla's very malicious. He's evil in this movie. I love the look that he has. Even if he has a fat bear gut, I enjoy that because you know what? What's so wrong about having a fat tummy? As long as it's not 93, I'm pretty okay with it. But overall, I think GMK is a good AA movie, but that third act does kind of prevent it from being anything higher than like an A- for me personally.
GMK is a big S rank for me. I love GMK so much. I think one of my favorite parts of the movie would have to be like the idea that they kind of bring up at near the beginning with the old man, and he's like, oh, yes, Godzilla's back for revenge, and they're like, why? Because people tend to want to forget about the stuff that happened, and I'm like, that's such a creative way of bringing this Godzilla to this world, and I like it. And speaking of Godzilla, one of the scariest incarnations, period. It's not even just like of what he does; it's how people react to it of what makes him scary. Like the one shot with the guy in the car, and he's just sitting there looking up, just frightened at Godzilla's presence. It's one of the coolest scenes in the movie because you see people just frightened at Godzilla's presence, and I love it so much. Baragon is hands down the MVP of the movie, hands down. It's Baragon. Like, the dude fought like a champ, unlike Mothra, unlike Ghidorah, who fought together for the most part, for a decent part at least. Baragon fought on his own. He was the MVP, hands down. Ghidorah's cool. Mothra's cool. I like the final battle. It's not like fantastic, but there are many moments where I'm like, oh my god, this is so good. But overall, I don't think it's fantastic. I like the human characters. I love Yuri. I love Takeda. I think that's his name. I love Yuri's father. I think they're all great characters. The soundtrack's phenomenal. And oh my god, there was another thing I had, but completely. Oh, that's what I was gonna say. The one thing though, I don't know if this is still true or not, but I personally prefer one of the older concepts for this movie, where it was Godzilla versus M, I think it was called. I'm not sure if that's still a true movie, but overall, I personally would have preferred that over GMK. But still, that GMK for me, one of my favorites, definitely a S rank for me.
Okay, so this is where I differ from everybody. This is number 27 of 36, D.
Mm.
Listen,
Wow.
this is the Dallas Cowboys of Godzilla movies. This is the LeBron James of Godzilla. Overrated. Oh my god, man, the whole fantasy thing in the Godzilla, it just doesn't work for me. Godzilla's suit looks stupid. He's got a beer gut. It looks stupid. The no pupils look stupid.
No, it doesn't.
No, it doesn't.
Ghidorah as a good guy, stupid. Mothra being a sacrifice.
It makes sense in the context of the film.
This movie would be so much better if they stuck with the Varen Angerless Baragon script. But
I agree.
no
But
whole
I'm
wide
still
money.
Yeah,
having
no,
a
100%, 100%. This movie would have been absolute S tier.
Yeah,
Would've kept
I
like
would like this movie a lot more because those as guardian monsters makes more sense than Ghidorah being a guardian monster. I just can't see what you guys love about this movie, and I
So
hate
in
it.
the
and I hate the
context
and I
of
hate
the film. It
I
makes
hate the
sense.
Turtle trilogy. I hate the Turtle trilogy, so that doesn't help the case for this movie either.
Whoa! Wait a minute!
Don't get over yourself. Gamera's shit. The show was
Wait.
shit.
Oh,
Wait.
All
Here's
that
my
shit.
question, Jay. What do you think of Shizuke Kaneko as a filmmaker, at least?
Like, I don't care for his work. I don't care for his work. Okay. So anyway, back to GMK.
Oh no, the dislikes are going
Oh,
up, Jay. What did
Also,
you do?
Let me see.
Godzilla drilling a hole through Godzilla was stupid at the end. Another thing that was really dumb too, that the fact that this movie acknowledges 1998 as canon. I don't know how you guys can defend this movie. This movie is bad all around. Not the worst. Not the worst. Again, there's far worse. But it's not terrible by any stretch, but it is overrated. It's a D for me. I can't see what you guys see. I'm sorry, I just can't. Go ahead.
All
Sean.
right, it's my turn to prove Jay wrong and to agree with Davis because GMK is in the S tier for me. First off, I adore the Heisei Gamera trilogy, and I love Shusuke Kaneko as a filmmaker. I love the fantasy. The fantasy element is a unique twist to the franchise. Godzilla in this movie is terrifying. I adore that design, Jay. Also, I just want to say I love how it ties into Japan's history. This movie is about as anti-war as 54, with its ties of like acknowledging that war happened, but don't forget
They don't
about
belong in the same sentence, but go ahead.
the movie acknowledges World War II in a very unique way with the origins of Godzilla in this movie. And I love the Guardian monsters. I love Ghidorah. I love Mothra. I love Baragon. The human characters are so likable. I love Yuri. I love her dad. I love the news crew that she hangs out with. I think they're great too, and they're filled with so much personality. I adore the music score. I think the action's great. The special effects, for the most part, are fantastic. I won't deny there are a couple of really bad CGI shots, but when the effects in this movie are good, they are good. I think it's well paced, and I think it's a very effective tokusatsu movie. And this is just, for me personally, it's interesting though. I'm surprised. So I'm surprised that you don't even like the message of the movie, Jay.
It just it doesn't work for me. It doesn't. Okay.
Now, Jay, are you denying war crimes here?
Listen, the whole anti-war, it just works better in other movies. I just can't get past the whole fantasy and the way they just demonize Godzilla. Like, I always like Godzilla as a bad guy, but the way they like demonize him, it was just.
Well, there's a certain movie, there's a 2016 movie, Jay, that we're getting to that.
Yeah, I know. Like I said, this movie, it's not super terrible by any stretch. It's just, I just feel like it's so overrated. That's all. Like, I'm not gonna.
You know, Jay, I'm not gonna hold it against you. Like, it's not for everyone, but for me personally,
It don't work for me. It doesn't. The movie doesn't speak to me like it speaks to you guys. I'm not gonna get mad at you guys for liking the movie because it speaks to you guys. It doesn't speak to me.
But
Hedra,
yeah.
and
Oh no! We'll get to.
Is
we'll
Jay
get to-
pro imperialism? Oh my god!
Yeah.
listen, Hedra, Godzilla versus Hedra.
Oh
Was like,
god! All right. Anyways, long story short, I love GMK. Easily S tier for me. Next.
Okay.
so
okay.
you take it off the S tier because it's definitely not S tier when you combine all of them.
I'm just saying this though. For this next movie, if we had Mifune in here, I think the stream would have went on for another hour. Just that movie on its own.
We'll get. Well, Jay, you have some
Either
good
put a
picks.
bottom S or put it in A. It does not belong in S, dude. Come
Jay,
on.
Jay.
How about
I
how
think it'd
about
be an A.
Well, Jay.
how about top of A?
I would put it behind 2000 to be honest.
Yeah.
To be honest.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Jay. At least
All
these next two movies, though, Jay, is your time to shine.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Oh boy, I can't wait for this one.
Yep,
Hey,
and,
Jay, listen, we're still pals.
No, we're all friends here. I just can't. I
I
can't.
don't know. After the head door debacle,
You guys- I feel like you
I
guys-
got a list of names.
I feel like you guys are in a cult. You guys are in a cult, and you're trying to bring me in. And it's just not gonna.
We're
I'm
not
just
in a
not gonna
cult.
join
We're in
your
a
cult.
religion.
Oh, about that Friends thing, I don't like Cole, so
anyway,
Okay,
Godzilla again.
Go ahead, Davis.
Mechagodzilla.
Please don't break my heart on this one. Go ahead. Don't break my heart.
Honestly, this movie probably has like the best Mechagodzilla period. I think it is the best Mechagodzilla movie, even though I am supremely biased towards Terror of Mechagodzilla since that was my very first Godzilla movie. I guess Mechagodzilla just does so many things right. The characters are compelling. I love the themes that it deals with. I especially love the cinematography and the soundtrack. I mean, I know I said I like it more than Terror of Mechagodzilla, but like in my ranking, I had it at a high A.
Okay.
Hmm.
Okay. Good. You didn't shatter my heart too much. Thank you. Go ahead, Cole.
All right. Yeah, this movie's like top 10. I really like this movie. This movie is basically better Mega Gears, but just infinitely better. I mean, like they use Mega Gears like as a blueprint, but they just make it better. The relation, I like the main character. I really think she has a great arc. I like her relationship with like the scientist and his daughter. I think that whole theme about life and like having a like will to live and all that kind of like having something to fight for. You know, I think that stuff's all really good. The effects in this movie are great. The miniature work and practical effects in this movie are some of the best in the series. A composite, not as much, but it's a significant improvement. The music, once again, phenomenal soundtrack. Once again, beautiful music. Some of the best of the franchise. It's also paced very well. Like Godzilla actually is not in this movie very much, but doesn't feel like he's not in it much. Like it's paced so well, and the characters are like well written enough to where it doesn't matter. It's very well paced. The action scenes are great. One of the best final battles in the franchise, if you ask me. I love the fight at the end with Kiryu. Well, Kiryu in general, I don't like him as much as Showa Mechagodzilla, but he is a great interpretation. We're using the 54 bones, and he has like the battle packs and like the little like knife swords and like the absolute zero cannon. Amazing idea, by the way. Fantastic.
I'm
Cool.
beginning to love you guys
Thing.
again.
But
You notice that we're starting to wake up again now that we're talking about against Mechagodzilla.
yeah, because
Yeah.
it's not a bad movie.
Well, we
I mean,
went through a
GMK is
whole
good
bad
movie.
batch. To be fair, we went through a bad batch. Now we're like,
The Heisei series brought us down a bit. Let's be real, but yeah. But again, super solid movie. Love it. Definite A tier. In my top 10. And for once, this is just a personal thing, but I'm just glad that we got a movie where it was just Godzilla and Mechagodzilla digging out 101. I know that's just a simple, stupid thing to like, but I do like that we did get a movie with just them, and it worked really well. So that's just me.
All right, Big O.
All right. S tier, 100%.
Oh my God, Big O, my dude.
Godzilla against Mechagodzilla is just really the Mechagodzilla movie, with Godzilla being the only other movie that's fighting it for that spot. It really just knocked it out of the park. It gave us a really great cast of characters. Akane is what I love about Akane is that she could have easily been a character where she's like, I hate Godzilla, I gotta get revenge. But instead, she's a character that is dealt with a lot of doubt and regret that constantly like engulfs her as a character and keeps her like pinned down until people in her life come in and give her a form of purpose again and have her push forward. And ultimately, she's the one that is able to defeat Godzilla in the end, not out of hatred, but out of pure love and respect by her crewmates and by her teammates and by the people she's befriended along the way. Kiryu is the most sympathetic Mechagodzilla and is the one with the most amount of personality, just purely due to the fact that it's like a creature. It's a mech that even when it's not running rampant, it always consistently has a conscience, whether it's clear or not. It always feels like there's some soul behind it, and you always get even after it rampages, you always get some form of melancholy with it because you ultimately feel like it's a soul trapped in a mechanical body. And I love how this movie makes Godzilla very beast-like and like a force of nature, constantly just showing up.
Big O, you
What?
could say that Kiryu is a ghost in the shell. I had to go there.
Touch. And and I complain about the dimension the black hole dimension tide weapon in here, but this one, it feels like it kind of took a similar idea with the absolute zero cannon, but actually made it really cool and effective and make it make sense within the world it's built in.
Exactly.
And I love that one scene where they're having like that press conference where they're basically like trying to like showcase and somewhat market Mechagodzilla to the rest of the world. It's like, hey, look at this cool shit we made. And this world also, and this movie also has some great world building by, obviously having Mothra and the Gargantua as a part of it, and the original 54. And obviously, if you know anything about the Kiryu saga, Rodan's a part of it, Space and Eva's a part of it, all this cool shit's a part of it. It's great. Overall, yeah, Godzilla against Mechagodzilla is really just that Mechagodzilla movie. It knocks it out of the park, and you know what? I'm fine. I'm totally fine if there's never a Mechagodzilla movie that outdoes this one in terms of quality and storytelling. Because sometimes you just hit the peak, you hit the ceiling, you break the glass, and there's no way of coming back down, and there's no one catching up with you.
Well said.
Well said. When I said 2000 was one of my two favorite Godzilla movies, yeah, this was the other one. This one's the other one. This is tied with 2000 as my personal favorite. I love this. Like, I recently watched this movie like a few months ago. I love it so much. Like that introduction scene with Godzilla and just showing off, like setting up the events of the rest of the story. It's one of the best introductions in a Godzilla movie because it's Godzilla being Godzilla, and like it sets up Akane's character till the for the whole movie, where, as Dillo said, she's pinned down for most of it. She has this doubt and regret, and that one scene with Godzilla roaring and the lightning going on his spines, iconic,
that's a great shot.
Perfection.
Yes.
Kiryu is my personal favorite Mechagodzilla. I love how they gave him a personality and a character with it making sense in a way, with it, because the whole cyborg-esque idea they gave it was such a creative way of making Mechagodzilla in this world, and just the fight overall is perfect. And Akane is one of the best main protagonists of any Godzilla film. She deals with a lot of like I said, a lot of doubt and whatnot, and it's just executed perfectly here. If there's one thing to describe against Mechagodzilla for me, It's the perfect package, in my opinion. It's got a great story, great characters, great fights, a great soundtrack, excellent pacing, an ending and an introduction that just wow me. It's like that one scene with Kiryu going into the water using the absolute zero cannon, and it's this big ice thing. It's so cool. It's awesome. Definitely definitely the perfect package. Definite S tier.
All right, Jay.
Ass. Ass. This is number 4 of 36. I love this friggin' movie. First and foremost, for those who don't know their sports, Hideki Matsui, former New York Yankee. By the way, he's a 2009 world champion with the Yankees. Has the coolest goddamn cameo ever. Just saying.
Yep.
Yeah.
For those who, I don't know if you guys are familiar with him or not, but
No,
now
no,
you are
I
if
am.
you're not.
I am.
Okay. I was going to say, Sean, you lived in New York. You better be.
My dad was
The
born
fact-
and raised in New York, so
The best era of Godzilla is the Showa era. The fact that this is basically a continuation with G54, Mothra, Frankenstein, Gargantuas. And so I guess Gorath is part, but no, it's not. And then Space Amoeba, I guess, sort of is. But and then this, this timeline is beautiful. I love it. The execution is dynamite. I love how Godzilla is portrayed. Akane is a certified 11 out of 10. Just saying. Love this movie. I absolutely love this movie. You got to understand that this was. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to harp on GMK, but this was such a step above the other Millennium movies at a whole other level. It's not even funny. And the fact that the Showa era is acknowledged, Mechagodzilla 74 will always be my favorite, like, Mechagodzilla, but my favorite Mechagodzilla movie is definitely this in Tokyo SOS. I love this movie. It's okay. I'm done. I love this movie so much. Go ahead, Sean.
this is also an S.
Yay!
Yay.
See, you guys see. Don't give up on me.
This is also an S ranking for me. I adore Godzilla against Mechagodzilla. I think this is some of the best storytelling in the franchise. I think Akane is an amazing, amazing human character, and proof that human characters in this franchise matter. And all the other characters are great too. A great cameo, by the way, by Kumi Mizuno early on in the movie.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
The effects work is top tier. There's one or two shots that are a little shoddy, but most of the effects in this movie are fantastic. Also, the same effects director for Ultraman the Next. For you Ultraman fans out there, Godzilla is such an asshole in this movie. Like, he is, like, this is like one of the meanest interpretations of Godzilla. I love that one shot when it's underwater. He wakes up, he opens his eye, and then there's just that look on his face, just pure anger. Kiryu is wonderful. Kiryu is my favorite Mechagodzilla, easily. And how they tie in to 54 is so well done and something I can welcome. But this is making a Mechagodzilla movie tie into 54 is not easy, and this movie made it work. And honestly, this is like
and much more believable than 93, by the way.
Yes, absolutely. And also, it's a government-funded project, which I can buy more with Mechagodzilla in this universe. So yeah,
and they explain it well. We got to raise the taxes, and it's going to take years to build. Like, it was brilliant. It's brilliant storytelling.
This is easily an S tier for me. I adore GXMT. This is basically
thank you.
Beyond it being a better Megaguirus, like a lot of people pointed it out to be, it's just a good movie. To me, that's what matters most.
Oh yeah.
It's S.
All right, so are we all cool with its placement in S?
Absolutely.
100%.
Stay there.
Alrighty. Let's see.
Then,
Up next, we have Godzilla Tokyo SOS.
I still love it. Shut up.
It's not bad.
No,
by any means, it's not a bad film. It's just a little underwhelming compared to how great of a film Against Mechagodzilla is. So Me, either a low B or a high C.
Oh man, Davis. That's okay. I'm not
Alright.
mad. I'm not mad. I understand. I'm not mad.
All right. Well, D tier. So here's the thing. This movie is a D tier, but here's why. This movie, as a follow up.
Oh wait, you're actually serious about the D
No,
tier?
I'm dead serious. I wasn't kidding. So here's the thing.
D is the first word
This-
you said.
Andy's nuts.
Nah, that's number
Ah,
3.
got him.
And here's the thing. This movie, as a follow up, I think it's really bad. It doesn't really follow up a lot of the plot points. A lot of like the main character is barely even in this movie from the last one. Like she's just kind of there as a cameo, and I find that very disappointing. The script feels very rushed because I think it was.
Yeah.
Oh my god, I'm drawing a blank. Oh, here's the thing. This movie is very in one ear, out the other. It feels like a bunch of flashy. Like here's the thing. Once the action sequences kind of start, I kind of turn my brain off because not a lot really happens. Like there's some neat ideas conceptually. Visually, the movie's fantastic. Again, the effects are still very good, and the soundtrack is still phenomenal. Not denying it. There's some great shots in this movie, and the action isn't bad. It's just I don't care about these new characters, and these new characters have so little of a personality. I don't care about what they're doing. And the whole thing about the main character being stuck in Kiryu for as long as he was is very dumb and poorly written. I think it's really dumb. And I just don't, and the pacing's really bad. I think the pacing sucks in this movie. Like the whole action sequence, like you'll have like a really big burst and then like a very long streak of just kind of, it's just very choppily edited. I think that's the movie's biggest problem. Although I will say this is the best Mothra has looked in a long time.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
I love the SOS Mothra. It's so good. But yeah, this movie's a D. I won't say it's a bad movie, but just coming off of Against Mechagodzilla, yeah, it really hurts this movie, and it's just in one ear, out the other. I don't feel much towards it. It's just it exists sort of movie. I put it on for like background noise, if that means anything.
All right, Big O.
I gotta give it basically kind of what Davis did, either a low B or a high C. I think as a sequel, it is more so just big spectacle rather than being a pretty good follow-up of the film before it. A lot of that soul that the first film had is kind of lost here. I think Mothra is pretty much the main highlight of this film. And I love her design. I love how the larvas look, and I love how it ties into the original Mothra, especially. I forgot the character's name, but it was really cool to see him return in this film.
Hiroshi Koizumi is the actor.
Yeah, it was great. It was great to see that. Don't really at all give a shit about any of the fucking new characters, at all. And it whenever at the end, whenever Kiryu says sayonara, Yoshimitsu, is that his name?
I think so.
I was just like, what the fuck? No. Like, if this was Akane, by all means, that would have been a really good emotional moment, and I would have really liked that. But here, I don't think it works because I don't feel an emotional connection between these two that I felt like Akane and Kiryu had, because it felt like Akane could relate to Kiryu in a sense. She could find some relation with them, But here, I just don't personally get it at all. I think I will say, even though I do feel like the spectacle kind of overstays its welcome, it's a really damn good looking spectacle. Godzilla looks great. Kiryu, my actual personal favorite design of Godzilla in general. I love the gunmetal look to it. I love all the added details. I love the fucking drill arm, and I love his heavy arms setup he's got with his cannons and his wrist cannon shit. I think that looks great. Mothra Larva's already mentioned they look great, everything like that. I think this is really well shot. The set design's great. Overall, this movie looks pretty damn good. It's just unfortunate that it's a bit weak in terms of its story and kind of holds it back from being anywhere near the same level as the first one.
Well,
All right, Ryan.
I am 3 for 3 with the low B, high C tier list.
Basically, pretty much like it's not a bad film by any means. There's a lot of good to it, but compared to the predecessor, kind of for me, it's just it doesn't even come close. There's a lot of things I like about it. I love the spectacle parts of it. I love the final battle with Godzilla, Mothra, and Kiryu, and how, even especially when the part transitions from, the adult Mothra to the larva stages. I thought that was a really unique idea of implementing them together. I love Kiryu's design here, although I do personally prefer the original against Mechagodzilla design. I think the blue contrasts with the silver a lot better, in my opinion. But I love the final battle. I think it's great. I don't remember many of the characters. I don't know. They never really, I think I remember the main character, but I don't know. None of them really stuck out to me personally. The soundtrack's good, and I agree. While this is the greatest Mothra design ever, a side of me and like my heart a little bit tells me that I want Titanosaurus in this movie, just because of the whole idea of the sequels having Titanosaurus. But I'm very glad how they implemented Mothra, and I like how they kind of made it a sequel in a way to the original Mothra. I thought that was a great way of intertwining the two movies. And overall, Tokyo SOS, not a bad movie, just compared to its predecessor, it just falls flat in my opinion.
All right, Jay.
This one's still a mess for me. I actually have this 3 and against my Godzilla number 4. Like, to me, this is just one. They're one and the same to me. Okay, you could honestly, because not to mention these movies came out so close. Because I can remember they came out pretty close to it. It feels like one long continuous movie. I understand where you guys are coming from. I'll just say this: they did a good job not repeating the same story twice. We got other characters again, more in the whole Mothra background, where they brought back what's his name from Mothra, and the movie revolved around his nephew, and they implemented the fairies really damn good. They implemented Mothra really damn good. I love the fact that Godzilla is again outnumbered, kind of like he was in Terror Mechagodzilla. It was 2v1. We get another 2v1 Mechagodzilla battle. I love this movie just as much as I love the other one. They're one and the same to me. And again, it's the best Mothra, and it's the best post-credit ending to any Godzilla movie. Godzilla's DNA in a tube. It's such a damn shame they didn't do something with that storyline.
Well, it wasn't just Godzilla; it was other Toho kaiju as well.
I know, it's just damn. Like,
when I was little, I thought that was just another auction story they were making. Until I actually read the thing, I was like, "Oh shit!"
And also, just the fact, like, again, I think the best Godzilla movies are the ones where he loses. All right, to me, I understand where you guys are coming from, but this movie, to me, is just a continuation, but focusing on different characters. So to me, it's still an S.
Also, Jay, he kills Gamera in this movie. I hope you're happy.
Well, that's not Gamera. That's just
I know. From Space Amoeba.
That was a nice little throwback to Space Amoeba, even though I hate Space Amoeba. I don't know what Matt Monstrosity sees in that movie. I hate that movie with a passion. I think it's Ishiro Honda's worst movie.
Turtles?
It's Honda's worst movie by far.
I don't like that movie either, to be honest.
I hate it. But anyway, yeah, to me, this is just a continuation of the previous movie. I think people try too hard to separate the two. To me, it's one continuous film. And this is probably the best. I know there's continuity in other films, but this is easily the best continuity between two films. But to me, it feels like one continuous movie. It's still S for me. Go ahead, Sean.
I think this movie's okay at best. I think it's got great effect. Oh, I forgot to mention this with GXMG. The fights in GXMG and the soundtrack in GXMG are phenomenal. And the fights in this movie, while good, don't have the same weight for me. The score is also really good, but I don't find it as memorable as GXMG. I don't deny it's a beautiful looking movie. Mothra looks gorgeous in this movie, and Godzilla looks great and all, but it's just, I think this movie has a very awkward pacing, and for me, I don't find the human characters in this movie that compelling. And I I appreciate the tie-ins to the Showa era stuff, but long story short, I just think it's an okay movie at best. So it's a C for me.
All right, so are you guys cool with its placement at low B?
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fair enough. I can't win them all.
All right, Godzilla Final Wars. I'm putting this. I'm putting this bad boy all the way up with Godzilla versus Megalon.
Yo.
Yeah, that's
Okay, Final Wars definitely has problems, but I
Yeah.
absolutely love how unapologetic it is. like
I agree.
like Final Wars, it knows what it is and doesn't give a shit. I honestly really love how it's shot. I actually really love the action. I actually quite like the music. And characters.
41.
Oh yeah, and characters, well, could be better. Don Fry and Kazuki Kitamura totally make up for them.
Yes.
Like, I cannot hate this movie. I just can't.
Go ahead, Cole.
All right. Final Wars. It bonkers, bro. I mean, this is one of the craziest movies I think I've. No, that's not true. Tetsuo the Iron Man Beats is the craziest movie I've ever watched. But this movie's bonkers, bro. Like, it's entertainingly stupid. Yeah, it's a bad movie. All right, it's not a good movie.
What, you like Godzilla versus?
No, I didn't finish my thought, Jay. But this movie is entertaining as hell. I don't care. This movie is fun. Like, this is 2 hours of Matrix fighting. Like, there's monsters like there's so many monsters in this movie. The aliens are bonkers. They're in a golf ball the entire movie. Like, there's a Star Wars fight. Like, they rip off Star Wars at one point. There's a motorcycle fight. This movie is crazy, and I love it. I mean, I wouldn't say it's an S tier because there are just certain characters I just don't care about, but it's an A tier for sure for entertainment value. For entertainment value, this is one of the most rewatchable Godzilla movies for me. Like, I can put this on and just turn my brain off and have a fun
Absolutely. Like it's definitely a movie I would show to people like who have like no idea who Godzilla is or what it's about, and they would just immediately get it.
It's just a good movie to watch with like just friends, and not even that. But even like to be like just to go in more specifics, just real quick, it's like I really like the music. I actually like some of the environments, like seeing Godzilla in Antarctica before it, King of the. I think this is actually like I actually think it's kind of cool seeing him in like a icy snow environment. I think that's just a personal thing, and also. I am a sucker for dilapidated cities that are destroyed, and the whole setting for the final battle is perfect. I would not change.
Yeah.
It is one of my favorite locations in any Godzilla movie. And some of the kaiju get some really awesome redesigns. Like Gigan looks amazing. Like I even like Angerus's redesign. Rodan's I actually like, but even though there's some stinkers like King Caesar, which is nightmare fuel. But I don't know. I just have a lot of fun with it. It's just a fun Godzilla movie. It's stupid. It's bonkers, but that's why I like it. A tier for sure.
All right. So if I had to legitimately view this movie, I say a B, 100%. It's really fucking entertaining, and I love watching this with friends. I've actually seen it multiple times with friends of mine who aren't even into Godzilla, who just who I showed this movie once to them, and they instantly want to rewatch it. I make references to it, they immediately catch it, because that's just how this movie is. And I feel like that even with all that fun shit in it, there is moments where the movie gets a bit slow, and the pacing kind of comes to a halt, and the movie just kind of, takes a minute to really get going again. And there's also moments where it's just like, why even introduce that if you're just going to get rid of it? Like, for instance, when Ozaki turns evil, but then this cross thing that they had introduced in the first act comes back, and literally Ozaki being evil only lasts like 2 minutes, and that was it. And such. The monster fights are fun as shit, but I do feel like they're just kind of done and over with really quickly. And I love Monster X, but I don't really care that much for Kaiser Ghidorah. I don't care much
Yeah,
for
I can
design
agree to that.
or anything like that, personally. I think overall this movie does slap. It is a fun time, but I do feel like things definitely hold it back from being a really good time, like A or S tier. I just wish the movie just was constantly had this kinetic energy that just went through, and more kind of, obviously give the monster action just a little more screen time. I'm still pissed about Hedorah only showing up for like 5 seconds. All right,
I'm
All right.
not.
The best kaiju ever made should come back in a full-fledged film again. I'm sorry. Like if they make another solo Mothra movie, make Hedorah the main villain. I'm 100% for that. All right. But overall, I think this movie is just a good B tier.
I love almost everything about Final Wars. This is one of those movies I go back to because of how fun it is to watch. It's
Sean's stressing out down there.
It's not a perfect film, definitely not, but goddamn is it entertaining. It's one of my favorites. 2 words, Don Fry. Exactly. Don Fry is just so entertaining. I love X.
Because you see, Ryan, there are 2 things you know about the Earth. One is me, and the other's Godzilla.
Just a back and forth of X and Godzilla. It's so cool. I think most of the monster designs here are absolutely top notch. I think the only 2 that I don't necessarily care for are King Caesar and, sorry, Dylan, Hedorah.
That design isn't that great. That design,
okay.
I'm not.
Minya, come on, Minya 2.
But I love 71 Ghidorah's
design's
pinnacle for me.
71 Hedorah is just, it's hard to top it in terms of design. I don't like Kaiser Ghidorah either. I think Kaiser Ghidorah is just
banana neck motherfuckers just going
banana necks.
Tiny ass
wings. I love Monster X. The characters are all entertaining. Like I meant, Kazama's a good example. Sorry, but I'm a vegetarian. The classic line. The soundtrack's awesome. I love Emerson's soundtrack. It's so good. Kazama's Suicide Attack, one of the greatest tracks in Godzilla history, up there with Bio Wars, in my opinion. It's so good.
Oh, yeah.
Overall, Final Wars, definitely deserving of the tier it's in right now. Final Wars is amazing. I love it.
All right. I'm trying to be as fair as possible, but this is number 15 out of 36. This is a B. I love this movie, but I know it's bad, but I love it anyway. I think, again, it does go through the monster fights a little too quick. I really, really wish the Mount Fuji scene was longer. If anything, that should have been much longer. Okay. Just so you know, that doesn't happen in New York City. Just so everyone knows.
Bullshit.
I'm
gonna say this though. My favorite part of the movie is probably the one no one's mentioned, and I feel like I can relate to this, man. The scene in Antarctica where he's like, "Hey, yo, go tell guys made it," and the guy's eating cereal, and he's just like, "Yeah, so." He's like, "So we're not the only ones left." He goes, "The whole world's ended. I just want to be at peace." That's me. That is me right there. That would be me. If the world ended, if the monsters destroy the world, I'm the only one. I'd be kicking back, listening to music, playing video games, eating cereal. I wouldn't care. Like, I would want to be at peace for the rest of my days. Okay? I love that scene.
By the way, shout out to the fishnet tank top with like black nipples on it.
I guess he's an MMA fighter, by the way. But yeah,
he is.
But yeah, the movie is just so bonkers. It could have been better. It's nowhere near as good as the Tokyo SOS or Against Mechagodzilla, but I still like this movie. It's honestly a dumb remake of Destroy All Monsters, which I like Destroy All Monsters more. But Final Wars is hell of a good time. And then one last thing before I end my little session here. I've said this many times on your streams, Davis. I was lucky to go to one of the premieres, the U.S. Theatrical premieres. One of the best theatrical experience I ever had. It was basically me, my best friend, and another friend that I met there, who's still my friend to this day. And it was just a bunch of Godzilla fans. It was like G-Fest, but a lot more bonkers. So yeah, I feel very privileged and lucky that I was able to experience it in a theater before it came to DVD in America. I always got a soft spot for this movie, but looking at it objectively, I think 15 is fair. B. Go ahead, Sean.
I hear you, Sean, pouting, bitching, and moaning about how we're all
he's punching
praising
the sky right
Godzilla
now.
Final Wars.
Well,
You're like,
I'm gonna be
I'm gonna be fair here. I'm 2 feet tall, and Godzilla's
shorter.
100 meters tall. It makes me feel insecure.
All right, bye, guys.
That's why I like the Final. I'm giving you shit, Sean.
First off, fuck you, Davis. And secondly, I'm sorry, guys, but Final Wars is in D for me.
It's
Here's
okay to
why.
be wrong.
Okay, first, what I like. Don Fry is awesome. I will never deny that Don Fry is awesome. Kazuki Kitamura is awesome in this movie. Please go watch Man from Reno. He's in that as well.
Yep, and the live action Parasite films, and
Yep.
not the South Korean film, but the one based on the manga.
No, the South Korean film. He's in that.
Akira Takarada is awesome in this movie too.
Oh yeah.
That being said, I think this is one of the
I ain't
ugliest.
no cattle, just saying.
What?
I ain't no cat. I was just responding to the chat.
Oh. That being said, I think this movie is ugly as hell. Like, I hate the art direction of this movie. I hate the CGI. I think the effects work is the worst of them. Actually, no, Megaguirus is definitely the worst, but I really, really don't like the effects. The CGI is atrocious in this movie.
Stop it, Shay. Y'all crucified me and cried about the GMK. Go ahead.
I cannot stand most of the monster designs in this movie. Godzilla, I'm not a fan of the Godzilla design. Kaiser Ghidorah, I hate Kaiser Ghidorah so much. I hate King Caesar. I hate Anguirus. I do like Gigan. Gigan is cool. I think the direction is all over the place. I think it is just... I think the editing is atrocious. The soundtrack, I find hit or miss, personally.
What about the opening montage? Can you say that the opening montage is good?
Okay, that was pretty good. The opening
Thank you.
And I do like the end credits music. That is nice. With the exception of Don Fry and Kazuki Kitamura and Takarada, I hate the characters in this movie. If they're not annoying as hell, they are boring as shit. I really, really, really don't like Minya in this movie.
I can agree with that.
This is my least favorite Minya in the entire franchise.
But still better than Baby Godzilla, though, right?
Anyways, and ultimately, I find the movie kind of boring. I find the pacing.
Okay.
Show me on the doll where Final Wars touched you, Sean.
Hey, Sean, I'm just saying, the more you talk about Final Wars like that, the more
it's okay. You're in a safe room now. You can tell us.
Listen, some of the action scenes, I find for me, okay, I like Monster X, but I'm not down with the whole Kaiser Ghidorah thing. I'm sorry. And that whole ending scene when they're doing the whole don't kill them with Godzilla and then Minya doing that, I'm just like, I can respect that the movie knows what it wants to be. I can say
Don Fry gets his sword out.
And he rarely uses it.
I also just want to say, I'm sorry, I am not a fan of Ryuhei Kitamura as a director. I don't like Versus. I don't like
Versus. I don't like it.
I don't like his Lupin the Third movie. His directing, he does not do it for me as a director. I'm sorry. So long story short, Final Wars is a D for me. There are things I do like about it, Don Fry, Kazuki Kitamura, but as a whole, I'm not a fan of it.
So where are we putting it?
I just want to answer this real quick. So Kane Kosugi, or Kane Kosugi, I'm not sure how you pronounce his first name. I think he might have been in Super Sentai, though I'm not sure which series. But I do know, that he was Ultraman powered.
No, he was in Super Sentai. He was the Black Ranger in Ninja or something like that. Kaku Ranger. No, Kaku Ranger. That's what he was, the Black Ninja Ranger in Kaku Ranger.
I will also
this. Nice work.
Agreed, that was nice work.
Last thing I'll give this movie, though, if I could say something positive, the scene where Godzilla whips Godzilla 98's ass was awesome.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, so where are we putting this? Because we got a couple B's, we got a D.
I'm sorry, I'm leaving it there. I'm leaving.
Oh, come
there.
on, Davis!
Oh.
You said this was a collaborative effort.
Davis, it's okay to be wrong, Davis. It's all right to be wrong. Just because you're taller than me doesn't make you right.
Isn't this
Not
like
usually.
didn't we say it was like an?
So
A
we should.
for-
So Davis, at least okay. Then do this. Then change the Megalon tier to a question mark. Then.
No,
base
Yeah, it's
material.
tier.
No, base material. That's what should be called. Or
Just
base
leave it.
tier. I
Just
don't
leave
know.
it. No, just leave it.
That's plus there.
That's
There
No,
we go, there
not
we go.
as
That's
plus.
better.
Nah.
Yes, not
That's
final
better.
word.
No.
All right.
All right,
right.
here we go. I'm ready to ruffle some feathers.
The
Let's
modern
bring it,
era.
Bring it.
Yeah,
I'm going back to the booty sauce.
All right,
Here we go.
We're almost done. We're almost done.
We're almost done. We're now entering the modern era of Godzilla films, starting off
All
with
right,
Godzilla 2014. It's not great. It definitely has some flaws, but it's far from terrible. I'd say that everything that relates to the technical aspects are great, but when it comes to the writing, I'd give it a C. Either a high or a mid C. I'm okay with low C.
I'm in the B category. I fairly enjoy 2014. Actually, it's in a high B for me because this movie's gotten better with me over time, especially after King of the Monsters and GBK came out. But here's why. I think this movie captures the scale of these creatures, and it has the best cinematography and direction of any of the MonsterVerse movies by far, in my opinion. I actually like the characters in this movie. I know Aaron Taylor Johnson isn't the best, and he definitely suffers in the second act. And the movie in general definitely has a slow second act. That I agree is the weakest part of the movie. But I think the first and the third act are very strong, and I think they hold the movie together. And the action sequences are fantastic. I think for the most part, the movie is paced very well. I like a lot of the characters. Yeah, they're not all perfect, but I feel like they're definitely serviceable for what they are. I like the world building. I just think this is a very solid take of making Godzilla in a more realistic setting.
Yeah,
or
definitely.
realistic modern setting. And I just have a good time with it. I like the music. It's just a solid movie. That's why it's a B+. And
Davis,
the other MonsterVerse
we
movies,
should have done a drug test before we started. Just saying. We should have done a drug test before we start. All right,
Mr. GMK D2. I'm kidding.
He likes to throw monsters. I don't listen to him. All right. So my rating for 2014, I would say before I saw GVK, I marathoned every MonsterVerse film. And 2014 was a film that I always kind of had an iffy opinion on till I watched it recently.
Take care, Donna. Buck, hear you.
And gotta give it a B-. I gotta give it a B-. I kind of fucked with it recently. Definitely, its usage of Godzilla is definitely it kind of fumbles it a bit. I felt like what they could have done was like I'm just saying, 2014 probably would have been a way better movie if it just straight up fucking ripped off Guardian of the Universe. Like it introduced both Mutos and Godzilla awakening around the same time, and Godzilla's just like it showcases that there's another thing going on while the Mutos are doing this one thing. It kind of slowly builds up for Godzilla to show up in Hawaii, and I feel like that would have been way better and way more satisfying. And such. I think the music rocks. I love it. I love and such. I actually think all the performances kind of knock it out of the park with Bryan Cranston is there, not just because Bryan Cranston is the best part of this movie as in terms of the character stuff, but because everyone's acting performance is shockingly great when he's there. But once he's out of the movie, it kind of goes a little bit, unfortunately. And such. I think the set pieces are great. I think the Mutos, while of course they're not the most unique designs, I think they're very interesting creatures. And I just love seeing them tag team Godzilla and interact. I think Godzilla in this movie, I love his design. Because one thing that while I do think his design in King of the Monsters and GVK is a bit of an improvement in my eyes, I do like how more unique this design was and how it stuck out more and kind of how it was his own thing. It felt like a good, honest, respectful, but fresh new take on Godzilla that I really enjoyed. I thought this film had some really good suspenseful scenes, such as the railroad track scene with the female Muto. I thought that was great. And I think the final act in San Francisco was well shot and looked phenomenal and is some of the best CGI I've ever seen. This film definitely suffers from some pacing issues. Character stuff is a bit weak, and Godzilla is definitely underutilized in this film.
Repeat that.
No. You can just go in the live stream and just rewind where I saw on YouTube. You can just do that. But I think it's a good B minus. Personally, I think it's a good B minus, and I'm sorry, but I don't care what your thoughts in 2014 is. As long as you have a positive opinion about Destroy All Monsters, I'm not listening.
All right, Jade, you're gonna hate me for this. I'm gonna give 2014 an A. I personally love 2014. It's easily the best of the MonsterVerse movies for me. Although that's not that big of a hurdle, I'm just saying. It's I think overall, 2014 has a lot going for it. Mainly with the first act. I love how the first act plays out. Bryan Cranston's character is so good. I really want to watch Breaking Bad soon. Bryan Cranston overall is, he's great. Then they kill him off, and it's like, oh. And the second act. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. It's probably the weakest part of the movie. It's not really entertaining. It's quite boring. The other characters, I think they're fine, but I do understand where people are coming from when they're not really that great. But I personally enjoyed them. The third act, though, I really like. I love the final battle with Godzilla and the Muto. The CGI looks great. There's a lot of good weight behind the monsters. Godzilla and the Mutos both feel strong or feel big. I don't know why I said strong, but the Mutos are really creative looking monsters. I love the Mutos. They're some of my favorite monsters personally. And I love the atomic breath scene was great, and overall, I love 2014. It's one of my it's a personal favorite of mine.
All right, Jay.
Oh boy!
All right, here we go.
Lay
3, 2, 1.
Booty sauce. Wait,
Booty
what?
sauce.
I don't agree with it, but
Number
booty sauce.
34 of 36. Man, honestly, I almost put G98 above this one. That's how bad this is. Okay, I don't like how Godzilla's portrayed. He's portrayed like he's weak. The special effects, a lot too dark. I hate the cutaways. You guys won't talk about the cutaways. My God, the cutaways. Aaron Taylor Johnson sucks. Elizabeth Olsen sucks. The only redeeming thing about this movie is Bryan Cranston. But no, we're gonna kill him off in 20 minutes. This movie is bad. I walked out of the movie theater pissed as fuck. Okay. Jesus. What like there's no redeeming quality to this at all. It's like the fact that I have to like convince myself it's better than 98 just shows you it's booty sauce.
Take care, Spiders Prime.
Good night, dude. So go ahead, Sean.
This is a C for me. It's not great. It's an okay movie. There's stuff in this movie I really like. I love the effects and the cinematography. Bryan Cranston is fantastic when he's in it. The other characters are not that great. Aaron Taylor Johnson is pretty boring. I'll even go as far to say I think Ken Watanabe is wasted as Serizawa in this movie. I will say I think this movie has a really good first act and a really good third act. I do not like the second act, though. It's that second act that really brings the movie down. Godzilla is pretty cool in the movie. This is the only time in the MonsterVerse that I've actually liked Godzilla. And the Mutos are some cool monsters, despite their, unoriginal designs. And the music's pretty good, so that's my feeling. Now, can we please talk about the next movie?
Oh, we got to figure out what to replace 2014 first. So what do you think?
I think it's going to be a B.
Not B. Come on.
Okay.
And that's generous.
We had an A, a B, 3 C's, and a booty sauce.
Oh, we had 3 C's? I thought we had another B. Okay, then yeah, it probably is maybe a C.
It should be bottom C, though, not top C. Come on. Move it to the bottom of C.
Yeah.
You really think? I was just going to say.
No, put it above Destroy All Monsters right now, David.
No.
Thank you.
No way it's better than Destroy All Monsters.
It kind of is.
All right.
That pretty much sells it.
All right.
Okay.
To quote Jay, time to rustle some feathers.
Now, Shin Godzilla. Honestly,
Yes.
the best Godzilla movie of this modern era. I have no problems putting it up in the S tier.
Yes, I feel like I'm doing a Drake meme right now.
I love it. I mean, the characters. I find them memorable and just very engaging and interesting. Plus, their performances are all great. I especially love the music. Now, aside from a couple of shots, the effects are really good, and it's just a great movie all around. My only issue with it is that the third act does drag a little. But other than that, I think Shin Godzilla is a great movie all around.
Do you find the ending at least satisfying?
Absolutely.
Shin is a movie that has gotten better and better over the years, and the more I watch it, there's more to appreciate. Without a doubt, this has the best cinematography in any Godzilla movie, bar none. That is just how I feel. I think this is one of the best shot Godzilla movies. It's very well paced at parts. The third act suffers in this movie. There is a 20-minute period where the movie stalls and it is very slow. But once they start doing initiating the plan or doing the building stages of the plan, the movie picks up again. But that's the only part of the movie where I think the pacing stalls and the movie just doesn't go anywhere. Everything else, though, it's moving. There's a lot of interesting political dialogue, and there isn't a specific. I mean, there is kind of a main character, but I feel like this movie doesn't really need that for what they're trying to go and the angle they're going for. Japan is more of a collective, not an individual sort of thing. So it works with Japan society in that way. It has a lot of great political deconstruction of how Japan government works and all that. It's very interesting, at least to me anyway, and all the callbacks to the 2012 incident and all that kind of stuff. It's just really great, and the effects.
2011.
Oh, 2011, my bad. But it's the effects are very solid. Some very, very cheeky practical effects are in the movie. There actually are miniatures that do get destroyed and stuff that actually are there, and it's very cool how they integrate it. And Godzilla looks, for Japan, very good CGI model. He looks pretty good throughout most of the movie. And my God, like certain scenes, like the atomic breath scene. I mean, what else do you say, man? Like those scenes are amazing and beautiful, and also the new music is very well done. Although I really wish we could have gone without using the same Evangelion track 3 or 4 times in the same goddamn movie. Like, come on.
Which originally wasn't from Evangelion. It was from a James Bond film. I forget which one it was.
Oh well, still they played that same track 4 times.
It's different each time they do it, though.
It is, but still, it's like, come on, can we please have a different song? But that's more of a nitpick than anything. But I mean, great movie. It gets better every time I watch it. It is very close to top 10. I might need to watch it another time to get it in the top 10, but for right now, it's like borderline like 11, 10, solid A without a doubt.
All right. This movie, this is it. This is my favorite Godzilla movie out of the entire franchise. And I'm going to go one step further. It's my favorite movie of all time. I have never had so much fun talking about movie ever in my life until Shin Godzilla came out. Shin Godzilla changed my changed on who I was as a film buff, and it was one of the most fun and engaging experiences I've ever had as a Godzilla fan and as a movie fan in general. It changed my perspective on the franchise. It made me reconsider how I view Godzilla as a character and how he's portrayed. You know, I fuck with this movie so much. I really do. This movie. Oh, it's just so nice to have this current generation's version of 54, to have our own 54 and such that we get to discuss and share and just praise and everything like that. It's so great that we get to have that. And Shin Godzilla just absolutely knocks it out of the park. It is my favorite. It's overall amazing. Godzilla is extremely scary, but also has a bit of mystery, but also some form of sadness behind it due to disfigurement and such, and how it clearly seems more so like trying to act on survival rather than like pure hatred or something like that. The music is phenomenal, even when they bring back some of the tracks from the older movies. The fact they brought up Terra Mechagodzilla's track in this movie, the Godzilla's theme. Oh, that's great. I never... and the classic sound effects I love. I think I thought they worked great in the movie. I just love every moment in this film. Every moment's iconic, and I'm going to defend the third act. The third act, personally, for me, works because the third act literally happens right after the worst thing possibly happens in the movie. And basically, all the characters have to recollect, rework what happened, figure out how to reconstruct their government, and then figure out a way to stop Godzilla. And I am totally fine with that, and I love that. And of course, yeah, the special effects are shoddy, but I completely forgive them for that, because I think for a movie that only had $15 million, and the fact they did really good job with most of the special effects shot, I completely forgive it for having some wonky shots here and there. Okay, I just think this movie, while being a very unique thing, feels like a perfect, I want to say throwback, but like perfectly captures what this franchise is truly about.
Revival.
It's a full-on revival. It's amazing. It felt like it felt like they knew exactly what they were doing with this before and after. The fact that we're not getting a sequel for it is a blessing in disguise. I am so glad this movie is just its own thing and it exists. All right. Okay, I don't need a fucking Pacific Rim Uprising for Shin Godzilla. Okay, I don't need that.
Oh.
All right. Keep it how it is. All right. I love this movie. 11 out of 10. Best movie ever made, in my opinion. Oh my God. I still gush about this film. The fact that I actually got a friend of mine, and same friend I mentioned with Final Wars, I showed this movie to him, and he considers it one of his favorite movies of all time. And he's not even a Godzilla fan. Oh, God. All right. I'm done.
Oh boy.
I know where this is going.
Oh shit. Shin Godzilla I'm in a weird spot with it. It's a film where if I watch it more, I'll probably end up liking it more. But right now,
You sound like the Joker right now, buddy.
We live in a society, and I'm putting Shin at C tier right now.
but like there's a lot of praise for this movie. There's a lot to praise about it. The cinematography, phenomenal. The allegory is done really well. I love Shin Godzilla's fourth form. The atomic breath scene
perfection. It's great. I'm not a big fan of the characters. I never really got to connect with them personally. Like, it's something, I don't know. They just, like, the only time where I feel like I felt some, where I felt a decent, like, connection, or like some where I can, like, be like, okay, I like this character, is Kayako, where she wants to be like the president of the United States, if I recall. My memory's pretty bad with this movie, so but like overall, I never really liked the characters all that much. The characters aren't really meant to be good. Yeah, but for me, the characters should have, I don't know. It's just something about them for me. It's hard to explain, because Shin's a film that I think, I want to, like. It's a film where if I watch it more, I'll end up appreciating it more. But right now, I think it's at high C for me.
All right.
Okay.
Ass. This is number 5 in my entire list out of 36 movies. It's not as good as 54, and it lacks the fun of Invasion or Tokyo SOS and G or Against Mechagodzilla. But I actually like this more than Biollante and 84. The only thing I'm surprised no one's brought up. The only thing I don't like about, I love this movie, everything about it, and I showed it to my parents and they liked it. And they're not even Godzilla fans. I hate the second form, the googly-eyed second. I hate that, but
I like it.
I hate it. But it doesn't ruin the movie for me. Like it's a brief scene on an otherwise generally perfect kaiju film, and this is the closest, as far as a feeling, as a modern. This is the closest we ever got to a modern 54. This is the closest. I know Sean might think G84. I disagree. I think Shin is the closest we got to the same feeling as 54.
No. I'm saying G84 for that time, at the time when it came out in the 80s.
Yeah. So again, I feel like, okay, so my direct response to Ryan, watch it again, because I think people who have that knee-jerk reaction are should watch it again. If there's any good that came out of G 2014, is that it gave birth to Shin Godzilla. So I love this movie. It's top 5. It could have been number 1 or number 2, but I already explained that. But it's number 5. It's S. No cap. Go ahead, Sean.
Well, I have probably the most interesting history with this movie, because I think it's well known for many years I was not the biggest fan of Shin Godzilla, but years later,
5 years later,
He took the Shin pill.
I don't know what happened, but oh my god, this movie has grown on me substantially, and it's an S for me now. I love Shin Godzilla. I love the political satire. It is such a great deconstruction of the Japanese government and corrupt bureaucracy. I love the metaphor parallels to the Fukushima incident and the 3/11 earthquake, which make it a really effective parallel to what 54 was doing. Godzilla is terrifying in this movie, and what he represents absolutely makes up for any lack of character. He's an idea, people.
Yeah, I quote unquote to a certain someone we all watched a video of. Jesus Christ.
I love the human characters. Rando Yaguchi is awesome. I love Kayoko Ann Patterson. I love the first Prime Minister, played by the great Ren Osogi. Rest in peace. The effects in this movie, for the most part, are outstanding. The cinematography is phenomenal. The music, I love the throwback to I love the Ifukube tracks that are included, but the music by Shiro Sugisu is amazing. I love Shin Godzilla. It's an easily an S, and I just want to say this right now without going too deep into it. It's not a propaganda movie.
No, No, for the love of God, there's literally a scene where where Yagashi literally corrects two politicians, saying corrects two politicians that their way of thinking is literally what caused imperialistic Japan to rise in the first place, and so they shouldn't follow
I
in those
see you,
footsteps.
Davis.
No, yeah, he's closer to the screen. That's literally his height.
But yeah, I love Shin Godzilla. It's such an amazing. It's a great movie, and honestly, it's a great movie to show to people that aren't Godzilla fans, much like the original.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah.
that's what I was saying. I showed it to my parents. They liked it. And then we watched the English dub. That's another thing that shocked me. They liked it.
Oh.
Okay, real quick. The absolute biggest crime that was ever done against this movie was Funimation's home video release.
Yes!
Oh my god. Like, okay.
I always watch it in Japanese,
No
but
bonus
my parents,
features?
they can't see too good.
Like, okay, one, no bonus features aside from trailers that aren't even for the fucking movie, and some bullshit whack ass interview with a mediocre comic book artist.
Oh,
I don't look at the special features, honestly, so I don't.
And also, they took out the Japanese text from the movie. Now, I understand some people had an issue with that, but it was put there for a reason. Like, the movie was to put you in the perspective of a Japanese politician at the time. It's also a throwback to the films of Kihachi Okamoto and early Hideaki Anno and Shinji Higuchi works.
You're not wrong, but I'm not bothered by it. But you're not wrong.
Hey, at least we have the Japanese Blu-ray, Davis.
Yep, there is the Japanese Blu-ray as well as a bootleg that I shall not name, which is so good.
So we got four. So we got 4 S's, an A, and a C.
I have one last thing to say about Shin Godzilla, and then we can move on. That ending shot.
Oh,
yeah.
Beautiful. Yes.
Oh, shit.
Haunting. Just
Beautiful.
haunting.
Oh man,
Perfect shot.
I remember when we were watching that. I was showing my friend because me and a friend we actually saw Shin Godzilla in a theater together.
Take care, Martin.
Hi, Martin.
Hi. We actually saw Shin Godzilla in a theater together, and when we showed it to a friend at his house, because I have this friend and his parents are very wealthy, and he has a home theater, and we watched it in there, which was great to watch Shin Godzilla on like kind of a theater setup again.
Oh yeah.
And we pretty much we explained like what the film's about, so he could at least understand the history of it, which I think helped him appreciate the film. But we told him straight up, we ain't gonna say shit about the final shot, but it's one of the craziest fucking things you'll ever see.
I just want to answer
not,
this real quick. Yes. Japanese Blu-rays do play on PlayStation 4s because
They're
American
region free,
and
yeah.
PlayStation's region 3 or
No, region free. Free. It's region free.
American and Japanese Blu-rays share the same region.
Yeah, but in
Also-
general, PlayStations are region free. Like you can
Also,
play
Davis-
region on PlayStation.
Also,
4.
Davis, that Kaihachi Okamoto Easter egg with Goromaki. Ano, Higuchi,
Yep.
I love you.
But we obviously need to move on from Shin Godzilla, but I'm just saying one of the things that made me love Shin Godzilla was the Goromaki theory, which I wouldn't even say is a theory. It's basically all but confirmed. All right, it's like there to like it's definitely implied about what happened to Goromaki in the film. But
And if
that
you
was
really
one of the
think about
main
it,
things that made me
It's
fall in love with the movie.
unnerving, and it is
Oh, yeah.
unnerving. And a certain someone who claims to be big shit in this fandom hates that theory, but we won't go into that.
Yeah, we saw this video. We literally had to pause it. I was like punching the air sometimes. All right, moving on.
So
Okay, so
we're keeping it in S.
okay.
Yes.
But like, where exactly in S? Me,
I would
personally,
keep it there personally, but
Yeah,
I have it at. It's my 5th favorite.
I
so
personally put 54 over it personally, but I'd still put in this.
I can't put it above 54, man.
Yeah, I would put 54 over Shin, but still S.
Cole, Ryan.
I would put it below Astro Monster, but that's just because of my bias towards Astro Monster. Still a great movie, though. Would not.
Yeah, I mean, I would too, but
No complaints with the big S.
All right, up below 54 it is then.
That's fine.
No.
Okay,
Oh,
let's go ahead and make these next 3 quick because
Yeah,
we
we
can
just
all
do
agree-
all these at once. We just do all three. at once.
That's what I was thinking because okay, individually, they do not stand well together on their own. Like, you really have to look at them as like a whole story, which makes it even more complicated. But like I will say, interesting ideas, just not that grave in execution, but not absolutely terrible. Personally, I put the first two in D. I have a bit of a soft spot for Planet Eater, and I kind of put that in C. But what do you guys
wrong. It's okay to be wrong, Davis.
think?
I agree with that order, but not with the placement.
All right. I think the anime trilogy had absolutely brilliant ideas. Like, this is one of the most creative takes of this franchise, and it had beautiful. Honestly, it just could have been amazing. Like, the books are more interesting than the goddamn movies, that's for sure. But as a collective, it doesn't work. Monster Planet is boring, and I don't care about half of it. Though the last 4 minutes is kind of cool, and Godzilla just wrecks everything. But it's a D tier movie for sure for me. City Edge Battle is boring and interesting, and I don't give a shit about anything. Mechagodzilla sucks in that movie, and Godzilla is barely even in it. In the last 10 minutes or anything that it's worth watching, but who cares? Movie sucks. That's a booty sauce movie right there. And Planet Eater, you know what? It's a C tier. I actually like Planet Eater kind of, because it feels like the plot actually went somewhere and actually gave a shit about what was going on. So you know what? It's a C tier for Planet Eater. But overall, like, yeah, no, it doesn't work. It's more like a D tier if I put all three together.
All right. Here we go. So, Planet of the Monsters is an automatic D tier for me. I do like some of the things that happens in the film, but I ultimately feel like a good portion of the film just kind of happens just to reveal a twist at the end that ultimately shows that whatever the characters didn't mean much, and we just kind of wasted time just watching them deal with a tiny Godzilla that wasn't the actual Godzilla they were looking for. And I feel like the art direction is very bland. And Haro currently in the first film wasn't all that interesting, nor was a lot of the characters. Sitting on the Edge of Battle would be a bit higher up, but I feel like constant regurgitation of like exposition. And while I actually don't mind the usage of what they did with Mechagodzilla, I would say if you make such a weird, abstract, out there design for Mechagodzilla, we need to fucking see it. We need to see that shit in action, and it's unfortunate we didn't. But that's obviously due to time constraints and budgetary things. I don't think it's the sake of being different for the sake of being different, and such. And but I do feel like the final climax of City on the Edge of Battle kind of helps it a bit for me, and I really like how it's shot and the cinematography for it. Now this is the part I'm going to get the most shit for. The Planet Eater is fucking A for me, dude. That shit slapped when I saw it. 100%. 100%. I love the dissection of the character Haru. I love Mephius as a character. And I'm going to say it. This is my most hottest take. This is my favorite Ghidorah. 100%.
Same.
I love this
Same.
Ghidorah. Oh my God. And like it's still not the Ghidorah in my opinion. I'm still waiting for that version of the Ghidorah for me, but this is the closest it fucking gets. This Ghidorah is amazing in this film, and I love the music for all of these films.
It's very Lovecraftian if you think.
Yeah,
about
yeah,
it.
and I think the music in the third one hits the hardest. I think Haru is the most interesting character here, and I think the whole idea of like the only way to defeat Godzilla is becoming a monster yourself, and so in order to preserve your humanity, you ultimately have to just admit defeat of Godzilla and try to coexist with him rather than trying to get rid of him. And I just overall, and I love how it ends too. Like I know some people shit on the whole Haru committing suicide type of thing, but I really love the contextual sense of what it has in the story. I love the ending. I also fuck with the music a lot, and such. Not just the soundtrack, but the actual music made for it. And I just overall just really like Planet Eater. I think Planet of the Monsters is whatever. City Edge Battle is a bit better, but still kind of whatever. But Planet Eater is a fucking tier for me. I just love Planet Eater so much. I honestly can't look down on this movie. I never can. When I first saw Planet Eater on Netflix, I was like, okay, maybe it's just like some form of recency bias. Maybe I'm just going to look at this movie later down the road and maybe not look at it as good. But I thought it was really weird that it kind of clicked with me instantly, and it never stopped clicking with me. I really liked it. It just hit really well with me and such. So yeah, that's my opinion on it. That's how it is.
My opinion on the anime trilogy. Okay, so I'm gonna go over the first two. There's many creative ideas and exposition. There's a lot of potential I see with the exposition. Definitely. My biggest gripe though is that the exposition for both of these movies, for me at least, is extremely boring. It's just for me, this exposition is not engaging at all. There's nothing in it that makes me go, okay, I'm invested. I think the most interesting part of these two films was at the end of the film where Godzilla Filius, is dead and the big Godzilla Earth shows up. But that was cool. I liked that. And then City on the Edge of Battle. And that one goes in, Planet Eater goes in, not Planet, Planet of the Monsters goes in D. City on the Edge of Battle goes in absolute booty sauce. I genuinely despised City on the Edge of Battle when I first watched it. And it's one of the most frustrating watches I've ever had with the Godzilla movie. Planet Eater, though, I'm debating whether it goes to B or C because I actually quite like Planet Eater a little bit. I think there's a lot because I think it's got the biggest potential. It had the best usage of its ideas and exposition, mainly with the Ghidorah stuff and the aliens and how they worship it. But I thought that was a creative idea, and it's done in an admittedly creepy way. One of the creepiest parts in the Godzilla franchise for me. I think the third act of the film does drag a lot for me. I never was a big fan of the Ghidorah Godzilla fight, although I do love this Ghidorah personally. I think it's a great version of Ghidorah. But overall, I thought the fight was kind of lackluster. And I thought the ending was just overall, it's an enjoyable Planet Eater. I did find enjoyment out of it, but the other two, no, I can't. I just can't.
All right. All three of these movies. 3, 2, 1. So I will say this though. I think among those 3 booty sauces, Planet Eater is the best one. I'll say that, but it's still booty sauce. To be fair and critical, this was an opportunity for Toho to do stuff with Godzilla and monsters that they couldn't do with Suitmation. They didn't do that. The story was there. There were some great ideas. It was a great story, but it was terribly executed. I think City of the Edge of the Battle is definitely the worst one. I just didn't like it, but Monster Planet is a little bit better. And then I'd say the best of the booty sauces is Planet Eater, but they're all booty sauces. So there you have it, folks. Go ahead, Sean.
I hate the whole trilogy, even Planet Eater. They all suck. They're all booty sauce. Great ideas, horrible execution. I hate them all. Yeah, Planet Eater is the most watchable, but they're all booty sauce. Booty sauce, booty sauce, booty sauce. One booty sauce for each movie. Put them all in the bottom tier.
I'm with this, Sean. Same wavelength this time.
I'd say if we're gonna put this in a let's say the first two can go in D, and then Planet Eater can either be a B or a C.
No,
Planet or at least Planet Eater in C. At least in C, yeah.
Okay, but where does now
right there. Come on.
Because we had 3 say booty sauce, and we all said above booty sauce.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Okay, yeah, we can put that in booty sauce. I'd put it in booty sauce.
Yeah, booty sauce.
All right.
At least one of them. Oh my god. Okay, one of them. All right, whatever. All right,
Yep,
2 more to go. Let's ruffle some feathers. Let's go.
I'm sorry, but the more I watch Godzilla King of the Monsters, the more I just don't like it. I'm putting it in booty sauce.
Good,
Yeah,
good. This movie
Snap.
booty sauce, bro. I hate this movie, dude. Trust me. I know I hate this movie. This movie is trash. It has bad characters, awful dialogue, terrible cinematography, bad fights, lots of terrible cutaways. Just cutaways. This movie are awful. Like the soundtrack is okay, I guess, but the awful pacing and bad direction doesn't help this movie at all. It's a disaster. I hate it. I hate what they did to the MonsterVerse with this, and it's just because a fan directed it doesn't mean it's automatically makes it good and makes him a saint. It doesn't. This movie's bad. I don't like it. It sucks.
It's basically if Godzilla was an MCU movie.
Basically
Yep.
a really
bad
bad
MCU
MCU
movie.
Yeah.
All
Really
right,
bad.
all right. This should have been the Godzilla movie for us. This should have been the Godzilla movie that every Godzilla fan held each other in their hands and said, "We finally got the movie we've been wanting since their childhood. This is it. Hollywood finally made an amazing Godzilla film with classic monsters in it, with also a bunch of great references to the original stuff, and it just really felt like vindicated, and it gave some form of validation to being a Godzilla fan this entire time, to have a big Hollywood production acknowledge everything you grew up with and loved growing up. But holy fucking shit, it kind of sucks. Like I like Godzilla in this movie. I think how he moves and walks is nice. I like his redesign. I think Ghidorah looks cool. I think Mothra looks nice. Rodan is an amazing design, probably the best MonsterVerse design in general. But holy shit, man, the characters. Now I don't hate Mark. I don't hate him. And I think there is some nice little side characters here and there, but holy shit, fucking Emma can suck my dick, but in the worst way possible. Fucking Charles Dance is sleeping through his role. Fucking Rick from Rick and Morty can like sniff a fucking fart out of my ass. Gonorrhea, fucking soy boy over there, fucking like his bottom is a bottom straight up. Shit, man. Fucking Sarah's always on his knee for some Godzilla dick, 100%. All right, and the whole okay. So I'm not the type of person that thinks this movie's pro-nuclear, but I think it handles its nuclear stuff very poorly. Mm-hmm. And I think a great example of this is Doc Sirizawa using an atomic bomb to revive Godzilla. That gives some weird implications, man.
It also contradicts the last movie too. It also contradicts man, the action in general is not really visually appealing at all, with the constant rain and such. People say, "Oh, you can see it because the monsters lit up." No, sorry, there's just a lot of weather, and it kind of makes everything look compressed and blurry and grainy. And I like grain, but
it's like. All I see are particles.
Yeah, and I don't even get me started on the Mothra and Rodan fight. I could not even tell what the fuck was going on with that. Holy shit!
It's not even a minute long. They don't even focus.
Don't you love it when Godzilla got Godzilla theme playing in the background? They're chanting his name. No, get out of here, man. The singular point Godzilla theme does chanting better, bro. And it's just, man, this movie is just really And before I move on. Okay, so you know how I mentioned how GMK had the best usage of the Auction Destroyer after 54? This is the worst usage of it, and this is what not to do when making a reference to a movie. Don't take something that had a lot of thematic meaning and it contained one of the main things that represented the original film, that was a very delicate thing to hold, and then take it and just put it into the middle of your movie and use it to take out Godzilla for a moment, and that's the only thing it does, and that's it. And it's only there for fan service and as a plot device. Fuck that noise. Mike Dowdery, you're a dumbass. Moving on.
I feel that, bro.
This film is the most bipolar I have been for a Godzilla.
Oh, dude, you don't know this story.
When I first watched this movie, it was my favorite. And then
He's turning Joker
I
again.
thought about it. That's right. I'm turning Joker again. And then months later, I put on the red makeup. I got the scars. I got the green hair. No, I don't like it. I don't like it one bit. Okay, there's one scene I like. The Rodan scene with the jet, I like.
Oh yeah, that's nice.
Only
I like
because,
the Mexico sequence a lot.
mainly because I love Rodan, but that's it. There's a couple cool shots here and there, mainly the one with Ghidorah with the cross. But man, the film has this. Like, the film looks really bleak, like in terms of like how it looks. Like mainly the final battle with all the rain, and like it just makes it feel boring, bland. My Dory or dumbass. I don't. The characters. Oh my god, the characters. Now, the one scene with Emma Russell and her whole speech shit. Every time that pops up, I always go to the bathroom or I always do something else. I never watch that scene. It's so mind-numbing bad that I just can't even fathom to watch it. Now,
Ryan just shits his pants when that plays.
Rips ass. He just rips ass.
I rips ass. Now, with the King of the Monsters characters, I think everyone else here has something else to say because when we get to the next movie, I'm gonna rip that fucking movie's ass in terms of its characters. But overall, King of the Monsters, used to love it, but now, oh my god, I don't like it. But I have a lot more to say about the next one.
Same here.
Yeah. Go on, Jay. Go on.
All right. So, real quick in a nutshell, this is number 23 out of 36, C minus. It's basically it's the Godzilla Monsterverse movie I hate the least, but I still don't like it. There are things in there there's small things in there throughout the whole movie I can appreciate and enjoy, mainly Ghidorah and Rodan, but the thing is, the more I watch it, the less I like it. I haven't watched it in a while, so I'm probably going to keep it that way. I don't have any urge to watch it again, but I like it a lot more than 2014. I like it more than 98. That's basically it. It's the human plot makes no sense, but again, I can appreciate some of the monster action. But that's again not saying much. C minus. Go ahead, Sean.
This is a gigantic booty sauce. I hate this movie so much. Michael Daughtry, you suck ass. I hate the human characters, especially the mom. She's the worst character in the entire Godzilla franchise. There I said it. The monsters suck. I don't even like Ghidorah that much. The CGI is atrocious. The cinematography is god awful. The editing, oh my god, the editing. The use of the oxygen destroyer is so insulting. The way it handles nuclear weaponry is insulting. The pacing is dreadful. I don't even like the action. It's a booty sauce movie, and in my opinion, it is the low point of the MonsterVerse.
Okay.
Yeah.
So does it stay at booty sauce?
I'm fine with it there at booty sauce. Like I said, I would
Keep
switch.
it at booty sauce.
If it was me, I would switch G2014 and King of the Monsters, but that's just me. But I'm fine with it. Booty sauce. I would say it's not good. It's not a good movie.
As
All
long
right,
as the next movie's booty sauce, I'm perfectly fine.
All right.
with it.
The next
All right,
one. Go ahead.
Okay. Okay. Is it fine like where it is, or should it go low or higher on the booty sauce?
High on
scale?
the booty sauce. How about that? High on the booty sauce.
Aye.
All right.
It's better than the anime trilogy.
As
Come
long
on.
as it's in the booty sauce tier, I'm fine with it.
Yeah.
Okay. So
Oh boy.
we actually did a TokuTitanCast episode about Godzilla versus Kong. I also
Yeah, just watch
did,
that. We're done here, right? No.
I also did my own video about my first thoughts on it. However, even though I absolutely despised this movie at first, it has grown on me. I did start to see
Davis.
Stockholm syndrome.
pretty good, some pretty solid qualities to it. I love the fights. I love how they handled Kong in the movie, even though there are some things that don't really make a lot of sense. However, it's not a good movie. I don't think it's a good movie. So I put it somewhere on the D tier.
That's way too generous. But go ahead, Cole.
Booty sauce tier. I think it'd be booty sauce. It's just the movie's not good. It's bad. It's basically if Michael Dougherty took a shit, Adam Wingard gave it diarrhea. I feel like it's just like I don't know. It's just more bad of the. It's better than King of the Monsters for me, but that doesn't make it good. Character, there's still some really bad human characters. The fights are better, but they're very weirdly shot, and I don't like the cinematography of this movie very much, even though it's a lot more consistent than the last movie. It's a lot of the ideas are very rushed. Godzilla makes no sense, and I hate him, and he's pointless. And I wish he was not in this movie.
Those claws, man.
Yeah, the gropey claws. I don't like his gropey claw. It's just the soundtrack's very forgettable. I wish Godzilla and Kong kissed at the end. That would have made the movie better. Booty sauce.
All right.
Well said.
This movie is a D plus for me. I found enjoyment with a lot of the monster action. It kind of had the fight choreography I wanted out of the MonsterVerse because King of the Monsters I couldn't stand how the monsters fought each other. Like, why the fuck was Godzilla grinding Ghidorah's head on a building? Like, what the fuck? And I just really like how the monsters just fought in this film. I thought each of their punches and hits actually hit. It seemed like they both understood their strengths and weaknesses. And that's what I wanted more of. And hell, I didn't even mind how it shot, even if it made the monsters feel a bit more weightless. I just thought it was just nice to visually see everything that was happening and just overall enjoy it. Definitely reminded me of a later Showa film in terms of the monster action. And even with the characters as well, I wouldn't say if they were good, just more so that they were like there and shit. But oh my god, yeah, the human characters are fucking garbage, man. The fact that we have about like 2 to 3 characters that mention they lost a loved one and they're kind of dealing with it, but now they're on this journey. It's like, fuck off, man. No, you don't need that. You don't need that, man. I don't care. Oh god, that's so stupid. And then the fact that they go to the Hollow Earth and it's like they have to go through this portal and the gravity changes and everything like that. And then the throne room that they're at is directly underneath where Godzilla is currently. And Godzilla shoots down and his beam completely ignores the rules of that were established by the Hollow Earth and completely just creates a hole by it. And Kong just casually climbs up it and no one deals with it. No one deals going through that portal or any of the bullshit that it was. Like it didn't even exist, which is bonkers to me. Godzilla, his character feels very inconsistent to what it was in the 2 previous films, especially how he moves, because I don't believe they did mocap for this movie. The music is absolutely the worst this franchise has ever had. Generic bullshit, bootleg-ass Godzilla theme. Kong is the highlight of this film, so is Gia. They keep a lot of the film's heart and soul and give this film where, like, at least personally for me, gave me something to really give a shit about this film. And I'm going to say it. I kind of fuck with Mechagodzilla here. I kind of fuck with his design. I like how he fights. I like how he
even the gropey claws.
I like the gropey claws. All right, I would prefer it if they were like 4-finger pincher things that went like that and shit. Instead of like big claw machine hands. And I would have preferred he had a visor instead of 2 fucking Anya Taylor-Joy eyes, man. Just fucking BS shit. But I think overall, I fuck with
Yoko.
I fuck with the design. I think he looks cool as shit. And I just love seeing him beat the shit out of Godzilla and then having Kong and Godzilla team up against him. Everything. I would say pretty much most of the monster shit I fucked with. I thought the story was absolute dog shit. I thought the characters were absolute dog shit. Some of the most bottom low tier any story and character shit in here. But god damn it, the movie did promise me one thing and it did it right. I fucked with the monster shit. That shit was fun. I was squealing like a fucking pig when I saw this shit, man.
You were soying.
Yeah. Like I was like that, man. I was really like that. And then I saw the movie in theaters recently and I was like, yeah, this movie kind of sucks, but I still fuck with it.
So first of all, I love the stuff with Kong and Gia. I think that stuff is just so. I think that's such a great way of I think it's a great way of mixing human character and monster together, because you get Kong, who's this really likable monster, and you get Gia, who doesn't even speak a line in the movie, but it's the best character in the movie for me.
The best actress.
Yeah, the best actress. Overall, like their chemistry overall, like it just was just really good for what they were able to work with. And I agree with Dylan. I like this version of Mechagodzilla. The way they introduce it was amazing. Or he just takes the skull crawler, rips his arms, and shoots the laser and splits him in half.
It's my third favorite Mechagodzilla. There is a gap between it and Kuryu. Like my favorite Showa, then Kuryu, and then there's a gap, and then it's Monster vs. Mechagodzilla. But I still like Monster vs. Mechagodzilla.
What about Ready Player One?
Oh, I fucking hate that design.
Really?
I absolutely hate it. It's like this inconsistent mash of different type of like mech designs and shit. I don't like it. I hate that. I hate the strapless spines. I hate the pot belly. I hate that. I fucking hate that design.
Yeah, no, it's actually a really cool Mechagodzilla design. I like it. Although I do agree that I think they should have done a visor or something rather than the beady eyes. But I do like this Mechagodzilla. Now that the positives are out of the way, it's time to fucking rip this movie a new asshole. I hate this movie. Booty sauce, 100%. Like, this is the perfect example of style over substance. And, like, I'm perfectly fine with a movie like that. I mean, I like Megalon. I like Final Wars. Just make the substance at least engaging, because I had no engagement over the story or the characters. Like the Millie Bobby Brown stuff made me like, okay, like made me just like, it was just boring and uninteresting. Although I did sort of like the conspiracist character. I did kind of like him, but whatever. The Kong characters, aside of Gia, are flat out forgettable. And the villains, the worst part of the movie, Ren Sarazawa, like, if you did not even mention that he is the son of Sarazawa, no one would even realize. It's such an afterthought in the movie. And not even that other Apex guys are better. Because, like, well, I like the idea of them using Ghidorah's skull for Mechagodzilla, and it leads to actually a decent idea of storytelling, in my opinion. How did they get it? Okay, I get it. The eco-terrorists probably had some deals with the Apex, but they're not mentioned at all in the movie, so that's up to your interpretation. And that's fine, but not even one mention in the movie. I would have at least had one mention in the movie. But the villains are so bad. The soundtrack's generic as shit. Despite the fights being fine and all, I just don't think they're as good as people as I should have liked them. Because in my opinion, I think what made it great is if Godzilla and Kong's fight felt more personal, but it really doesn't. The biggest we get is Godzilla and Kong are rivals. Yeah, but we don't get much about it. I get it. They probably said something in like comic books and whatnot, but I shouldn't have to read the comic books in order to get more of a personal story of the two. Like, if their like story, like backstories were personal and they had the deepest like rivalry, or not really the deepest, but like something intense, I would have loved it. But it never goes full out. And the thing that makes me mad is that it could have been great, but there's so much that apparently was cut out that the director decided, oh no, we just wanted to get to the monsters as soon as possible. And I'm like, really? Like, is it better than King of the Monsters? I see why people would say that, but for me, I actually think this is worse. I do not like this movie one bit, and it's easily my least favorite of the modern Godzilla films. Ran over.
This is number 36 of 36. This is booty sauce loaded with ass juice. This is not a low point in Godzilla history. This is a low point in Hollywood. This is a low point in American history. This movie's embarrassing. The whole movie from the jump is embarrassing. From Kong scratching his ass to all these stupid lack of explanations, Godzilla laughing, the whole Hollow Earth thing, the lack of vortex when Godzilla, everything, and like I don't care. People say turn your brain off. I can't. My brain only works a certain way. This movie, every scene defies the laws of physics. It makes zero sense. I had zero enjoyment from this movie. This movie gave me no enjoyment. I hated this movie. This may be one of my most hated movies of all time. I don't acknowledge his existence. Adam Wingard is like a 10-year-old kid who just fast forwards through the human scenes and just watches the monster fights. And it's clear as day he's that kind of person. He made that movie for those type of people. You know what? If you like that, that's fine. But why couldn't we get a good story with good monster fights? And this movie gave us neither of that. I put this G98 is above it. The rest of the MonsterVerse above the anime trilogy above it. This is hands down the one. It's incontested with the worst movie ever made. I hate this movie. It's booty sauce with ass juice. It belongs. Like, I don't even want to speak of it again. I cannot wait till Singular Point comes out so we can talk about that and we don't have to acknowledge GVK anymore. Okay, I'm done. Go ahead, Sean.
Other than Gia and Kong's character, this movie's booty sauce. Everything else you guys that mentioned about that sucks. I agree with. I hate this movie. I hate King of the Monsters a little more, but Godzilla vs. Kong is still booty sauce. So, booty sauce for me. There you go.
Sticking with booty sauce? Are we going with booty sauce?
I do want to say one thing, that while I do enjoy this film, I think due to how positive the critic reception for it was and the fan reception, this puts a bad precedent on any future MonsterVerse films and any future kaiju films made in Hollywood.
Oh,
it's like Fast and Furious.
Adam Wingard already said he would want to make a movie that's solely with monsters, and I think
that's like obvious. Where now it's like we're getting to the point where now it's just like Hollywood's like fuck it, monster, human characters. Let's just make them just plot. That's it.
Listen,
we got 4 booty sauces in 2D.
Yeah,
so
so let's feed the terrible hive mind of the humans don't matter, which is the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
All right, so
listen, the Reiwa era gives us hope because of Shin Godzilla and Singular Point. So there's that.
So low D tier or
high booty sauce.
High booty sauce.
High booty sauce because we outnumber you guys.
We had more booty sauces, I think.
4-2, so it's going to booty sauce.
Oh my god, we did all of them.
That took how long?
Listen, I'm happy because 4 out of my 6 S are in the S, so I'm happy.
Oh my god, that took 6 hours. Oh my.
I'm just happy I got Shin and Terramech Godzilla up there. That's all.
I'm glad Megalon's in the S+ tier. That's all that matters.
All right, so after 6 hours and 43 minutes.
Who's ready for a Q&A? No, I'm kidding.
Let's do it again. Let's do it again.
We
still 16 people here. I'm shocked.
Yeah, I am surprised that people have stuck around. Oh my god! But
you guys are mad lads.
Yeah.
David screenshot this.
I like how Monster's at the very bottom. It deserves it.
Oh man.
Wow. Overall, I know we disagreed on a lot here, but overall, I think this is a very fair list.
Yep.
Yeah, Megalon's number 1. Of course.
Yep. So yeah, this is the official TokuTitanCast Godzilla tier list. Wow.
Honestly, this did not feel like 7 hours. This flew by for me. This was actually pretty fun. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah,
it was fun.
It was a lot of fun.
I got really tired during the Heisei movies, but I woke up again.
I think most of us were.
That's a testament to the quality of the Heisei movies, Cole.
Yeah, that's probably what it is.
I'll admit, to be honest, I have more fun talking about the movies that I love than the ones I don't like, which is why that's why I preferably the ones I hate I want to breeze through because I want to talk about the ones that I like.
I could go upon hours about 2000 against Mechagodzilla. Like those two are just phenomenal for me.
All right, so any final thoughts about this tier list, everyone?
I guess why don't we just give our overall thoughts on the Godzilla franchise as a whole when it comes to the tier list?
You know what? Sure. Let's go ahead and do that. We'll go ahead and work our way backwards. Starting with you, Sean.
Listen, as a whole, the quality of the franchise isn't consistent, but I still love it. You know, I have a lot of nostalgia for this franchise, and when this franchise is good, it is really good. I will say, I think the only era that was really consistent in terms of quality was the Showa era, but I will say Millennium is a close second. And I gotta say, you know, the Heisei film still has, you know, its redeeming points. And I gotta say, Singular Point and Shin Godzilla do show hope for the Reiwa era. So, while inconsistent quality, I still love the Godzilla franchise.
And by the way, y'all can expect a TokuTitanCast episode about Singular Point. when
Yes!
that's out.
I can't wait to watch. I'm really excited to watch because I've heard good things. And this is someone who hates the anime trilogy. I'm excited for Singular Point.
It's good. It's good.
I know. I believe you. Sean, you and I are saved close to the same wavelength with a lot of stuff. So I trust your judgment.
All right, Jay.
Look, if I have to echo everything that Sean said, like I'm gonna be biased here. The Showa era is my favorite. Even like I said, I'm older than all you guys, so like even as like the Heisei was coming here and the Millennium were coming out, again, it was so great at first, but then upon rewatches, I just realized how much better the Showa era is. I'm not happy where the MonsterVerse went through. Or where it's going. Kong Skull Island's the only exception, and that's not even a Godzilla movie.
Mm-hmm.
I really, really hope that I'm happy for Godzilla's popularity because we're getting more merch and everything else. You know, getting all these re-releases, which is great. But I just hope that moving forward, that Hollywood can keep their filthy hands off of Godzilla and let Japan do its thing. That's what I want moving forward. But going through the whole history, you know, I'm always going to smile at, you know, the fuzzy memories I have of, you know, the majority of the films, especially the Showa films. That's all I got.
All right, Ryan.
Godzilla is a franchise I hold near and dear to my heart. I love so much about this franchise. Looking back at it, my personal favorite era would have to be the Millennium era, definitely. But the Showa era is a close second. I love the Showa era. It has many of my personal favorites in it too. I don't necessarily hate any era, you know, because there's stuff I like about each era. Like, you know, the Heisei I like Mechagodzilla and King Ghidorah. MonsterVerse I love 2014. Reiwa you know, I like Planet Eater, and Shin will be one of those films where, yeah, no, I'm not a big fan of it right now, but I will like it upon rewatch. But overall, like, Godzilla has a big spot in my heart, and, you know, I will always love it for what it is. And yes, Hedorah is booty sauce.
Okay, all right. Oh, God damn it. All right. So Godzilla is a franchise practically embedded in just who I am to the current day. And then while I make myself go my way and get more into things kaiju related and tokusatsu related, you know, I've been getting into Ultraman, currently on Taro. I've seen pretty much most of the New Gen stuff and most of the Showa stuff, but I've been pushing through with that. I obviously got the Gamera set and everything like that, but Godzilla will be a franchise that even if I push away from it in a moment to focus on other interests of mine, it will always be a franchise I will always come back to, because Godzilla as a character is just as much timeless as he is a character that could be used for many different ways of storytelling. And it's up to you whether if the story hits or misses. But I think the fact that there's so much variety with Godzilla, yet still a consistency with the character throughout the years, is what makes the character work so well, and why this character is stuck around for 60 plus years. My personal favorite era will be the Millennium era. just because that's the one I personally grew up with. There is a bit of bias to that. But I also think out of all of them, the fact that the lowest movie for me is only D tier and doesn't even touch anywhere near Booty Sauce it is a plus in my book and such. Well, pretty much every era of Godzilla has unfortunately suffered a booty sauce except for Millennium, so I'll give it that. Showa is a very close second because I feel like Showa has more staying power with the films. They kind of have more of a lasting impression, but I think Millennium is my personal favorite out of all of them.
All right, so as our list shows, the series peaked with Megalon. It didn't really get anywhere near it until Final Wars. That's when the series got good again for a year, and then we haven't gotten anywhere. The series has been shit ever since. So yeah, no, franchise is bad. No, I'm just kidding. Godzilla, it's a franchise I've grown up with. It's a series I have immense love for. I don't think it'll ever go away. I love this series to death, flaws and all. My favorite era has to be Showa, not just because of Megalon. I think it's a series that has the highest of highs, but it has also pretty low lows at the same time. But man, those highs are so good. But in general, though, I love this series to death. Godzilla is a timeless character. I don't think he'll ever truly go away. I mean, there's times where he can go on hiatus, but
he'll take breaks.
I need another 10 years of no Godzilla, to be honest. I need that.
He's one of the few characters that can always come back at some form or way. I feel like he's a character that can always come back no matter what era he's in, because he represents so many different things. Oh, he does represent one big thing, but he can represent a lot of things for a lot of different people. And that's great. And this franchise kind of shows that. There's different interpretations. People always have a new take on this kind of thing. And it's great to see that. And this franchise is timeless in that way. And that's, you don't get to say that with a lot of franchises like this. And this franchise has so many movies. You're going to find one that'll eventually click with you, I'm sure. And that's just the beauty of it. And I think, yeah, it's great to branch out with other Tokyo stuff, but it's always great to come back to this series and maybe watch a movie you haven't seen in a while, because this franchise is something special for me. And I can never picture myself without being a fan of this, because it's done so much for me. And Megalon's the best film ever made, so it transcended cinema. So yeah, can't go wrong with that either.
I mean, like you guys, I grew up with Godzilla. It's a franchise that's very near and dear to my heart. I honestly don't know where I would be without Godzilla at this very moment. I mean, basically half of my YouTube channel is dedicated to Godzilla, or I guess like a quarter of it, considering I've gone in like a different direction recently. But like I just love how unique and diverse of a franchise Godzilla is, because when you really get down to it, there's a Godzilla movie for everyone. Everyone's going to have like their own depiction of Godzilla, whether or not you agree with it. And yeah, there are definitely some very low points in this franchise, but there's also some very high points in the franchise as well. As for my favorite era, I'd have to go with Showa. I mean, I feel like it's very very diverse, and I mean it really has just so much spirit when it comes to not just Godzilla but Tokusatsu as a whole. So yeah, I mean, I even though I'm not a fan of every movie, I definitely enjoy this franchise for what it is, and I hope that going forward we get more quality Godzilla films like Shin Godzilla. Hopefully Singular Point can change that.
Yes, sir.
Hopefully.
Yeah. So yeah, that pretty much just about does it. Wow. Almost 7 hours of us just talking about Godzilla.
Arguing with each other.
I could do another 7 hours.
I got work tomorrow, man.
All right, let's all go around real quick, plug our stuff, going backwards. We'll start off with
So I got my Instagram. Feel free to subscribe to that. Ryan Zeton, or actually right now it's Funky Alligator Man because I got fully vaxxed today, and you get to turn into an alligator after that. So, and then follow me on Twitter at RZTon. Basically, I just post my really crappy opinions on Ultraman and whatnot. So feel free to follow that. So yeah.
All right, Jay.
I'm from a channel called Nerd Cage Live. And just to promote a few stuff we got, definitely check out our Zelda discussion, which kind of inspired this discussion tonight.
Yep.
Also, we got the 25th anniversary of The Rock. We're actually doing 2 live streams this week. Tuesday night, we're going to react to E3 like in its entirety, look back at E3. And then Thursday is going to be our Pulp Fiction watch party. And then next Thursday, the original Kung Lao, Anthony Marquez, is coming back to Nerd Cage Live next Thursday. For you Tokusatsu fans out there, we do have a fantastic Daimajin 55th anniversary with Davis and Sean, who were fantastic in that look back. So check that out. We are on YouTube. We go live every Thursday. And, of course, we're also on Podbean, Apple Music, Spotify, all that. So, again, Davis, thank you very much for all your help. That you know, my channel is what it is without your help. Ryan, Big O, it's nice meeting you guys. Cole, always love working with you. Sean, always love working with you. And Davis, man, you've done so much for me. Thank you very much. So, again, please sub up to Nerd Cage Live. And we're also on Twitter and Facebook. Go ahead, Sean.
I am the Shots of Japanese Cinema guy, Cinema of Japan on Twitter as well as Instagram. Also have a spin-off page now called Shots of Japanese Television, TV of Japan. Just if you're a fan of Japanese movies or Japanese TV shows, give those pages a follow on Twitter. I have a Facebook, but not as active on there, but mostly active on Twitter. So give Shots of Japanese Cinema and Shots of Japanese Television a follow on Twitter.
All right, Big O.
Follow me on Twitter, Big O out over there. Same on Instagram as well. Add me on Discord if you want. I go by X Patrick Star. So yeah, you can do that there. And subscribe to my YouTube channel, just Big O now with the Guiron profile picture. So definitely check that out if you want. I want to make YouTube videos. I definitely do. Just I haven't gotten around to the time to it. But I'll tell you this: when I feel more comfortable, or eventually when I move out, maybe then I'll poop out a video or two. So we'll see then.
All right, Cole.
All right, you can follow me, Godzilla Gamer 77 on Instagram. You can follow me on Twitter. You can follow me on Discord. You can also follow me on Pornhub. Oh, wait a minute, I should have said that. No.
It's okay.
Yeah.
I already seen you on there.
I was wondering who that person was. No, yeah, you can follow me on those
balls,
dipshit. Yeah, you can follow me on those 3 platforms. I'm also in the Tangoji Discord server sometimes, and yeah, it was fun being on this. I got to basically argue with each other about Godzilla movies for about 6 hours, or nearly 7. So yeah, that was actually really fun. So thanks, Davis.
Yeah, no problem. Well, if you're all watching this, you already found me, Titan Goji, on here, YouTube, also on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook. I also have a TeePublic and Patreon if you wish to support me through those means. I mean, all it takes is $1 for your name to appear at the end of every future upload. Sean here is a Patreon supporter. Jay here is also a Patreon supporter. Cole, Ryan, they're Patreon supporters. Big O isn't a Patreon supporter for some reason.
Yeah, put me on blast like that. Hey, I'm freelancer. All right.
It's all good, man. But feel free to check out the links in the description if you want to know more about the Patreon TeePublic. as for my next video, it's going to be a review on the 1997 Berserk anime in memory of Kentaro Miura. So stay tuned for that.
Can
And
you tell them about the next watch party?
I'm getting to that. So the next TokuTitanCast watch party is Invasion of Master Monster, baby.
Yo, let's go, baby.
Let's get it. Let's get it. I'm ready.
Because next weekend is Juneteenth and Father's Day, there will be no stream next weekend. We want everyone to have to just enjoy themselves, have a good time. And I believe the weekend after Singular Point would already be out, so I think that's when we'll have the Singular Point stream, and then and sometime after that will be the Invasion of Master Monster stream. I'll figure it out. Y'all, you guys will know. But anyway, thank y'all so much for sticking around for more than 7 hours. Easy, y'all.
Get a
Thanks,
Robo
everybody.
Stark.